is on sale. Have you heard? That's absolutely correct. Everything on display, except the ladies, is on sale. And you can get yourself the caramels, right? The earrings, do they have a special name? The earrings, the beautiful shoes, the nice waist beads, I think even the skirts. You can get all that at the exhibition table. We actually have some beautiful shorts, which I realized even men can buy. So if you're here and you want shorts to wear, Honorable Charles, yes, please, you can visit the exhibition table and buy them. Now, those of you who haven't brought your exhibitions yet, please go and bring your banners and put them there. And we are closing that session in the next 1 minute. The second thing, which is very important, is this evening we have a cultural dinner. So I see Rita. It's coming to that. So Paul, oh yes, please come. There's another beautiful lady who's just walked in the room. She's coming towards me, and she will come to the stage as well. And everything on her will be on sale except herself. Okay, so we will try today and finish early so that so in case you need to change from, especially if you're like me, and you're wearing something non-traditional for Uganda, unlike Tassilo, who today is wearing traditional. Is that European? You know where the tie comes from? No. Please come and tell us. Microphone, please. Microphone, DJ. This we need to know. And you can also tell us about the Windsor knot that you've tied. Please, to Tassilo. And you can keep smiling.
So the tie that I'm wearing, or that all of you at some point, most men wear ties now, it actually comes from a small country in Europe that's called Croatia. And in German or in French, we call it cravate or cravat, which actually translate to Croat, to Croatian. So that's actually a traditional item from Europe, from an EU member state, but not from my own, not from Germany.
Thank you so much for that lesson, but also and we will use it on our report. So we'll seek all the consent. It doesn't have to include me, please. So get close. When you're talking about smile, I don't qualify. Okay. I'm trying to buy time for the exhibition team, but I see that we might have to take a break from that so we can have our substantive sessions. Thank you, ladies. Thank you so much for indulging us. We will visit your table, and thank you for showing up in glamour. Now, please clap for them, guys. Don't be boring. Yeah, thank you. And those of you that remember, on Tuesday, I promised you that Arsenal... So I promised you that Arsenal would wallop PSG. And I think, yes, please clap for it. Day. And Tassilo was crying the whole night. We definitely walloped them. Their coach during the interview, the PSG coach during the interview said they were too good for us. They were much more superior than we were. And I'm here to deliver the news. I didn't get an opportunity yesterday that we are likely to wallop everyone that comes our way the whole season, unless referees aid the other teams by giving us red cards. So that's the plan, and please join us. I see Man U fans are saying, okay, we see you. I am waiting for the exhibition team to stop. I have agreed that we will take a break, and then during the break you will continue the setting up. We cannot continue if we have background noise. So thank you. All right, so we'd like to pick a few people to share with us what was emerging, what was so exciting about yesterday. One thing that you took home. So if you're here and you'd like to share with us something that stuck with you, this is an opportunity for you to do that. Yeah, so there's a gentleman here.
Thank you so much. Good morning to all of us. I'm Peter Geek, and I work with Source of the Nile Union of Persons with Albinism. Yeah, tomorrow was, imagine I'm speaking Lusoga in English. All right. Yesterday was amazing day, just like the other day, where I had a lot of take home, but I'll just mention few because of time. One, they said one. So it's always good to show or to publish our expertise. That will become so easier for those who may need those information. And that's I learned it from the session where we were, that it's so important always to display or to publicize our articles in different social medias and outlets so that people may see it. It becomes also easier for the donors or funders to access this information, which gives them also confidence that, when we give these people, they can do that.
Excellent. Communicating our results and documenting our results. Next.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dorothy Apio from Action of Development of the Local Communities in Karamoja. Yesterday, I learned that with the shrinking space that we have, social enterprise is the only way to go for CSOs. Thank you.
Excellent. Social enterprise, I think that became so clear during the training in the morning session and in Dr. Joyce Tamale's session. Next. Yeah, there's a lady at the back.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Namdos Rachel. I work with RAIN Uganda. My take home for yesterday's session was I realized there are so many sources of income within Uganda, and if we don't explore them, we'll miss out on them. I'd like to thank Civil Society which organized this, and through this, I've discovered a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Anyone else like to share? Yes. Finally, I think the lady at the front, and we'll proceed to the next substantive session.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm called Grace Alupo. I work for Touch. I think yesterday what stood out for me was the section on resource mobilization, emphasizing that we need to have a resource mobilization strategy. And even before you start thinking of writing proposals, you should have a strategy that informs your long-term plan, but also interacting with the development partners EU, Danida, GIZ. I think for me that was really very powerful, getting insights from them on how we can successfully partner together. Thank you.
Finally, the gentleman at the back.
Good morning, everyone. Denis Paul Wamboko is my name, from Offering Foundation Hawaii. What I learned yesterday, that proposal is not made by our heart, but it's made by mind. And another thing I learned from the groups I was in, they said normally we need to love, share information with our souls. Don't be greedy or being alone to succeed alone. We need to pull other small organizations to move on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So this is really just to make sure that we have picked up the objectives of what we want to achieve with the training. And I think it's very clear that the question around documenting our results, demonstrating impact, and making sure that we're taking advantage of media platforms to give our organizations visibility is very critical. And that emerged from yesterday's conversation. 2, the fact that donor financing is going down. And so NGOs have to adapt and look for other multiple sources of income to finance the development work that we seek to do. And I think that came out very clearly. I think the model of social enterprises is one that seems to be gaining traction, and we should be able to take advantage of that. Of course, Section 46 of the NGO Act gives us the opportunity to be able to do that. And I think that is one of the most instructive provisions of the NGO Act when the amendment was made. And so it's very important that we take advantage of that. There are a lot of questions around internal governance as well. I didn't see it emerge, but I have to throw it out there, that as NGOs, for us to be effective in our work, we have to really strengthen our systems and processes. And I think that's what explains why GIZ and CASP spend a lot of resources and time to actually invest in strengthening processes, procedures, and policies of organizations. And if you're here and you'd like their support, all the big people are here. So please reach out to them and see if they can avail you with technical support to be able to address some of those things. Would like to transition to today's sessions. Most of you have looked at the program, and you know we expect the First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for East African Community Affairs, the Right Honorable Rebecca Alitwara Kadaga, and she is on her way, and she will be here in time for us to do that session. Now, that session was supposed to have happened in the morning, but as you can imagine, it's better for big people to come and close rather than come in the middle. So I think she got the memo and decided that she's going to arrive much later. So we will go into the substantive elements of some of today's program, and we will, as soon as they come in, we will be able to organize our ceremonial session as soon as the Honorable Kadaga comes in. So the other modification we've made is, I think, in the spirit of adaptation. We've learned that conversations that happen in this room are much deeper and get everyone to participate than when we actually go into the group stages. So we've decided that today's first panel session will happen as a panel conversation. And so would like now to invite Mr. Ivan Changwa, who is the District Community Development Officer for Jinja District. Ivan, yeah. Please join us on the stage, and please, thank you. I also would like to invite the District Community Development Officer of Mbale District as well to join us on the panel. You people are not clapping properly, that's why they have refused to come. Join me as well and welcome the representative from FORCE, which is not the Uganda Police Force, but FORCE, on the panel. And finally, I don't see my friend from Kaksoa, Mr. George Kiprotich. Is he the one on the panel? a representative from the Kapchora Civil Society Organizations Association. Police force. All right, so we will start our panel conversation. Today's sessions will focus on three important areas. The first one is how can civil society organizations strengthen collaboration with local governments? And that's why we are privileged to have two district community development officers who will share from their perspective questions around how we can build on learnings and partnerships to ensure sustainable impact. We'll also listen from the DCD of Mbale on how to work with subnational structures to address policy development bottlenecks, climate change adaptation, and conflict transformation affecting social services in our communities. Once we get the representative from FOSS to join us, we will have a conversation on leveraging on the youth to steer development agenda mechanisms to ensure that youth inclusion and development processes are effective. And finally, the Kapchora Civil Society Network has worked in very culturally diverse and gender-sensitive contexts. As you know, Sebei region is one of those unique regions in Uganda where some of the gender and cultural issues still are pertaining, some of those considered to be, I don't know the right polite word to use here, not progressive, perhaps. And so they will share with us how to balance development and social cultural issues and values with support from the district local government. So that's our, our spectrum of ideas of topics that we'll discuss. But of course, some of you who are in the audience as well have experiences working in similar contexts, working with local government, so we'll be drawing on your expertise as well. So we'll start with the representative from the district local government of Jinja. He was here, he was one of the first people to arrive, so you go first and share with us your perspectives on the topic.
Thank you, facilitator. First of all, let me take this opportunity to welcome you here, the various actors, state and non-state actors. I've been requested to share with you one or two things about how we should strengthen this collaboration. And I believe that first and foremost, we are all actors in this operating in the same legal and policy environment. Civil society organizations have been around for some time, and local governments as well have been around for some time. And as they interact at district level, first of all, they need to appreciate the decentralization policy. At the onset of the policy and the laws which followed since 1997, a number of objectives were put in place. A number of principles had to be followed, specifically relating to devolution of power. The policy emphasizes on total devolution of power, and as such, powers relating to legislation, administration, judicial, fiscal, under fiscal decentralizations were devolved. So under the policy, a number of acts were enacted. Specifically, I would refer to it as the Bible, the Local Government Act, Cap 243. These are the laws, these are the policy regimes governing activities at district level. Remember, a district is the entry point. So when civil society actors come in, the requirement, first of all, is to understand that they are working in an environment where they need to marry the various instruments regulating their operations, of course, with the NGO Bureau at the forefront, to mention, one, the NGO policy, the Act of 216, the regulations of 217, and the fee structure. So we need to have the policy regime and the policy environment and the legal and policy environment at district level married. So my request is that NGOs should pick interest and acquaint themselves with this arrangement. The decentralization policy and the Local Government Act provides for systems and structures through which civil society organizations should cooperate. The emphasis is coordination, cooperation, of course, with compliance. You cannot cooperate with compliance. Now, the element of compliance takes center stage in terms of cooperation. The acts, the legal instruments spell out the various tasks accorded to these structures, notably the District NGO Monitoring Committee. It's the mandate of the District NGO Monitoring Committee to register community-based organizations. It's the mandate of the District NGO Monitoring Committee to recommend organizations to the Bureau for consideration for registration and renewal. In the same vein, we have sub-county NGO Monitoring Committee with similar tasks with the District NGO Monitoring Committees. But for them, they are more grounded. Next, if we are to see collaboration strengthened, is the District NGO, the District Technical Planning Committee. The District Technical Planning Committee is the think tank of districts. It is at this level that various heads of departments articulate the different sector issues, including issues of civil society organizations. To me, this is where the cooperation should start from. So if you are to strengthen the cooperation at the district level, we should vividly look at the district technical planning committee. So views at this level are sent to various sector committees for scrutiny. The purpose is to scrutinize. And indeed, if a structure of that kind is at district level, civil society organizations need to interest themselves with these sector committees.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Can we now go to Mbale?
Thank you so much. First of all, allow me to build on to what my colleague has said, but I want to share experiences. We have so many NGOs in this room, and you're all looking smart and beautiful and handsome. But the relationship that we have is like we are saying a partnership, and how can we strengthen this partnership? The most important thing is what kind of partnership are we having? And from the few years I've been at the district, you find that NGOs have their points of discomfort. Let me start from there. But I think you also need to appreciate that as a district we have areas of discomfort. Our roles or our obligations to you as NGOs are clear, like my colleague has mentioned, but sometimes in the attainment of those obligations, we are misunderstood. We have partners that come into the district, you're nationally registered, and you come from your head offices in Kampala, you come to Mbale district, proceed to a sub-county, for example, Sano, without going through the district leadership. No one knows you have gotten into the district. You implement your activities, drive off and go. After 2-3 years, you come back and say, now you're reporting to COW's office and you want a recommendation letter for renewal of your permit. And of course the question will be, who are you? Why are you coming at this time? And you have good pictures of our sub-counties, but you have implemented your activities without involving us. Remember, it's a partnership. You're not supposed to go at this alone, because most of your activities or all your activities are supposed to feed into the district development plans and ultimately into the national development plan. So how can we, or how do you expect a district to quickly give you a recommendation when you have not been in partnership, you have been going at this alone? And then we have some NGOs that may operate in another district, for example, Dhaka. But because you want to extend services to Mbale, now you come to Mbale as a point of referral to the Bureau for renewal of your permit. The quicker thing that we shall tell you is kindly first go back to Dhaka for the recommendation, get your permit renewed, and then come and get into an MOU with Mbale district. And sometimes when we say that, partners feel uncomfortable. You're delaying us. The permit is expiring. Sometimes you're international. The persons that you're working with that are not Ugandan, their work permits are expiring. You're not supporting us. And we are saying, but these are the policy guidelines. How can we recommend you when you have not worked with us before? And then, of course, there are other things that come in. Others come and masquerade, and then, of course, show off to the partners, the donor, that they have worked with you. We had an organization that went to another district and said they had done boreholes for Mbale district, and they needed to get into partnership with them. When we cross-checked with one another, they had never done even a single spring in Mbale. And we're like, no, those ones have not worked with Mbale before. So as much as we have some well-intentioned organizations, we have those that come to ride onto existing efforts of the local government. I need you to understand and appreciate that it's a partnership. And if it's a partnership, what do we expect from you as NGOs? The NGO guidelines 2019 are clear on your obligations as NGOs. And we expect that you should have submitted to us annual returns. When you submit to us annual returns, when we are compiling, for example, an annual report to COW, I'm the secretary to the NGO Monitoring Committee. When COW calls and says, do you know PACODEF? I'm like, yes, COW, this is what PACODEF is doing. These are the areas that PACODEF is implementing in. And we're encouraging NGOs as a good practice, have annual reflection meetings. In the annual reflection meetings, we are bringing together members of the district NGO monitoring committee, plus line departments and a few other stakeholders. And in that you're sharing what you have been able to do for Mbale and what you'll be able to do in the subsequent financial year. Now when we do this and anything comes up, I don't think there'll be any problem in either referral or signing MOUs with you as our key partners. And then of course involvement in our activities. When we hold a budget conference and we invite you as a partner, kindly come. I have a partner that I went off and I told them, I'm not going to be involved in your activities if you cannot be involved in our activities. Why? It's a partnership. If we are having activities and you're not involved in, for example, our child well-being committees, you're not involved in our budget conferences, how do you expect me to come and sit in your reflection or coordination meetings? If we do that, then we feed into one another. These coordination meetings help us understand what you're doing, but it also enables us to account to you as partners in development. It's a development journey. We all contribute the same thing into the NDP 3 of Uganda. And then, of course, next financial year, we are going to go into NDP 4. So I just wanted to share a bit of that before I get into the aspect of, I think, climate change. In 2022, for the first time, Mbale district were hit by a massive disaster.
If you can just get closer to the microphone, because you drift off.
Yeah.
And people online might not hear you well.
Thank you. In 2022, for the first time as Mbale district, we woke up to effects of a disaster. It had rained through the night, and several parts of Mbale had flooded, and we had had massive landslides. And of course, we had not functionalized our district disaster management committee because we had been in a limbo. And because of that, we had to work in a response mode. And we had partners that came in at that time and enabled us plus OPM to respond to what had happened in Mbale district and Mbale city. Now, following up from there, we said, what can we do to be able to respond to climate change and disaster effects? We came up with the district contingency plan. Now, what we are realizing is that NGOs come and they want to implement their own thing. And we are saying we have a district contingency plan. This is a well-thought plan that is supposed to, one, enable us mitigate the effects of climate change, but also respond where disasters have happened. I want us to appreciate that mitigation is cheaper. Response is more expensive and emotional. When we lose life, we become emotional. When people have lost properties and foodstuffs, it's more expensive because we must ensure that livelihood is maintained. So when we thought through all this, we categorize disasters according to our topography. Mbale is a big area. We have the mountainous, we have those that are in a rain shadow, and then we have those that are flood prone. And we are telling partners, as you come in, we have the effects of climate change. It is real. We have cut down trees, we have degraded the wetlands, we have affected the riverbeds, what can we do, or what can we do with our people to ensure that we are able to respond to disasters and the effects of disasters and climate change.
Finally.
And that is where we want to focus and say, as partners, kindly let us fit within the district DCPs. Our experience is that when disasters happen, partners come in for 2 months, 3 months for response, and then disappear. And then we wait for another disaster, and then you come in for response. We are saying, can we do mitigation? When we do mitigation, it's cheaper. As a district, we have areas where we are telling OPM and partners, we need relocation. This is a fragile area. Right now, we have a big crack that goes through the whole Mount Elgon mountain, right from Namisindwa up to Buko. It is a widening crack, and we are saying, this is another disaster waiting to happen. And of course, we are waiting for partners to come for response, yet we are saying, can we have mitigation? We're having hanging rocks. And the other challenge we have is that partners come with what donors want them to do. We are saying, can you first listen to us? Listen to our voices. In the area of climate change, in the area of social development, in the area of economic empowerment, can you first listen to our needs? Because the needs of Mbale may not be the needs of Jinja, and the needs of Jinja may not be the needs of Karamoja. When you listen to us, we are able to design interventions that are district-specific or region-specific, and therefore, at the end of the day, we are able to own those interventions and ensure sustainability of the interventions.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think the representatives from the 2 district local governments deserve a big round of applause. And I'm still debating how to transition from the 2, because we have Stephen Okello here, and I always joke that Stephen wrote the act, wrote the regulations, and is implementing the act and the regulations. And so maybe from what they have shared, I think, because we consider the district NGO monitoring committee to be part of the regulators anyway. So it might be helpful to actually get perspectives, I think, from Stephen. Also given that he's been moving around the country to interacting with CSOs, listening to some of the challenges, but also challenges from the district local government. So that's one. The second thing is that yesterday when we had a conversation on social enterprises, I think quite a number of organizations piqued interest. The question that kept coming is, how do we actually do this? And the issue of registering those social enterprises alongside the NGOs was quite more pronounced as a challenge for quite a number of organizations. I remember when one of the NGOs shared, and I said, it sounds very easy, but is it that easy? And because Section 46, again, part of the act is implemented by Stephen, it might be helpful to actually get some of the practical elements around registering social enterprises, managing profit from him. And the reason I want to bring him in now is that he is likely to escape. And I told you my saying, our saying in my language, where you find a king is where you worship him from. So when he leaves, we might not have an opportunity to do the worship that we're supposed to do. So I'm going to invite Stephen to just speak around collaboration between district local governments and NGOs from a perspective of a regulator and what's happening and how we can address that, but also really speak more about Section 44. And this is just because you're leaving, so I want to make sure that we get something from you before you go. Now, I think maybe, Stephen, you should speak from here. It might be actually much better than speaking from there, so that you can be standing. So we will, and then perhaps depending on the feeling in the room, we might have a brief Q&A so that we exhaustively cover the issue around social enterprises, and then when he steps away, we will continue our panel conversation. I hope that is okay. Do I have your permission to do that? Okay. Only Elizabeth agrees. So, and she's from the EU, so. Donna, Okay, please, Stephen, come and join us. Stephen is not challenged by height, so he doesn't want a booster.
Yes, thank you, Chris. All protocol observed. Good morning, everyone. Yes, I'm glad that Chris has given me this opportunity because I have another engagement I'm supposed to run for. So I really thank you for squeezing me in. He has asked me to react to two things. First is something related to the collaboration when it comes to the local government. First of all, I want to say that as someone who has been at the then NGO board and now NGO bureau, just sitting here and listening to the local government representatives from Ginger and Mbale, I've not listened to the others, first of all humbles me in that it shows we are finally beginning to get there and also yield some results. Because when I see the district officials are now well versed with the policy, the acts, the regulations, the guidelines, it means that we are foreseeing a far much better relationship. Because I can tell you that some of the complaints from the sector also arise from a point of ignorance, where at times the district officials either do not know some of the provisions in the Act or what the policy provides, and that actually brings a problem with the relationship between the two of them. So, in especial, I want to commend Ginger and Mbale, that just listening to you, it shows that we are all fully on board now. So in terms of the entire collaboration, I think for me the biggest concern right now is at the grassroots level, and that is with the sub-county NGO monitoring committees. You can see that I'm very sure the panelists here are relating more with the district NGO monitoring committees. How I wish we would really find a way to also pull up the sub-county NGO monitoring committees, because the fact that we are now seeing the DNMCs at least are getting somewhere, the moment we leave the sub-county NGO monitoring committees behind, then we are still going to create a bigger problem. The reason why I'm emphasizing on the sub-county NGO monitoring committees is that they are the ones at the grassroots. They are the ones where the beneficiaries are. They are the ones who have the first-hand engagement with whatever is happening on the ground. And that means that the moment the sub-county NGO monitoring committees are strengthened, then definitely it means that this entire conversation on the capacity of the DNMCs and the local government as a whole, and also that element of collaboration will be greatly improved. So for me, the overall thing I want to emphasize here is that if we can strengthen the sub-county NGO monitoring committees, then definitely they will also simplify the work of the DNMCs. Otherwise, the DNMCs are going to be forced to keep even running up to the grassroots levels, and yet the SNMCs are not there. Right now, you're all aware that CBOs are supposed to be recommended by the sub-county NGO monitoring committees before even the DNMCs can have them registered. But I will tell you that if you moved around the country, so many SNMCs are not operational. And the concern now is who is recommending the CBOs? How are they registering without these recommendations? So it means that we need to also pay attention, and this mainly goes to the district officials, that we need to find a way of not forgetting the SNMCs so that we can bring them on board. But of course also, I want to also request that the relationship and the engagements between the NGO Bureau and the district local government authorities has greatly improved. We are working closely, and for me that is a very good way to move. And I just hope that the relationship between the NGOs and also the district authorities can also further improve. And what Mbale is stating is a fact, that the district complained that a number of NGOs just bypass them. How I wish that can really stop. Because the moment you bypass the district authorities, then you miss a lot. You see the number of NGOs that feel the moment the NGO Bureau has recommended me, then I don't think I have to even stop and even just have a courtesy call to even tell them I'm coming into your area. Because the NGO Bureau has registered me, I have a valid permit, and they just bypass. So I think the message that has come from Ginger and Bali, and also the ones that is going to come from the others, is very important if we are to improve our collaboration, and mainly between the local government and the NGOs. So I think that is on the first bit that Chris requested I comment on. But the second bit is on section 46. Yesterday afternoon I had to step out and go and have a Zoom meeting, so I missed that afternoon session. But in the evening I was informed that I needed to make some clarification on section 46. Now, the NGOs that are in this room, please listen very carefully, because some of the things are not yet reduced either into regulations or guidelines. So the process is still going to happen, but it's important that you take note of this. That section 46, if you want to appreciate its implementation and the procedures involved, you need to break it into three. The first is what is required of the organization. And then the second one is what the NGO Bureau requires of you. And then the third one is what other stakeholders would require from you. Now, the first bit of what is required from you is that the moment you ever take a decision that you want to take advantage of section 46 and go into business operations for the self-sustainability of the organization, it's important that the management of that organization conducts a thorough assessment to see the different opportunities, the business options and the opportunities out there that you'd love to engage into. The moment you're extremely sure of which area you want to engage into, then the next step internally is you then report to your board. You inform your board, who are the governing component, that we have analyzed and thought through this whole section 46, and we feel we want to either open a restaurant, we want to open a farm, we want to recommend that we construct a very big building, then start renting it out. So you present that to your board, and once the board has approved it and feels that, yes, I think you are right, we can actually raise a lot of money. And you see, the reason why I'm emphasizing on assessment is that you do not want to start testing different options after undergoing a whole procedure. Okay, then when it fails, you run back again and start running into another one. It's better that you first do a thorough assessment before you even try out. Yesterday, at lunchtime, I was talking to someone who was actually telling me how the organization is backing, and they're actually getting a lot of money from it. They are able to pay, I think, 3 of their staff. They're able to clear a lot of their bills using that. That means that they thought through and they were very sure of what to actually go into. So the moment your board has approved it and feels, yes, you should go into that, you do not stop at that. You are then supposed to ensure that your constitution reflects what you want to do. The reason is that when you first went and registered with the NGO Bureau, your constitution did not even think through section 46. So it means that if you just get into section 46 without having an amendment to reflect what you want to go into, then you're going to have a gap in your constitution. Remember that authorities and stakeholders are going to ask to look at that document, whether your own constitution permits you. So after the board has endorsed and feels that's what should be done, and that's the kind of business engagement you want to go into, it's very important that your board then makes arrangements for an extraordinary AGM. If maybe the annual one is still far, call the members, inform them, because they need to know. They should not just hear that, let me say, some organization called Mbale Foundation is into something, and yet your members, who are the supreme decision-making body of the organization, the AGM, are not even aware. So it's important that after the board, you bring them on board. So call for an extraordinary general meeting in case the annual one is still far. Sit down, present the plans, tell them we will feel that for our self-sustainability, in addition to funding we are getting from donors and other stakeholders, we feel that we should go into this engagement. Let them discuss it with you and let them endorse it. And they're endorsing it for the purpose that you need to have that provision reflected somewhere in your internal governing document. And that means that your memorandum and articles of association must reflect that. So the moment you finish amending, then that means that the organization has finished its internal processes. The management has told the board, which is the internal governing body. The internal governing body has informed the supreme decision-making organ, and everyone is now on board. Now the next stage is that the NGO Bureau is not aware of what you're actually planning internally. So the next step is actually, you need to then write to the NGO Bureau and tell the NGO Bureau that, please, we are thinking of taking advantage of Section 46. And if possible, you can actually also apply for review, so that a component, your permit, reflects something related to that. Otherwise, if it does not reflect, tomorrow someone will say, I don't see this component in your permit, I don't see this component in your constitution. How have you even reached that level of saying you want to take advantage of Section 46? So it's important that if your constitution had not said anything about it, ensure that you are giving a copy of that amended constitution to the NGO Bureau, but also you are requesting the NGO Bureau to ensure that they add that component somewhere to reflect on your permit. And that is all the NGO Bureau requires from you. Now, so that means you have finished the second phase, and the moment the NGO Bureau, and I don't think NGO Bureau will ever object unless you're either going into criminal activities and you want the NGO Bureau to endorse that. That one, yes, the Bureau will have a problem with it. But if it is the straightforward activities and the Bureau sees it's for your own sustainability, then there's no reason to actually even reject your application. And in most cases, each time you apply for review is always a straightforward case, unless there are some concerns. So the moment you finish with the NGO Bureau, you now go to the next level, and that means the other stakeholders. Meaning that if you are going to engage into all these, you have a number of other stakeholders to engage with. At times the mistake NGOs make is that the moment you have engaged the NGO Bureau, you feel that is final. You just want to bypass every stakeholder and say, for me, don't ask me about this. I remember there was an NGO that opened a restaurant and started operating it. And then when they ran into trouble with the authorities, they said, but Section 46 permits us to do this. All these two stages I've talked about, none of them had been implemented. They just woke up one day and they started actually doing that. And of course they ran into trouble because they had brought some foreigners to work in that restaurant. So they ran into trouble with immigration, then also other stakeholders. Then it became a problem. So it's really important that you need to now go
was paying out. 35 shillings was going out for my comfort as a public servant. Now, the only unfair thing is that we are only 1 million of us. People who are employed by you guys, by taxpayer. You are our bosses. We, your servants, 1 million servants, used to take home 35%. You, our bosses, 53 million of you who love us so much, were getting the 65%. This is not an economic issue. This is an ethical issue. It's a moral issue. Yeah? And right now, where I like the Shah thing, they're saying, if you public servant go and get some other money elsewhere to treat yourself, don't come and mix it with us. It's like vomiting on now this other taxpayer now.
Deal with it.
Deal with it uko kwenu. In under Shah chief, the president, Mama Mboga, Eric Ratif, City, everybody will be treated the same. For me, this is a huge, huge movement. Yeah?
So quickly, there are two things that you said you want to talk about. One of them is the public sensitization.
Public sensitization, that is number one. Number two, now there is a missing blocks of implementations on the ground. As I've told you now, we are going to the ground. Now what's happening now is that people are going straight to the portal of SHA, to the health providers portal to put it there. We still have got some things to do. We need to take, we have got a free of charge hospital system from dispensary to level 2, to level 3, to level 4, to level 5. All they need to say is for the public hospitals, come.
Free. Free from who?
Free from the government, from the investor. And that's another thing I want to talk about here. If you go to any hospital, once we start rolling out to the Kuja Kwako, we ask you, we want to give you a free system with free devices. Every healthcare worker, we are providing the device from where they'll be working for free. 70,000 of them are on the way here. This is a huge, very expensive project. Yeah? And when people talk about, 104 billion, it is not government money. Because we couldn't afford. Just like we can't afford many things in this country. We are giving free information system, free device. By the way, the healthcare system is the biggest ICT. We talk about digital superhighway. The biggest ICT project we have in this country is this healthcare, which we are calling Taifa Care. You know why? Because every hospital will get internet, Wi-Fi, or thereabout. So even if the healthcare does not work, God forbid, every corner of this country will be connected thanks to this project. Every corner of this country, because we have to get power. We are getting power. Kenya Power is working on a list to get power to free again there. So we get free power, we get free connectivity, we get free devices, we train them for free.
How long do you give this project? How long?
I think that process I'm giving it 12 months to be in every corner. To be in every corner.
Until each of the 70,000 healthcare workers has a device.
Have a device and it's connected to the internet and gets power there. And by the way, it's not a device only for the hospital. See, that now village now will also benefit from that Wi-Fi. See, when I do power, even areas which are not connected. So this is what I would call a catalyst, a trigger to be able to implement this. And that is why I'm saying when in the fullness of time, people realize that the good things that come with this is more than health, is actually connecting the country. Latif, I'll tell you the things. We get this system right. First of all, already, I'm telling you, the education system, the one I said where our children are, it is making noise when we try to integrate with this system. Because the data in the education system is telling us another very funny story.
Name is fake children.
Hiyo story another day. Hiyo name sasa
as ghost children.
Ghost sasa imeanza kujireta because ingine inakuonyesha watoto wengine ambao sio wako na sio mpango wa kando. So all these things are starting to come to the fore.
Moses,
right
would you go to hospital today with a SHA card?
Yes.
Would you go to seek medical care in any hospital in the country today under this public system? Would you? As Moses?
Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. And when I find problems there between this week and next week, I'll be patriotic enough to say I am okay, I've been treated, but I think we can do this better so that we work on this together as a country.
My only issue with Moses, and I like what you've said today.
Yeah.
But in March last year, when the laws were being drafted, this beautiful dream and picture was painted In October, when President Ruto was launching it, this beautiful picture was painted. When the Shah board was established, this beautiful picture was painted. In October 2024, we are still painting a beautiful picture.
Now,
and yet we are saying we're
you're not
implementing.
painting
That's
a
my
beautiful
issue.
picture. You have shown me the headline.
Yeah.
We are there now.
We are
The
in
rubber is
nightmares.
meeting the road. Now it is not a story anymore. Thank God. You are showing me headline pictures of chaos. Now, from beautiful pictures to chaos. From chaos to wonderful things.
You know, we haven't had this conversation fully. When can you come back again?
My friend, this is my full-time job. Call me.
Very good.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Moses Kuria, senior advisor to the president, has been our guest. Let's give someone some money. My experience with Loop was
collaborate among themselves so that they can be able to, they are able to achieve the sustainable development in our country. Being the most populated age group, we want them to actually emphasize on building partnerships. The target beneficiaries that we work with in school youth self-help groups, young entrepreneurs, youth leaders engaged in farming, then youth with disability. Where we engage young people in sports, ask them questions. What have you learned from this sport? If it's football, what have you learned from teamwork? What will teamwork do for you as young people? If we become a coordinating body, what is your take home? So young people are able to bring out their take homes, and that we believe that their cognitive ability is actually developed. Number two, we leverage on music, drama, and poetry to educate youth on health, environment, and governance. Young people, we mobilize them through music. If there is any activity that we want to conduct as an organization, we know young people are attracted by a lot of art, and we also bring approaches like showcasing what they do, and also their talents. There is what we call talent show. From those talent shows, we are able to discuss with them developmental agendas.
Julius, if you can get closer to the mic, and I know your time is running out, but try and speak closer to the mic.
Share with them development agendas in these music, dramas, and poetries. Another mobilization strategy that FORCE used was the digital platform and the social media campaigns. We utilize social media campaigns for advocacy, information dissemination, targeting youth and women. We also, amidst our implementation with the young people, we realized women are also uninclusive in governance processes. We also cooperate women in some of our programs. Using platforms like emails, Facebook, and WhatsApp groups to share information and raise awareness and organize youth-led movements. This is, we have realized we have made a lot of follow-up with the young people. We have sent a lot of, we have formed a lot of WhatsApp groups where young people share ideas, where young people mobilize for young activities, and we have realized all these innovations, all these practices are working. Peer-to-peer learning. We have organized peer-to-peer learnings sessions to encourage young people share knowledge and skills within their communities, bring young people to advocate and share challenges that they go through within their communities. This mobilization strategy is one of the best strategies that we have also realized, that when you give young people a platform or space to share their ideas, share what they go through, they actually develop solutions towards their challenges. And this innovation practice has actually supported us to work with the very many youth in Teso region, and we are particularly working in the 3 districts of Serere, Soroti, and Kalaki. Youth barasas and dialogue platforms. We have engaged youth in barasas where they actually share ideas and get feedback from their leaders about their programs, where leaders come and account to these young people what they are doing, which government projects are available for the young people, and how young people can be able to follow up on government projects and how they can benefit. These barazas have been organized, and we have realized a lot of change within our communities, meaning that these practices are working very well. I had videos, but because of time, we cannot be able to share these videos. What we do with the young people, we do institutional capacity development. We have realized there's a governance gap. We want to bridge a governance gap. We bring young people together to train them, mentor them, including our organization staff. We start with the organizational staff, and we also build the capacity of the youth councils, youth leaders in the communities. And those are, that is what we start with, because we believe if the capacity of young people is built, there will be a strong advocacy program. Number 2, child and youth development. We realized that starting to have these young people cognitive abilities developed is one of the key areas that they can be able to adopt. It's an early adoption that we have developed. We have life skills trainings at schools. Here we also have mindset change at schools. We also have career guidance with the young people. And this is where we form a lot of debate clubs, have these young people engage. Economic empowerment and livelihoods program. This is where we have the self-help groups, where we have young entrepreneurs, where we open innovation hubs to make these young people understand that unemployment is something that we want. But if we are empowered, we are able to thrive. We realized in this country we don't have, there are no jobs, but we can still create our jobs through starting enterprises or businesses. So we realized we can still mobilize finances as young people through that approach. And then we have good governance and human rights and advocacy for effective service delivery. This is where we bring in young people to advocate for their rights. We want them to know that their voice must be heard. They must stand as young people to make sure that everything that they do must be considered as innovation. Everything that they do, as they are raising their voices, there must be a joint voice so that they can advocate and get a cause.
Finally, Julius.
Environmental management and conservation, public health and WASH. Under environmental conservation, we actually realized we needed to take consideration in environment. These young people get a lot of, we get a lot of activities with these young people. We are doing tree planting. We have realized waste management. These people needed to be empowered at a young age so that by the time they grow up, they are able to do all this. We integrate all this environmental management into our programming. Whether we are handling health project, whether we are doing institutional capacity development, we integrate environment. Now allow me briefly to take us through
only the last point. Only the last point, yeah.
Wow. Our recommendations and the key takeaways: leveraging on technologies, strengthening peer-to-peer, increased finance access, expanding innovations in governance, fostering innovations and entrepreneurship, community-based engagements like Barasas, health camps, volunteer programs, and then mainstreaming youth-related issues, ensuring that all the programs, regardless of the sector, are designed with the youth perspectives in mind. I want to take an example of how Fabio and GIZ has integrated environmental management in this conference. If we also integrate issues of young people in all our programming, I know we might achieve. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please give him a big round of applause. And as you can see, in this country, young people are on the move. They are unstoppable. So anytime very soon, you'll see young people taking over. and leading this country. You tell them to stop, they won't. Even when you bring police, we shall not stop. Now, we want to transition, and I know Stephen is leaving. I want to make sure that we ask him a few questions, so he has agreed with his eyes that he can wait a little bit longer. I want to give Kaksoa also, and I know Kaksoa is seated there as a punishment for walking in late. So what we'll do is that we will listen from you, and then we'll have you, George, as well, come in. So this is really around how do you actually integrate and work in culturally diverse communities. So please share your perspectives, and then we'll have George as well step in.
Thank you, Chris, and all the participants in the house. Protocol observed. My name is Sylvia Kapkoek, and I'm the board treasurer of Kapchorwa Civil Society Organizations Alliance. I'm going to talk about a topic which is a little bit unique, and that's about FGM, means female genital mutilation. This practice is carried out in amongst the Sebei. The Sebei are the Kalenjins group, part of the people in Uganda on the eastern side. And for long, this practice has been practiced by the people of Sabine or Sebei. I want to tell you that due to this practice, along the way, several NGOs came on board. As Kaksoa, we involved so many groups, and we had teamwork with the district, and you realize we had there was law passed by the government, so I really appreciate the government. When you look at this female genital mutilation, much as the law is still there, but people still go in hiding to do it, practice it in Kenya or do it in the bushes, and it still happens in private because of the different challenges that some women have been undergoing. One of the reasons, the challenges that we got up there is one, the girl child was denied a right to education, because the meaning of our culture is when you're circumcised, you drop out of school and get married. So there was no proper rights to education, and it really affected the girl child and the young women at large. When the women get married and they are not circumcised, they are usually mocked by the older women for not going through the practice. They are denied to go to the granary to pick food. They are denied to smear the house with the cow dung. You don't enter a kraal. There were so many things. And then at most, intermarriage became a problem because nobody wants to marry a person who is circumcised. Those were some of the many challenges that the women passed in Kapchorwa. But because now that the law is in place, we and the district are still trying to enforce and to advocate, put enough awareness for the people who still go in hiding. But the biggest part of it is because we have, for those who are educated and for those who are in charge, we use the religious leaders to also put more emphasis to discourage this. But the good news is for those who are educated, at least some of us survived. So don't find sometimes the challenge. Someone says, let me see if it is what? Circumcised, something like that. Those are some of the challenges the Sabine girls have passed through. And I really want to appreciate that when we come together like this, something we can share knowledge and see how we can help our people down there. So those are some of the issues we undergo. Can I now ask maybe the technical person, Mr. George, to come in to share?
Yeah. So let's have a microphone to George.
Thank you. Thank you, Sylvia. And thank you, Chris, for this opportunity. I want to really thank all of us who have turned up today, and also who are going to listen to the real ways that we are, as in how we are trying to operate as Kaksoa, or how we should be working in the communities that are deep-rooted with culture, that respect the culture so much.
So one of the phones, I don't know whether it's the one recording or is the one creating the signal challenge. So.
Okay, I think it should be this one here. My friend is close here. So I want to say that working in a culturally, in a cultural diverse communities, you find that there are really different tactics that you need to employ while balancing our development agendas and the culture, while preserving the culture of the people. Because when you went there and you talk so negatively to the people about their culture, sometimes they tend to look at the things that you come with in a negative perspective. So I want to mention out that for us in Kaksoa, we've been able to maneuver some of those challenges and work with the communities, work with all the stakeholders without having bigger challenges, or without rubbing the shoulders with them. One of the key issues that we've been able to do is that we've been able to have partnerships with the local institutions. When I talk about that, we have currently the Sabine Cultural Group, where we have our king now. But I think people are trying to say we don't have kings. We call them cultural leaders. We have a cultural leader in Sebei who we have tried to make sure that we call in, we work with them, we work with his institutions so closely, so that when we have key issues that we need to communicate to the communities, we make sure that we package our issues very clearly, and then he speaks on our behalf. You find that people will listen, and then they will take the issues so seriously. We've been able to front the alternative rite of passage to responsible motherhoods, for example, because in Sebei we practice, people embrace FGM and male circumcision. It's not all FGM that is practiced there. But we say that for the women, because that's what it discouraged so much, because it violates the women's rights. For the women, there should be an alternative rite of passage, that you can educate the women all the cultural issues that are useful without cutting. And we have been able to write, we carried out our research as Kaksoa. We worked with some of the learning institutions, and even the government, local governments, and other partners at the national level, like UNFPA, and that kind of thing, to see whether it is possible to embrace this alternative rite of passage so that we do away with FGM practice in Sebei. So we have some documents we have written, and I think if funds are, if we get some funding, we'll be able to roll out some of those things so that the girls can graduate after being trained and then without undergoing the FGM practice. And then we've been able to have community-led solutions that as we go to the communities, we make sure that we dialogue with the leaders, we dialogue with the community themselves, the women leaders, for example, and then we agree on the solutions, real tangible solutions that can help us fight some of the things. And then we've been able to make sure that we build trust through local partnerships. When I talk of the local partnerships, there are those organizations that are based at the grassroots. These are the champions at the grassroots. When they speak, the women and the people at the lower level will see that our person has spoken. We partnership to them, and we brought them on board. We had trainings. We've trained them. We've educated them on the harmful practices of these bad practice, the cultures, so that while they go down there, they speak like some people who are from there, and yet and they know the real issues that are affecting the communities. Then for us, maybe coming from Kampala or coming from somewhere else, and then we speak about the negativity of FGM, and yet people will come up and say, but how did you know when we are down here ourselves, and that kind of thing. And then we have also been able to make sure that we work with the male, most the male youth. We work with the male, and we created what we call the male or the youth male champions. We've tried to make sure that for them, we encourage them not to marry or not to even
George,
try to.
And I want to give you extra minutes. Let's just, whoever has a phone and is using it, you're disrupting the signal, and that's why we're having microphone challenges. If you can, please just put your phones off or in silent for about a few minutes. Okay. George, continue. Just 2 minutes for you to wrap up.
Let me stand up. So we embraced what we call the youth male champions, where we ensure that our youth who are boys who are about to marry tend to ensure, as in they don't, we discourage them from marrying the girls who are circumcised. So that if you are beautiful and you are circumcised, or you are planning to get circumcised, you will know that once I undergo circumcision, the other gentleman that I love will not go with me, and that kind of thing. So, and it has worked very well. And then we have also tried to accept that culture, to change culture is not something that you have to do in speed. There must be gradual change. And we have agreed with them that we don't want the thing to change immediately, but understand it very clearly. And things are moving slowly, but and in few years to come, you will see that FGM will be history in our communities. And then we have also ensured that that we focused on developments, agendas that honors the culture, like education, like issues of health. When I talk of education, we encourage the girls to go to school. And when they are in school, some of the things are taught, and they will mix up with other people from other cultures, and they will learn. And I think what we are doing is not the right thing, and they will come back home when they are changed already. Finally, we've been able to try to mitigate conflict between tradition and modernity. That it is possible to live in a modern world, and you embrace the good cultural practices, and you do away with the other bad ones. And we've been able to use different examples, like here in Bale, there is Mbalu. People have gone to school, this is a modern way, and they still embrace their culture, which is good, and that kind of thing. So we've been able to emphasize that, and in our work, we have not had big challenges because of the approaches that we've been able to use in the communities.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for
George.
listening.
Thank you. All right, please do clap for George and the whole panel, please. Thank you. Now, this is what we'll do. If you have a question to Stephen about Section 46, this is your opportunity to ask the question. Question to Stephen about, I want to see all the hands at once. Okay, so I'll give Benson number 1, the gentleman in the middle number 2, and the lady at the on this side number 3. And those are the hands I will take. Remember, it's a question, not necessarily a comment.
I beg if you could allow me to There was also something to ask.
So we will
but
have
for Stephen,
just Benson, so clarify for everyone, we will have an opportunity to interrogate this a little bit further, but I want to first deal with section 46 and we conclude that, and we'll
so
have another session for
my question to Stephen, Dr. Stephen, is that yesterday we saw an NGO that was establishing a school. And you know, you mentioned earlier that if you're establishing a service which requires the action of another state agency, or even requiring another registration or licensing, what do we do? Given your advice, what do we do? Do we still run a school without going there? And that's the same thing with the medical facilities that have a special requirement for separate. So what do we do under that circumstance? Thank you.
Here. Number 2.
Thank you. My name is Pastor Paul Batambuze from Nemase, Uganda, Jinja. My question is a little similar. When you're starting, like whichever business that it goes out, the local government requires you to have a trading license within that particular local government so that you can really start some business. Now that you're just telling us that we need to have only 3 documents, what happens? And the other, if it is a school, it requires you to, before you start it, to work with the local authorities around, especially the Ministry of Education.
Thank you. Finally, and then the lady here, and then we bring the microphone in the front to Stephen. The lady is standing right there.
Thank you so much, Dr. Stephen. Your presentation has really clarified on the gray hair area that I had yesterday. Particularly, yesterday we were discussing an organization implementing Section 46, and then wanted to capture the funding opportunity from NSSF, and was put aside and given a condition that they wanted the business, they wanted the organization to incorporate a company limited by shares, not guarantee. And we had a very, very protracted discussion, but I'm glad today you put it right and you've clarified the gray area. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. There's a gentleman here. If I don't give him a microphone, he will really hate me.
Thank you very much. Stephen, while you were giving a presentation, you said if the enterprise bit flourishes, then you can register as an independent entity. I want to find out whether that will attract taxation from Revenue Authority, or because it's affiliated to an organization, there will be no taxation.
Okay,
here.
Perfect. Thank you, everyone. So, Stephen, you have the microphone.
Yes, thank you, Chris. I think all the 4 questions are related in that they all fall in that 3rd category that I was talking about, of the other stakeholders. Now, the first one of Benson and also the others is that the moment you decide that you want to go into establishing a school as a way of raising money, you definitely, in your analysis, as you are preparing to go into this, will know that there is no way you are going to operate a school without involving Minister of Education. And there is no way Minister of Education is going to allow you to operate without you getting some clearances from them. So it means that in addition to getting all this internal clearance, then the NGO Bureau giving you a go-ahead, there's always going to be some line, either ministry or agency, depending on your objective. So it means that the management of the NGO, when they're analyzing and preparing for that journey to start, let them look into all these. That the moment you pick a school as the component that's going to raise money for you, let them reach that third component and outline all the stakeholders needed. You cannot go around Ministry of Education. You need them. In addition to also that document from NGO Bureau, the number of NGOs operating schools, but is Ministry of Education aware about them? Yes, they are. Are they also registered there? Yes, they are. But the fact that they are an NGO, yes, they have their documents as an NGO, but also any document required from Ministry of Education is also there. Now, the same also applies to the next question, that the trading licenses, would you need it? Yes, you'll need it because you are making some profits and you are actually doing work that is raising money for you. Now, the third question, the one that involves NSSF, I think it is something I forgot to talk about. The same way we are sitting in this room talking about Section 46, and so many people are just appreciating and coming on board, is the same way so many stakeholders out there also don't yet appreciate it. Meaning that apart from only us engaging in this room, the NGO Bureau and also other stakeholders have a responsibility to also do the same to other stakeholders. Because I will tell you that if you walked, let me say, to NSSF, for them they are used to only a company limited by shares, the one doing something. So it means that if there are cases like this, my advice to the NGO is always bring it to the attention of NGO Bureau. NGO Bureau will be the one to go and talk to that stakeholder to explain to them. If you do it yourself, they'll not understand. So if at all you came across a case like that, it's always important, request that NGO Bureau, please. You can actually write to NGO Bureau, and NGO Bureau will write to them and clarify and explain to them, and also if possible, request for a meeting with them so that others who may come after you may not face the same challenge. So in terms of building the capacity, it doesn't only stop with the NGO side, even other stakeholders. Because now I'll tell you that in relation to the fourth bit, when you engage Revenue Authority, you may need NGO Bureau, some say also from NGO Bureau there, because if you just go like that, they may refuse to give you any form of tax exemption. They may tell you that yes, you are getting some profits. That means that we are going to consider in this category. So it means that as you go into this journey, wherever you are facing a hurdle with a stakeholder under that third category, it's important that involve the NGO Bureau, call for their intervention where you may need NGO Bureau. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stephen. Please join me in thanking Stephen and for his patience, as well. Now, colleagues, you realize that today we are dealing with things as they evolve. Being the last day, we want to make sure that we are not leaving any loose ends, but also we expect the Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, the First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for East African Community Affairs. So we will be adapting our program as the day goes. We will try as much as possible to cover everything that has to be covered today, but we'll also make sure that we conclude this day on time. So we will now take our break, and we will return 10 minutes past 11. And when we return, we will tell you actually what will happen next. Let me stop promising things. I thought by now we would have our chief guest, but she's not yet here, so we will be able to adapt as well as soon as we return. So 10 minutes past 11, our timekeepers, please make sure everyone is back in the room.
love it. Gonna sing it to you time and time again. Oh, Casanova, Casanova. Every man deserves a good woman, and I want you to be my wife. Time is so much better spent, baby, with a woman just like you in my life. So let me love you, say you up inside, I want to hold you, baby. So let me squeeze you. Don't you know that I'll get down on my knees for you, baby. You see, I ain't much on Casanova. Me and
They say we're young and we don't know. Won't find out until we grow.
well, I don't know, baby, if that's true. 'Cause you got me, baby, I got you.
Babe,
I got you, babe. I got you, babe.
they say our love won't pay the rent. Before it's earned, our money's always spent.
I guess that's so we don't have a lot, but at least I'm sure of all the things we got.
Baby,
I got you, babe. I got you, babe. I got flowers in the spring. I got you to wear my ring.
and when I said you're found, and when I get scared, you're always around. So let them say your hair's too long. I don't care, with you I can't go wrong.
Then put your little hand in mine. There ain't no hill or mountain we can't climb. Baby, I got you, babe. I got you, babe. I got you, babe. I got you to hold my hand.
I've got you to understand.
I've got you to walk with me.
I've got you to talk with me.
I got you to kiss goodnight.
I've got you to hold me tight.
I got you and I won't let go.
I've got you to love me so.
I got you, babe. Me and Romeo ain't never been friends. Can't you see how much I really love you? Gonna sing it to you time and time again. Oh, Casanova, Casanova. Every man deserves a good woman, and I want you to be my wife. Time is so much better spent, baby, with a woman just like you in my life. So let me love you, say you up inside, I want to hold you, babe. You see, I ain't much on Casanova. Me and Romeo ain't never been friends. Can't you see how much I really love you? Gonna say it to you time and time again. Oh, Casanova, Casanova, oh, Casanova, Casanova. Every time I wanna see you, I can't find the words to tell you so. But I love, I love, I love, I love, I love you, babe. And I just got to let you know how much I need you. Show you what you mean to me each day, babe. So let me hold you. Keep it safe and warm, I'll be your sweetheart, babe. Baby, baby, baby. And when I told you, girl, I'm an average guy, you seem to know just how I really feel. 'Cause I can't let you go. I need you, I want you to stay right here with me. But baby, I never knew love until you gave me love. Oh, Casanova, I tell me what to say. Casanova, I can't let her get away. Oh, Casanova, I tell me what to do. I know Casanova, I just wanna be with you. Listen, baby, I wanna make sweet love to you. I wanna be there when you feel alone. Never let you go, no, Casanova.
Go ahead, man. Here, have $1. In fact, no, brother man, here, have 2. $2 means a snack for me, but it means a big deal to you. Be strong, serve God only. Know that if you do, beautiful heaven awaits. That's the poem I wrote for the first time. I saw a man with no clothes, no money, no plate, Mr. Wendell. That's his name. No one ever knew his name, cause he's a no one. Never thought twice about spending on an old bum until I had the chance to really get to know one. Now that I know him, to give him money isn't charity. He gives me some knowledge, I buy him some shoes. And to think blacks spend all their money on big colleges, still most of y'all come out confused. Go ahead, Mr. Wendell. Go ahead, Mr. Wendell. Mr. Wendell has freedom, a free that you and I think is dumb. Free to be without the worries of a quick-to-diss society, for Mr. Wendell's a bum. His only worries are sickness and an occasional harassment by the police in their chase. Uncivilized we call him, but I just saw him eat off the food we waste. Civilization, are we really civilized? Yes or no? Who are we to judge when thousands of innocent men could be brutally enslaved or killed over a racist grudge? Mr. Wendell has tried to warn us about our ways, but we don't hear him talk. Is it his fault when we've gone too far, and we got too far, cause on him we've walked? Mr. Wendell, a man, a human in flesh, but not by law. I feed you dignity to stand with pride. Realize that all in all, you stand tall. Go ahead, Mr. Wendell. Mr. Wendell, yeah. Yeah, Mr. Wendell.
policeman. Now lightning strikes at 8, so you better not be late for this rubber dubbing, rockin', jamming, fun, fun, loving, yeah. Reggae night, we come together when the feeling right. Oh, reggae night, and we'll be jamming till the morning light. You will find it happens only once a year, so take advantage of this festive
ready, set, let's go. Dance floor pro, I know, you know, I go psycho when my new joint hit. Just can't sit, gotta get jiggy with it. Ooh, that's it, now honey, honey, come ride. DKNY, all up in my eye. You got a rider, bag with a lot of stuff in it. Give it to your friend, let's spin. Everybody looking at me, glancing a kid. Wishing they was dancing a jig here with this handsome kid. Sick a cigar right from Cuba Cuba. I just bite it, it's for the look, I don't light it. They'll wait the ammo on the end, stay on play. Give it up, jiggy, make it feel like foreplay. Yo, my cardio is infinite. Ha ha, Big Willie style's all in it. Getting jiggy with it. Getting jiggy with it. Getting jiggy with it. Getting jiggy with it. What? You on the ball with your kid? Watch your step, you might fall trying to do what I did. Mama, I'ma come close side in the middle of the club with the rubber dub. No love for the haters, mad cause I got floor seats at the Lakers. See me on the 50-yard line with the Raiders. Met Ali, he told me I'm the greatest. I got the fever for the flavor of a crowd pleaser. DJ play another from the Prince of this Your Highness. Only bad chicks riding my whip. South to the west, to the east, to the north. Bump my hips and watch them go off. But yes, sure. You don't stop in the winter order. I makes it high, getting jiggy with them. Getting jiggy with it. Getting jiggy with it. Getting jiggy with it. 850 IS if you need a lift. Who's the kid in the drop? Who else will slip? Living that life, some consider a myth. Rock from South Street to 125th. Women used to tease me, give it to me now nice and easy. Since I moved up like George and Wheezy, cream to the maximum, I'll be axing them. Would you like to bounce with your brother that's platinum? Never see Will attacking them. Rather play ball with Shaq and them, flatten them. Like getting, thought I took a spell, but I didn't. Trust the lady of my life, she hitting. Hit her with a drop top, with the ribbon. Crib for my mom on the outskirts of Philly. You trying to flex on me? Don't be silly. Getting jiggy with it. Getting jiggy with it. Getting jiggy with it. Getting jiggy with it.
Everybody sing, everybody dance. Lose yourself in wild romance. We're going to party, caramba, fiesta, forever. Come on and sing along. We're going to party, caramba, fiesta, forever. Come on and sing along.
Okay, DJ, welcome back from the break. Welcome back from the break. And for those of you who are still taking your tea, please just carry the tea inside the room. Loy, may I request just tell everyone to bring their tea inside the room. In the meantime, I don't know whether Sharifa is here. Sharifa from Idiwa. Ladies and gentlemen, DJ, just increase the mic a bit. Those of you who are outside, please come into the room so we can start our conversation. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We will begin our session now. And as agreed before the break, we would be making quite a number of changes to our program to accommodate the late arrivals, the early departures, and be able to make sure we are achieving the objectives of this conference. I did mention yesterday that with us, we have members of the steering committee, and I had introduced the other 6 who are here, so allow me at this moment to acknowledge and welcome Ms. Mamtaz Ismail from the office, I hope I pronounced the name right, from the office of the Auditor General. So please join me in welcoming her with a clap. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us, especially today. I also have to acknowledge, I saw Patrick. Is Patrick still around? Or he's decided to leave again? Mr. Patrick Kayemba. I guess I'll acknowledge him when he comes in. But Patrick Kayemba is the founding executive director, as far as I can remember, of Fabio. And he was also the immediate former district chairperson for Uganda district. So we are pleased to have him today. We will now constitute our panel, which should have been breakout sessions but like I said, we agreed to make adaptations to the program. And may I now invite Ms. Sharifa Okay, guys, you know I'm from Western Uganda. Eh? There are some letters I cannot pronounce following each other. So if I stop at Sharifa, you know I can't pronounce two R's following each other. So but it is Mbazalire. Mbazalire is easier. But for yours, it is Mbazalile. Okay, she will give us the right pronunciation. We also have Yes Busia, an organization that has done incredible work in using sports for development. And I think Yes Busia had actually prepared to demonstrate a football game for us. So we will make sure we take advantage of that before the lunch break. So may I invite Yes Busia to join us on the panel as well. Most of you may recall that during COVID-19, the lockdown, quite a number of young girls, I think, were defiled. That's the right terminology to use, by oftentimes older men. And we had young girls becoming pregnant, dropping out of school. And we have an organization concerned for children and women empowerment that has been doing incredible work in building resilience and inclusivity amongst young mothers affected by the shock of motherhood. I can't remember which region we were in. It must have been Lango, where a district chief administrative officer said they have the youngest grandmother. And you'll be shocked the age of that grandmother, less than 20 years of age. Yeah, I see the shock on your faces. We were all shocked when we had that announcement. And it's not good. So Concerns for Children and Women are going to share with us some of the experiences from the work that they have done. And then finally, domestic violence. And Rita is in the room. She's an expert on this topic. Not that you are a victim, an expert. You have experience in domestic. That would have sounded wrong. But the thing is, I think in our communities, this is still a very, very huge challenge. And I don't know whether it is reverse psychology or something. Even us men, we have started complaining of violence against us in our families. Elizabeth, you ask the expert. I think you bring a microphone. Microphone. I told you today we are going to adapt so many things. Microphone to Rita. She will tell you the statistics of men suffering abuse in their homes. It's quite alarming and shocking. Unfortunately, Rita Achiro here. Unfortunately, I think most men do not talk. So, but Rita, please educate some of us who don't believe that men suffer violence. And the microphone is right there for you.
Thank you, Chris. Men, women, boys, girls all suffer abuse. I think the difference is the magnitude and the coping mechanism. And as you rightly so put it, it's part of the reverse psychology, it's part of the backlash that now the issue, when one man shouts, people forget the 100,000 women who were beaten and abused. And that is something that we have to be cautious about. However, we can't deny the fact that there are some men who get abused, but the mechanisms of coping are very different, and how society responds to men's abuse and women's abuse is also different. When a woman reports an abuse, it's taken to be something that is very private, For a man, it's not acceptable for him to be abused or even talk. So that's the difference.
Thank you. Thank you, Rita. So, Elizabeth, as you can see, it's a very huge problem. And it's still a problem, I think, in our society as... so, Tassilo is equally surprised. Yeah, I understand. Tassilo is from Europe. Microphone, please. I think this joke of Tassilo being from Europe has become tired. We should get another one to...
You're right, I'm from Europe, but I've been also on this continent for a while and in about 33 countries in Africa. And I think, yes, men obviously also sometimes get abused, but it is not as structural as the abuse of women. And that's, I think, what makes the difference. So you find individual cases, and you would find that everywhere. But still, I think 95% of the abuse cases are women. And or when you look at crime statistics, how many women are involved actually in violent crime versus how many men are involved in violent crime? So if you narrow down, you find that it's generally the perpetrators are men, and gender-based violence is largely men against women. But it doesn't exclude the fact that obviously also men can be victims, and that also for men there needs to be mechanisms for them to report. And it's difficult for men, that's true, because they, you kind of feel that you lose status if you would go and say, hey, I've been a victim of abuse by my woman. And I think your fellow men would look at you and say, oh, are you not strong enough to control your woman? But I think we should still emphasize or focus on the issue that is really prevalent here. It's not a male marathon runner who got burnt by his wife or ex-lover. It's a female marathon runner, and she had status. She was an Olympian, but she still got into this terrible situation of gender-based violence. So if that happens to someone who has status like her, what do other women go through? What do other women go through? And that's, I think, why, yes, I agree, it happens, but I think we have to look at where the main and structural problem is. That's it.
I think this is a very well-made argument. There's a historical, there's a cultural and structural challenge. And domestic violence disproportionately affects women. And I think the argument is very well made. So please join me in thanking Rita and Tassilo for their contributions on this topic. But then keep clapping as you welcome Kau, K-A-W-U-O. I don't know whether it's Kau or Kawowo. Kau has been doing incredible work on breaking barriers towards active women participation in decision-making and development processes. And I think we will have to make sure we augment what they will share with everything that has already been shared on the floor. So that's our panel, and you can see it is also disproportionately women, which is deliberate. The previous panel was 50-50, but the one before that was actually also 3/4 men. So I'm glad that we have redeemed ourselves in constituting our panels today. So we will start with Sharifa on sharing and working with persons with disabilities and gender-specific challenges. You have the time we promised that we would give you, so please go ahead and share your experiences and perspectives.
Thank you so much. Good morning, colleagues. Protocol observed. The name Chris is Mbazarire. I'm surprised that you can't say it, and yet it is also.
I have to redeem myself. I think the person who typed this one really misled me. It is Mbazarire. That one I can pronounce.
Okay. Yeah, the name is Mbazarire Sharifa. I work with Integrated Disabled Women Activities, IDIWA. We are in Uganda, but also working in the sub-region of Busoga. We are here to bring the disability inclusion aspects in the discussion. Okay. We are here to bring the disability inclusion aspects in the discussion. And most of the few things I was supposed to share, I'm glad that we've been discussing them in the different breakout sessions, in the different discussions that have been held here. We've been able to discuss most of the things that I'm supposed to deliberate on. But I'll speak to the sustainability to the compliancy, the major topic in the room. I think everyone wants to comply and not perish. So I will speak to that and what we have been able to do in that time we've been here. We've been here for 24 years now. We are yet to celebrate our 25th anniversary. That is next year. We were established in 2000 on a basis to bring an inclusive society where women and girls with disabilities have a self-reliant and respected life. Speaking to the how do we support the girls and young women with disabilities? Well, first of all, the major thing that we've emphasized is localization and local ownership. Today I see the vice chairperson of Kaliro District, one of the duty bearers we work with in Kaliro District. And we've been sure to make sure these are part of the team. Fellow CSO members, everything aside, there is one thing that I know that will bring you results, is making sure that the district is on your side. Today, I can have a project in Kaliro, and I'm sure I'll just add an addendum to my MOU, and it is signed immediately, because I know I've been with these people and even in the implementation. One way we do this is we bring the opportunities to the duty bearers. If you have a consultancy, a training or a consultancy activity, make sure you use the available resources, and this is the human resource at the district level. They are knowledgeable, they are technical people. For example, some of you are dealing are deliberate on environmental effects, impacts and climate change effects. But we have environmental officers in these districts, we have the agricultural officers. Please, if you want a good relationship, make sure they are given the TORs to also be able to participate. This way, it is easier for you to go on with the subsequent activities in case you are to move forward. Then the other thing, we have made sure that women are at the center of this. The girls and young women with disabilities are at the center of this. Sometimes we want to make sure we are the ones doing the work, we are the ones implementing, we are the ones giving the feedback to the district, and we forget that we are just helping people to voice their issues. We leave them behind and act as the key speakers in the issues we put front. Please ensure that you have the young women, that's for my case, young women and men. That is for others who deal with the unisex aspect. Make sure they are at the front of doing the work. You do not take the lead, because remember, we are trying to fit into the available structures. We are not trying to bring something new to the table. So you have to make sure you are at the back and just backing up the linkage between the people you want a better life for and the district. Then the other thing is to understand totally how government works, or how the local government in your area works. For example, we have been deliberate to understand the budgeting and planning processes so that we carry out budget advocacy. Sometimes we miss out the chances because it starts earlier and we want to come in at a later stage when the budget is already on another level, at national level. We have to remember budgets start from within our local areas, then move forward. The other thing, reporting. I had one of the duty bearers who spoke prior talking about us failing to report. Sometimes when you go in there, you want only the memorandum signed, and after that you're not deliberate to go back and give feedback. You're not part of the few NGOs that are known in the area that come back for review meetings. You don't give feedback, we don't allow scrutiny, we don't allow them to give us another perspective. Sometimes you come with your activities already planned, you do an inception meeting. Inception meetings are supposed to feed on what can be changed in what you thought is on ground. You come and then you leave out the ideas that they bring to the table. This is feedback we get and we accept too. So I think it's the only prudent that we also did the same. Well, how do we also do this? We are trying to bench on young people. They have diverse needs and very dynamic, but so is their energy. Yeah, the major topic in the room has been how the founder syndrome is affecting everyone. But then on the other side, it's also challenging to mentor young people. That one I can say. We have tried to mentor young women and girls with disabilities, and sometimes, in most cases, it's all in vain. You may not really get the, but definitely, eventually, you will see some change. You see some of them come on board. So let's embrace them. Don't give up. And sometimes, when you feel it's weighing you down, that is the point where you need to get them even closer. Young women and girls with disabilities, of course, we are not one homogeneous group as women. We have diversity in us. We are just heterogeneous. Even when you think someone is exactly on commitments. You know, advocacy, you have to keep talking and talking and talking and doing, and yet when someone asks you what are the results, you may have a small win. Some people call them small wins, but you know, every win is worth celebrating when it comes to advocacy. So make sure you have a follow-up on everything you do. And as new projects come in, try to link the old project to the new project, because it's supposed to push you to the next level. Don't drop off the old commitments, drop off the old energy, and then pick up on new things before you finish the others. We've tried to do some policy advocacy, and I'm proud to say that we've tried to influence policies in Kamuli, Kaliro, Iganga, and Jinja. But there is one thing I can say, advocating for a policy change is a process. It does not happen in a minute. You have to be very patient. Sometimes you have donor fund used and that project goes, but then you have to wait for another one and continue on the same issue. So sometimes when things fail on this project, please don't drop it there. Make sure that you push it forward so that you can harness the outcomes. Then the other thing that I can say, we are using about 5 strategies. That is lobbying advocacy. I've talked about the planning and budgeting processes in districts. And then we also do some capacity building. Well, this is supposed to help us with the movement building that ends up being our sustainability plan. I am building these young people to take up leadership, to take up positions, but it is not a one-day thing. Mentoring and capacity building is also a core.
Finally, are we getting there?
Yes.
Okay.
Then linking and learning, then DML, data monitoring, evaluation, and learning. Most of us invest very little when it comes to monitoring and evaluation, and yet is the major component when it comes to donors. They want to see what you have done in terms of results, but very little is allocated to monitoring and evaluation. I think this is a major challenge. Even with us, we are just trying to cope up. Please ensure that you have data, because now you have to do evidence-based advocacy. Your data, your monitoring and evaluation feeds your next project. So every time you're doing a project, how is it going to add onto your organization? Make sure that the products from that particular project can inform the next steps for the next projects. The other components that we miss out that I've seen is the communication. We do a lot out there, but communicate little. Make use of the social media and handles, the different handles under social media. It is great for your work.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And we have also, please do clap for Sharifa. And we also have a member from the steering committee who is from Nudipu, the National Union of Disabled Persons in Uganda. And so Dennis, at some point, in case I draw on you, it's also good for you to share your experience to complement what Sharifa has said. Now, I would like us to transition to Kawowo. Kau. Yes? Kau, right? Perfect. Please do share your perspectives as well.
All protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen.
Just one moment. Gentlemen, I feel like the microphones are getting lower and lower. So if you can find ways of increasing so that we do not struggle to hear, especially for the people online.
Yes. Is it a good morning or good afternoon? Good morning. My name is Chegem Dorothy. I work for Karamoja Women Umbrella Organization. Yes, Karamoja is based in the region, and we are operating in all the districts of Karamoja. Our focus is on women and the girls. Yes, today I am here to share our own experience on our struggle towards eliminating or contributing to ending gender-based violence in relation to increasing the participation of women in decision-making. Yes, we have done some work, and why I'm here today, I wanted members to tell you two things why I'm here representing the women of Karamoja. I was born in that community. I know what it means by your rights being violated. My grandfather, at the age of 12, got for me a man and got animals when I didn't know, when I was still in primary, not until I was supported by my teacher. That is why I am here today. Then the second reason why I'm here today, I was in senior 3 when we are going to collect firewood from the bush. And they ambushed us. We were 20 girls from the age of 12 to 17 years. But 16 were killed because of the war, because of the raids, and it was only us, the 4 of us, who made home again. That is why I am here today representing how sometimes the cultural practices hinder our participation in decision-making spaces. Yes, before I share some of the approaches that we have been utilizing in our own communities, I wanted to cite some of these gender stereotypes that are really greatly affecting us in the region as far as Karamoja is concerned. Yes, and cultural practices influences so much the gender stereotypes that hinders our participation in decision making. One of it is, yes, we are considered as, we are taken like a person who creates wealth to the family, a source of wealth, if I may say. Yes, because of that, yes, there is always a demand for dowry. And you know what it means by a person paying you, and at the end of the day, you become a property for that person. You cannot have any voice in that family. Then the second one is a belief in our community that if you take a girl child to school, that girl child is going to become a prostitute. Completely, because of the high illiteracy rates in the region, Yes, people have that belief that no, I only want cows. There is no use for me to take my child to school. And also a belief that some positions are not meant for ladies. I know this one is not only for Karamoja. Yes, previously we had support from Uganda Women's Network in 2021, and then GIZ mobilizing women to take up leadership position in 2021. Then there was a woman who came up and stood for LC3 position in one of the sub-counties. But in our community, some men came out and said, members, no, if you want to contest for this position, you urinate while standing. If you don't urinate while standing, meaning this position is not meant for you. And because of that, the lady has won the primaries, but she didn't make it in final. Those are some of the and also I believe that, yes, we are not supposed to go for health services. Yes, some of our cultures does not allow us women to go for health services, including birth, or determine the number of children that you want to have. All this affects our participation in decision making. Yes, as Karamoja women, what is that we are doing trying to address all these issues in the region? Yes, one of the approach that we are using right now, innovative approach, we are using the approach called EMAP, engaging men in accountable practices. This approach is looking at holding the men accountable for their actions, including us here, not only in outside, but also in the work we do and in the community. And we follow the phases of the implementation of that approach. The second approach that we are using as KAWO, we are using the approach called SASA. SASA is start, awareness, support, action. That is another approach that we are trying to do as an organization to address the issues of violence and then the gender stereotypes in the region. Then the third approach that we are using is the elders engagement. We all know that we have a shrine, a elders composition that always makes decisions in Karamoja. And you find that in these elders, it's called the aggregate, that is an elders forum, where the decisions pertaining the development of the society are made. The composition of this forum is only purely for men and elders that are initiated. You can be having a PhD in Karamoja, you can be a member of parliament, a minister, but if you are not initiated to be part of that elders forum, you cannot participate, or you cannot even say a word. Yes, we have been trying to influence this kind of spaces we have started funding them with a target that how better can we influence, penetrate this kind of spaces for a woman to be represented. Because we believe that when women come around this kind of spaces, they can be able to raise the issues that affect them and be considered when they are planning. Yes, that is one of the approach. And then we are also using the boys champions, and then the men champion. Yes, and the fifth one, we are also using the approach called the Girl Shine approach, where we identify mentors and we take through a number of trainings, and each mentor in a community has a number of girls, especially on reproductive health issues and early marriages. Yes, we assign each mentor the number of girls to mentor. Your work is always to meet with these girls, interact with them, sensitize them, get feedback from them, and then share with us and come up with the right strategies. Okay. Those are some of the things that we have been doing as KAWO.
Thank you so much.
Conclusively, we have, from 2019 to 2022, We registered 2,992 cases. The Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development gave us a password for a national database to be entering all the GBV cases. We believe that the cases that we entered, they have been used in the formulation of strategies on how better we can address the gender issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please give them a big round of applause. Now, I think to complement your presentation, we'll now go to concerns for children and women.
Hello. Hello. Yes, all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Sarah Namugolo. I work with Concern for Children and Women Empowerment. We are located in Jinja, and at the moment we are working in Busoga sub-region, and specifically we are working in Kamuli and Mayuge. I am here to share with us an experience with supporting teenage mothers on the shock they go through as young mothers and how they've been resilient for them to be able to support themselves and support their babies. We have programs running in the 2 districts, and our mission is to empower in and out of school children in social and life skills. And specifically for the past 5 years, our focus has been on teenage mothers. Why are we working with teenage mothers? All of us are aware that Busoga sub-region is one of those regions that has suffered the high rates of teenage pregnancies. And the rates range from 21 to 34%. Sometimes the rates have been above the national figures. And as Kofka, we also carried out a research on teenage pregnancies. And our findings was, by then it was 2019, and it was at 24%. Some of the findings regarding the causes of teenage pregnancies, we realized that there is limited access to SRH information to the young people, and this has resulted from the fact that some parents are unable to openly share sexuality information with their children. And this does not only relate to the rural parents, but sometimes even the elite parents are a victim. And actually, if I just chose out one of us to share something about sexuality and we just did a role play, you would tell that actually even us in this room are victims. Sometimes we find it challenging to openly discuss sexuality with our children. And of course, this has come as a result of some cultural barriers. So some people feel that talking about sex is a taboo openly to my biological child. I can share an experience. Before I came on Tuesday. I participated in a bridal shower where we were preparing a bride who was going to get married. But the people that were talking to her could not mention the word sex. She was saying that word sex, she could not mention it. And yet this is someone we were preparing for marriage. So that tells you the gravity of that insecurity that parents have to talk about sexuality issues. And yet this is one of the root causes why our children are finding it a problem. And actually, what happens is that we are scared to talk to them about sexuality to prepare them about the dangers that can come out, but yet we are quick to blame them when they become pregnant. This has been one of the experiences where we see parents, getting very annoyed and chasing away these girls because they've become pregnant. But when you ask them, the causes, at the end of the day, you realize that actually the parents had a bigger role in contributing towards these young girls getting pregnant. The other cause that we have experienced is the breakdown in our socio-cultural system, where we used to send our children to their aunties and uncles for them to be taken through the sexuality sessions. You may realize that that has died. Some of us, as old as we are, you might realize that we've never visited our uncles and our aunties. So if that is the role that is given to them, it means our children have suffered a lot with the limited access to such information. And also, the schools, by the way, as you may remember, as we were growing up, majority of us, we used to have sessions with senior men and senior women teachers where we could be taken through those sessions, preparing us. But as we talk now, the schools are focusing so much on academics, and they no longer value those sessions where they prepare children and equip them with sexuality information. So those are some of the causes why our children are getting pregnant at an early age, and yet we are responsible. Most of us are responsible. But when they become pregnant, many of us are quick to judge them and also to chase them away from their homes. Now, that is why Kofkawe has come up with the interventions to empower these teenage mothers, and some of our interventions include equipping them with livelihood skills. We train them for 6 months in the trades of their choice, and after they graduate, we also equip them with a startup kit so that they can be able to earn a living. They can be able to have a livelihood for them to be able to take care of themselves and their babies. But also, as a lesson learned, as we kept, for the past 5 years, we have learned that some of these girls are getting pregnant when they are so young, as young as 13 years. As young as, we have one who is 12 years. So equipping that one with a livelihood skill. Sometimes, she's not yet mature. She cannot really comprehend what it means, to manage a business, although we equip them with business management skills. And as a learning, we thought about a program that we have piloted, Return and Retain Teenage Mothers in Schools. And this program was aimed at encouraging those that are still able to go back for formal education, to go back so that they can be able to go through the formal education. And under that program, we support them with the scholastic materials. We have a campaign that we are running that we have called Give Me a Second Chance. Because like I have shared with you that many parents get annoyed and angered when these girls get pregnant, and in most cases they say, for you, your chance is what? Is gone. Now it is a chance for your siblings. So we are running a campaign that we have named Give Me a Second Chance, where we are advocating to these parents to give these young teenage mothers a second chance so that they can be able to go back to school and make it in life. And this we have piloted since last year, and we have so far 50 girls that have gone back to school, and they are doing so well. And among them, we have picked out some that we have called teenage mother heroes, and they like the name and they are proud of it because it has the name hero. So their role is to go out and sensitize others about the dangers of early sex and the dangers of becoming pregnant at an early age. So these have helped us so much. And when they speak out of experience, what they went through and what it meant for them when they became pregnant, it has worked for us because the rest of the children listen to them because these are sharing from real life experience. For the past 5 years, we have so far enrolled 500 teenage mothers on the program. And these, we have trained them in skills that range from hairdressing, tailoring, and also those short courses, like liquid soap making, depending on what their interest is. And as we talk now, we have some about 150 of them that are managing their businesses, and they are doing so well. And out of their businesses, they've been able to take care of themselves and also to take care of their babies. Yes. Also, out of our interventions, we've been able to carry out campaigns at the community level, and the aim is to change the attitude and practices towards the teenage mothers within the communities, because it is important. Many times, because of the negative attitudes, these young mothers have been hindered to come out and fulfill their potentials, because it doesn't mean that because I became pregnant at the age of 13, that kills all my potentials.
Thank you.
Yes, just to conclude, yeah, we are planning to enroll these programs to other places so that we can be able to reach a wider coverage for us to impact the larger community that we are working with. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Please do clap as they fix my microphone. I think, Tassilo, what are you showing me?
Yeah, no, it's just the screen was duplicating and so on.
Oh, okay. I pay attention to. All right, guys. Thank you. I think a lot of incredible work is being done here. And I'd like to really invite you to thank these 3 organizations that have just shared their experience for. And when she was listing the problems, the causes of, teenage pregnancies, I think she was polite. She didn't mention stupid men. I don't know whether we can add that to the list, because these young girls don't get pregnant by themselves. Yeah. And unfortunately, it's old men. It's not their peers. It's not 12-year-old boys. It's sometimes even 40-year-old men. And I think we should add that to the list. And for the men, please clap for the women for that reason to be added on the list. Stupid men. So please, let's clap for that. Yes, Rita. Please bring the microphone. I think this should be on the record as well. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I was just saying, unfortunately, statistics show that incest is on the increase, and this was even proven during COVID, during the lockdown.
Yeah.
The girls got pregnant in the households.
Yeah.
So it's not just about some man out there.
Yeah.
It's about stupid men within our households.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Who are making these young girls pregnant.
Yeah.
Shamefully, some of them are fathers.
Yeah. Uncles, brothers. Yeah, it's really bad. And guys, listen. I think the statistics during lockdown were heart-wrenching. It's just, it's something we cannot even think about. It was sad, and I'm glad you have an intervention for re-enrolling these teenage mothers back to school. That I think some of our government policies were not facilitative of that arrangement, to get girls that had gotten pregnant back to school. And I think for the government officials that are here, and this is perhaps a good time to also re-recognize Patrick Kayemba, the founding executive director, I think, of Fabio, and former chairperson, Iganga District, for joining us. The district officials that are here, yes, please do welcome him. We have to make sure that we have deliberate policy to get these kids back to school. Yeah. Because it's the old men, it's the old fathers, old uncles that are doing this. There's a case of an uncle who raped a 2-year-old girl. So, and for you men, Bambe, that feel bad that we have added stupid men on the list, the thing is, it's not you we are talking about. We are talking about those that are outside of here who do not really deserve to be recognized as men. So I think that topic should be It's something that we have to discuss and find feasible solutions. Beyond educating young girls, we have to educate and socialize the men as well on this issue. Now, for this particular next session, Karamoja has raised their hand, so I will have to take you. But now I don't want to do a panel, sorry, a plenary yet. My colleague will do that. So
I'm sorry, this is a quick one, and we have to put it in consideration as some of us ladies or girls or young girls pass through this. It's also because of child negligence, something like that, and growing up maybe with a single mother. And for example, like me, I have a boy who is 23 years old. I'm just 38. I gave birth around 15, 16 years. The boy is there. He's working at Stanbic, and we shouldn't give up. At times when we give up, we get pregnant, and you think that that's the end of the life, the road for you or as a girl child. But we have to fight for our children also. These men want only one thing. One thing like this, and when he passes through you, that's the end. Fight for your children as a mother. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I wonder why the men are not clapping, guys.
They know.
All right. So for the next panelist, okay, thank you so much. Thank you. For the next panelist, allow me invite my colleague Rita, and I think you must see they have a ball, there's a lot of exhibition that's going to happen here. We are transiting some kind of energy breaking things, so they will make their presentation. Gentlemen and ladies, can we are in a somber mood because of teenage pregnancy. I don't know where the excitement has come from. So I want to transition. Allow me to transition to good energy. So Busia C is going to share the work they're doing using sports for development. And my colleague Rita, who's been working with me, is from that particular organization, and she will introduce the next panelist. But after that, she will also moderate a session of plenary, where you can make a contribution on any of the topics that have been discussed in this particular panel. But if there's something that sat with you in the previous panel as well, you can bring it in that session. And then at 1 o'clock, we will break for our lunch, and we'll reconvene at 2 o'clock. So please clap for me as I get off the podium, and clap for Rita as she comes back.
Thank you very much, Chris, and good afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if I've been here much today, and I want to thank Chris for turning up the heat and then inviting me to this session. I must say I am very, very humbled to be here at this time. I feel very well represented by everyone that is seated on the panel. And I'll give my reasons why before I invite Baker to take us through. I am like my sister from Karamoja. I conceived at the age of 19. I did not consent. I got pregnant, so thankfully my mother is an exceptional woman. She supported me through that experience, and I had my firstborn child, who is now 20 years old, and my child was born with a disability. So, and I think this disability would have been prevented if I had access to information on SRHR, and if I had attended antenatal clinics, it would have been prevented. It's kyphoscoliosis that she has. And so I am emotional at the moment because I think for the very first time I'm being heard, and on a very big stage, and I am grateful for that. And of course, Baker is here to share with us what Youth Environment Service, an NGO that is operating in Busia district, is doing to support teenage girls and their parents to navigate issues around menstrual health and the cost of the products. I want to invite Baker to do us justice, and I think it's important that you have this ball, which symbolizes the sports that we use. You can.
Habari byaibo jo wanyara nawe. All right. A good afternoon, our honored guests, the distinguished delegates, and esteemed partners. I am Semakula Baker, and I've joined my colleague Rita from Yes Busia. We are representing Yes Busia, and we are really glad to be here. At Yes Busia, we are proud to be pioneers in using sport for social development, and our innovative approach has empowered young people to take charge of their lives, their health, their education, and so much more. Before we navigate through the menstrual health management, allow me please show you how we use sport for social development, if time allows.
You have a few minutes, so make the best of it.
Thank you, Rita. Yes, at Yes Busia, we utilize sport as a powerful tool for social development, focusing on youth empowerment, education, and community engagement through programs such as Football for Social Change, that's using football to promote life skills, teamwork, and healthy lifestyles. We have another program, Girls Empowerment through sports, enhancing confidence, self-confidence, self-esteem, and gender equality. We have another program for sports for education, integrating sports with educational programs to improve attendance and academic performance. We also have community outreach, using sports to engage marginalized communities and promote social inclusion. This is how we do it. We have trainings and workshops. We have coaches and trainers who educate participants on specific skills and life skills. We have mentorship. The trained mentors provide guidance, support, and role modeling. We organize leagues and tournaments. Organize competitions, promote teamwork, discipline, and healthy competition. The community engagements, of course, the events and activities where we engage parents, community leaders, and local organizations. The outcomes of social development, we have had improved education, enhanced attendance, academic performance, and life skills, health and well-being, the social inclusion, that's engaging marginalized communities, promote equality and social cohesion. We have economic empowerment, providing vocational training, entrepreneurship skills, and economic opportunities. Then we develop leaders, that's leadership development, building confidence, self-esteem. So our partners at the local schools, where we integrate sports programs into schools, into school curricula, community organizations, collaborating with the local groups to amplify impact.
Baker, how do you use sports to support teenage girls and their parents to navigate the issues of access to information and also the cost of menstrual products?
All right. Thank you very much, Rita. To access information, of course, we have different, we have engaging games that we use to pass on the information. These games, they help us to reinforce our message. Reinforce our message, and also they help us to promote the interactive learnings. And also, can I go to the challenges?
Yes, quickly.
Okay.
In about 2 minutes, eh?
All right,
Yeah.
all right, thank you. We have found that 50% of the girls, they lack knowledge about menstruation before their first period. So these games, actually, they help to teach the girls, to educate the girls about menstruation-related issues. The 60% of the boys, of course, boys also should be engaged and should be involved in such programs. 60% of them, they lack understanding about menstruation, so we try to teach them how they can be supportive to their counterparts. Then, accessing the emerging products, of course, they have been a very big challenge. It is cost effective. I'd rather it's costly. You may find that on whatever average monthly expenditure on sanitary products ranges from 35,000 Uganda shillings to 70,000 Uganda shillings. So it's too costly. And also the availability, 40% of schools lack adequate sanitation facilities. So we are already there to try and come in and teach these people what to do.
Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you very much, Coach Baker. I was hoping we were going to clap for Coach Baker. Thank you very much, our panelists. I personally have so much to speak about this, but I think that you have started a conversation in the audience, and that is why there were so many voices, and I want you all to be heard. I think the topics that have been brought on the podium today are issues that we live with. They are happening, they are real, we are living examples, and it's important that we are heard. And I want the microphones to be passed around so that we get to hear. If you have any questions, if you, I think questions, not comments per se. We don't want, I don't know if we have counselors in the room, and we don't want to go into a case where we need counselors to take you through a session. But please, if you have any questions, be clear on who you're addressing it to, and please give us your name. Thank you very much. Anyone ready with a question?
Thank you so much. And I want to appreciate the panelists for the wonderful work you are doing. Yes, I want to appreciate you for the wonderful work you are doing. It's not easy. One challenge that I know that people and organizations involved in this work is the legal framework in this country. Have known of so many organizations. They get these men, I call them beasts. You know, they have raped, they have defiled, they managed to take them to police, the legal, process starts, and then it dies at that. Many have become frustrated. So I don't know whether we have anyone in the room who can take these voices, especially from the legal framework,
I was tempted at one time to cause someone who is involved in that kind of work, rescuing girls and ensuring justice is found for those who have fallen victims. And we reached out to State House. And you know, State House followed up a little on a very clear case. And the next call from State House was, you know, we also reached some point and we can't break through that wall. And it's hurting. I speak passionately like you. I'm a dad of 2 beautiful girls, and I'm wondering, somewhere around the corner, a relative also will pounce on my daughter, and they will go away scot-free. So I don't know how best government, the legal regime, can help so that these people, these beasts, are not living in our...
Thank you so much. There's a gentleman, there's a lady. Okay, the lady and then the 2 gentlemen behind, and then we'll come to you, sir. And please, I don't know if your question was addressed to someone in particular, or anyone in the room can take it up.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to appreciate the panel. You have spoken to our hearts, and now I can realize that what we are doing is actually the right things, because I feel the pain, I feel the emotions, yeah, and also excitement for all the efforts that you're putting in place. Yeah, I have a simple question to Idua. I know the work on people with disability is actually also supported by an umbrella, Nudipu, that has done a great job. I think for the last 5 years, they have focused a lot on capacity enhancement, socioeconomic empowerment for people with disability, but also advocacy and policy influencing. I just wanted to know how you work together with the umbrella to push the issues of people living with disability. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman in the court, and then of course, okay, we start with Ronald and then the gentleman in the court.
Yeah, thank you so very much. Again, I also want to appreciate the panelists for your contributions. My question goes to Sarah. Actually, I'm one of the advocates for inclusion for persons with disabilities. And it's clearly stipulated that the social model to disability is very clear that I and you and everyone here major barriers to modification and mobility of persons with disabilities. And actually yesterday when I was taking a walk around town and around the premises here, I made my observations. Challenging to have standard environmental modifications to ease mobility of persons with disabilities. Sarah, being a representative of IDIWA.
You mean Sharifa?
Sharifa. What measures have you done in as far as modification of the environment, including the ask the people, that is, the attitude change is concerned, to ensure you suit participation of these persons?
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know mine goes to who, but it will probably the entire house. There are lots of programs really for the girl. The man and the boy. And yet we need to have inclusive and development. And the inclusiveness looks at leaving no one behind. Now this man, boy who is the one who do what we have, if we have empowered our girl, our woman, what is the way that we need to address even the boy child?
Thank you very much. There was a gentleman here. Yes? There's a gentleman here, and then we'll go to the back. Sorry, just Lloyd, just a moment. Let's take the gentleman, and then we'll come to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm Dennis Odwar, and I work with the National Union of Disabled Persons of Uganda, DIPU. And I just want to add my voice on what Sarah, Sharifa brought out. You know, disability, as we talk now, should be a serious cross-cutting issues in all our aspects of programming, planning, and even implementation. Because this is a very big population of Ugandans. In the past census, it indicated around 12.4% of the total population of this country. And I believe in the recent census, of which the disability statistic is not yet given, it is even going to show more than that. And this is a very big section of the population that cannot be ignored, should be included, should be consulted, should be planned for. And I'm very happy to hear the advocacy in this conference. We're talking about disability inclusion. You know, as we plan, in most cases, we leave out these categories. For example, the issue of accessibility, the issue of consultations of persons with disabilities at the community level, the issue of civil society itself being inclusive. Because if you are to ask, maybe like in our offices, how many offices, maybe for organizations here, is accessible for persons with disabilities in case they want to reach your offices. It becomes a very big factor, and that is why even the level of engagement of persons with disabilities at the community level is low. How do you mobilize for the meetings? Say, for example, the government programs, you are educating people on like PDM, you are trying to pass on information to the population. How do you consider the different categories of disabilities as you organize for this kind of engagements? For example, you cannot make a person who is deaf to come for an engagement without the sign language interpreter. The person will not understand. Some of these are the dynamics that I think our communities are not yet well abreast with them. How do we plan in an inclusive manner is actually a big question. How do we engage? How do we make sure that they participate? Most of the decisions are made for persons with disabilities without engaging them. We just think of maybe what we think is good for them, but we don't engage with them to tell us exactly what they want. I would actually say that we need to have a deliberate approach for inclusion of persons with disabilities in all the programs that we have. And also there should be intentional increase in our understanding of disability. Because sometimes we leave persons with disability out because we don't understand the disability itself, and also the necessary reasonable accommodation that we should be giving them. So it is a very big concept, it is a very big concern that I think we need to take these discussions even outside this conference, and it is actually a call for all of us, all the civil society organizations, the institutions that are here, to think about how can we be inclusive when it comes to responding to the issues of persons with disabilities.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your contributions. I think you are just adding a voice to Sharifa's communication. I'd like to see the hands that are out there, and then we can agree on whether we take more questions, or we let the panelists answer and then we come back to you? What do we agree on? Do we take all the questions? Because I think every question that comes up, someone will have a hand up. So for those hands that are up, let's try to maintain. I'll take my brother Julius, and then I'll come to you, madam, and I'll come to you, exhaust the front, and then we'll go to Loy. Loy, you okay? So, yes? Abarisho, you will have a time to speak. Let's take Julius, and then the lady at the front, and then Diana, and then we'll continue.
Thank you very much. My name is Julius. I am the ED OJ Disability Care Foundation, acronym OJ Care. We are based in Soroti. I am happy that you have a person who is like me. That makes us one. Clap for her. It's a blessing to have a person with disability. I want to assure you, more things are coming, good things on your way. Sharif, we are in the same movement and appreciate the IDWA for the work that you have done to transform the life of people with disability in your region or other regions. For me, I am coming in the aspect of one area, and I want all of you to agree with this one aspect, that yes, we have quite a number of types of disabilities. As per UN CRDP in our country, there are 9 categories. But in the 9 categories, one of the most challenging disability in this country is the physical impairment. I don't know if you'll agree with me or disagree with me, but it is because if a person cannot walk from where my sister is up to here, that person is the most vulnerable in the community. And I want to tell you that we work in line with mobility. In our exhibition, you'll see wheelchairs that OJ Disability Care Foundation provide to people with disability in this country. I want to tell you that one of the challenges that we are going through in this country as far as mobility is concerned, it's mobility. That we have requests. We have 136 districts, 35 districts in Uganda, and we receive requests in these districts in thousands requesting for the free gift of mobility.
I'm going to ask you to conclude. I don't
Yes.
know if you have a question yet.
I'm going to conclude. I'm going to conclude, but I also wanted to bring it to our attention in terms of our programming. So I want to bring to our attention that as far as we're talking about the participation in terms of people with disabilities, we also want you to understand, the people who are gathered here, that when we are doing with our inclusive programming, we would want also to encourage that there must be an aspect of mobility so that we are able to see more people with disability come out to participate in this kind of engagement. Because if there's no mobility, for me, I would have also been here. And I want to appreciate the organizers for this event. When I was called for this event, there were a lot of questions which were asked. One was, are you a wheelchair user? I say yes. I gave them my conditions, and I'm happy that it was respected. But because of my condition, that's why you are in this hotel. So I want to say thank you so much to the organizers, because if I didn't tell them, definitely you will be in some other places. So the mobility aspect is very challenging, and for me, I want to share with you that even after this event, you'll check with our exhibition tent. Our work is to provide what we call a free gift of mobility as a human right in intervention to empower people with disabilities to participate in this kind of engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Julius. And I am glad you were heard, and I'm glad that we are here because of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Allow me to speak as a service provider. I worked as a probation officer for 8 years, and when someone mentioned his frustrations in terms of service delivery and justice for children that are being abused, it jogged my mind on a lot of challenges that probation officers face in the event that a child has been defiled. And we find that the persons that usually cover up these offenses are the parents or the caregivers of the children whose rights have been violated. And in the cases of incest, they really ensure that your key witness, that is the child, disappears. So they relocate the child to another space. The case has gone to police. The resident state attorney has sanctioned the file. You're ready to go to court. You've talked to a legal service provider and you have free legal services in relation to this matter. By the time the perpetrator, the suspect, has been put in prison on remand, by the time the case is being heard, your witness is nowhere. And it is so frustrating and so annoying. And we know that we have so many free justice service providers, including justice centers. So the probation officer moves everywhere to ensure that even the incident report is available. And Ministry of Justice, JELOS has also done us a big service by having the audio-video conference rooms attached to the High Court, so that the victims do not have to face the perpetrators in court, but our parents, our caregivers frustrate the matters.
Indeed.
And sometimes you get there and find that they've gone and made an additional statement and said, no, the child misunderstood, the suspect is not the perpetrator, and I think to adjust someone else, and the child is no longer speaking. So the child is already compromised, and your key witness is compromised, and the matter cannot proceed, even when the justice providers want to see justice done for the child. So the systems are there. We have tried to do a lot of community dialogues, but I need us to agree that mindset change takes time. Because we have done sensitizations, we have had legal aid clinics, we have done radio talk shows, but mindset change takes time. But incest matters have their taboo issues, and people feel that if someone knows that that child was defiled by the father or the grandfather or the uncle, no one will marry her. So they are better off covering up and performing traditional cleansing rituals. And then the child suffers with the emotional stigma and the physical stigma, and sometimes an abortion has been done, and she carries all this baggage into adulthood. I just wanted to highlight some of the challenges we face as service providers.
Thank you so much. I'll just want to add a voice quickly that the mothers usually protect their husbands. If their husbands violate the children, they'll want to take the side of the husband, and the child will be more victimized because they always seem to assume the child did something to solicit the violence, and I think it's important that we address that. I think for concern for the girl and my sister from Karamoja, I think the DCDO has done a very good job to answer these issues. So you may be excused. Diana.
Thank you so much. I'd like to join the rest in thanking the panelists for such amazing work that you do, and congratulate you because it's not easy, but we appreciate the work that you do and the fact that you come here and talk about it very openly, in talking about challenges that you face. We're now in an era of digitalization. Everywhere you go, digitalization, digitalization. And I think we have to take cognizance of how digital tools can actually transform the way grassroots organizations such as, for instance, they can enhance your community. I was just trying to make a point of how digital tools really transform the way you operate at grassroots level by the impact and reach of your constituents and the interventions that you carry out. But having said that, we also realize that digitalization comes with high costs, limited internet access, especially if you're in the rural areas like you do. Also, digital literacy is the people who utilize these tools have to have capacity to utilize them in order for them to actually have an impact. None of you spoke about digitalization, so I was wondering whether you actually have any projects or implementation of the work that you do with using digital tools. Do you have a specific example that has really worked, could be upscaled or something along those routes, just to get an understanding of whether digitalization can be practically used in the work that you do?
Okay, thank you very much. Any more questions? Abarisho, you're on this side, there's a lady this side, and there's a lady in the back. And let's agree we are only taking those three. And then, Rita, you will come last, my sister. I think you conclude on behalf.
Okay, I thought they would forget me, but thank you for this chance. Dennis Paul Wamboko. Mine, I just wanted to add a voice on the girl child and boy child issues. With a lot happening, but what I would request for every NGO which is here is, like, if we try to put guidance together with these boys and girls together, sometimes we focus on the girl child alone and we forget the boy child. It is meaning like we're having a white shirt, washing it together in the dirty clothes. So whenever we cancel only one side and we are leaving the bad side, which is affecting the group, I think we are still going with that problem. If we can have these counselings, both of them, if you can go back in the school days, these girls who used to move with boys, they don't normally get pregnant anyhow. But these sisters of ours who are, I don't want to extend near the boys, they are the one who are having the effect. So let's, the mothers who are here, put our girls together with the boys. Put them to talk together. Whenever you move with a girl, you'll be like a boy code, like a boy code. They will understand what will the boy come to you. When a boy come to you and says, maybe I love you, you respond and look in the eyes of the boy, and he will fear to say other things. But these some girls, you're not telling them the truth. When they reach to the boys, they tell them I love you, they look down and smile. Then the boy will have energy to speak stupid things. All men will speak stupid things. So we need to guide our sisters that when the man approaches you, look in the eyes. The person will fear to speak the evil words. Thank you.
Thank you. As we guide the girls to look straight in the eyes, let's tell our boys, even if I look down and I'm biting my nails, it's a no. Thank you. I think, like I said, when someone speaks, more hands will be going up, and I see more hands coming up. And I see Rose in the back. I see you, Benson. I'll first go to the lady with the mic, then Abarisho. I don't know if you still want to talk or you have been represented. And then after Barisho, I'll come to you, Madam. And then Rose, and lastly, we'll have Rita to conclude this part.
Okay, thank you very much. My name's Jocelyn Niro. I work for NARA in Kotido. I would love to appreciate all the panelists, more especially to my sister, Dorothy from Kawo, for representing the Karamojong. And mine is just to add a voice, and also I have a question. She has clearly brought out all the challenges that our women down there face. But to add on the negative cultural norms and attitudes, I would bring clearly the effect of our women not being able to access and utilize resources, more especially land, is the main background of all these challenges. Because if a woman is not given a chance to own land and be able to support our children and herself in different aspects, trust me, these women and our children will be vulnerable. So she has also brought out different strategies, which I believe even us that are implementing similar activities or projects we have explored. But I think my question now goes to all of us that how best can we handle this? Is it a problem to do with policy? How best can we strengthen and operationalize these policies to see that they are in favor of women and be able to solve all these challenges that surround women on issues of GBV and all that our women have talked. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Abarisho, and then Loy will come. You go to Rose and then come to her, and then it comes closer.
Follow Tech. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name, once again, I'm Abarisho Sahari, aka Da Vinci Star. I'm standing up as an example of a beast. I once got a chance to become a beast, but I fought on myself not to be a beast up to now.
Let's appreciate the recovered beast.
As in Corona, during coronavirus in 2019, when I got a very beautiful 17-year-old girl pregnant. During this time, you remember very well, we didn't have work, we didn't have what to do. Every time you just keep at home. So on me, I saw this mistake, and I didn't want this mistake to worsen. But how did this all come? I had support. My sister, my mom can, like my friend can witness this. Because every time I used to go to her to cry for help, to cry for food, so that I can't leave my baby and this girl suffer. So around this time, I want to thank GIZ. They gave us a project which was called Kekeleza Mukagwa. That helped us so much because I had, I don't know how I can say, I was about to leave this girl to go and focus on my dream. Because as you know, a rapper by this time, in my town, you know, everywhere you pass, Da Vinci Wagwan, and everyone who sees me, like these other boda men, like I will call them my fathers because these grown-up people, like 40 years, 45, 50, their advices to us as the youth, they will tell you, if you get married and you start up a family earlier, you will not enjoy life.
You know?
Because I cannot go to studio and make a song. Because the money I will have to buy syrup. I can't go and make a video. I can't promote my work. I can't promote my talent because of this family. So after this, I decided to travel and I went to Busia, and up to right now, I'm a border rider in Busia, and this is my work. Our boy is now 4 years, and we are happy we are going to get the second born. I didn't. So these community people, I think these community people, especially our elders, they also have to get this information, not to discourage us. Because I know a number of people who told me, Da Vinci, you are finished. You've got a wife, you are still young, the wife is young, you are now fighting with responsibilities. How are you going to make it in life? Because this time you have to focus on your dreams. So I will pose a question to Mami from Kamuli. Like, how are we going to manage, like us the young people, like us the talented people, how are we going to manage to balance family and dream? Because I know a number of people who have failed actually in football, in music, in dance. I can be the world's Michael Jackson tomorrow, but right now they are not working on their talents. Their talents have now perished because they got families. And I know a number of people who have succeeded because they left out these girls You know? Yeah, and they can come and advise. They tell you, you see, I got my firstborn, but I didn't marry this girl. I left because I know the future. It's not to be good. It's not going to be like good if I go, I take up this responsibility at a young age.
Thank
So,
you.
Mommy.
Thank you so much, Da Vinci. I
Yeah,
think
thank you.
it's Da Vinci adds something to the conversation. There are these young men that just wanted to have sex. Like we say, they only want to have sex. And then they don't know how to keep safe, and they get someone pregnant. And there are two options clearly. Either you take responsibility or you take off. And we have an exceptional young man who's decided to take responsibility. I hope we don't persecute him and take him to court, but he took responsibility of the mistake and is taking care of his family. I don't know how we're going to address this because it happens. And it's important that we come on table and we have discussions as well. So there is the lady with the microphone, Rose, the lady, and then we'll come to Benson, then there is another hand behind you, and then Rita. I think that is the last because we are out of time and we want to hear from them.
Thank you, and I'm going to be brief and short to the panelists for the amazing work done. Chigere Rose is my name, Women Rights Initiative. Regarding, I want to comment exceptionally on the issue of incest. At Wari, we run a GBV shelter. It's called Nyonga Women's Shelter, supporting survivors of gender-based violence. Specifically with the issue of incest, we've had quite a number of cases come in, and it's challenging because with incest, even the whole family decides to disown the girl. So quite a number of cases come into us, but what is quite challenging is that after you have rehabilitated and you want to reintegrate the girl back into the community, the parents, the relatives are disowning the girls. And I want to employ partners that are working around making sure that girls are safe and that girls that have been abused regain self-esteem, go back to communities or reallocate to new communities where they will feel safe, to take this as a concern. If someone has committed incest, please do not allow them to stay in your community because they are, your child, your daughter, your cousin is the next victim on the ladder. Also, as you support these girls, truthfully talk to them of what has happened. Because when some of them, when they come to us, they're like, my mother has said I shouldn't speak about it because daddy will lose face in the community. But who says they won't lose face if they slept with their own daughter?
Rose, we
and
hear you.
I want to say and encourage the partners that are working with girls to take a keen look when girls speak. Believe in the girls, but most importantly, hold the perpetrators accountable. Because the girls feel left out, and they also feel that we have betrayed them as the people that are supposed to support them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we, Benson, Faraja, and my sister, do we have questions or are we making comments?
I am summarizing.
A comment. Okay, in 30 seconds. Thank you.
Okay, so my comment in particular goes to all the CSO leaders who essentially...
Please stand.
Who essentially this conversation targeted. On my end, I was really triggered by the discussion, but most importantly, that there are always groups that are marginalized. There's a woman with a disability. She comes from a family. She's from a background that is poor. There's always another extent to which someone is marginalized, and we need to take this into account in our programming, as well as in terms of our funding priorities. How are we supporting the groups that are more marginalized than, for instance, us who are living in the capital city or working and implementing programs there? I think for me, that's what stood out. Thank you.
Thank you. Loy, it was Benson or Faraja. And then we are coming down to Rita to conclude.
I think mine is, I was a bit tickled when I started hearing. I think mine is just a brief comment.
Brief
Yes.
as in brief.
One is that I think we need to push this strategy to the household level. Unless discussion goes up to the house and we practice it. I've seen every government or initiative going to the house. Parenting to me is becoming a challenge. I have 6 children, 4 daughters, and 2 boys, and I know the struggle. I know the balance you people talk of. And it must start at home. Unless you apply the principles we profess in our households, let's prepare for disaster. The second comment is
Another brief one.
The issue of the single parenting. I see a looming identity crisis. Recently, we had a girl, after 30 years, who came to look for her father in Soroti. The father and the mother were working in East African community. She was produced, and the mother escaped to Kenya, to Tanzania with the 2 children, and they were babies. And now there are women working, and at the age of over 35 years, a big woman, she said, "Where is my father?" And she traveled up to Roti, discovered him, and that's when there was peace. So what do we do with this looming challenge? Unless we start focusing on the future, we are likely going to have the crisis of drugs, the crisis of many other things because of identity issues. I think we need to look ahead.
Thank you so much, Benson. Really. Okay, Joe, let's do that. And then we come down to Rita to conclude the session.
Thank you so much for the opportunity you've given me.
Please
Mine
stand.
is just a brief question. I happen to work with a HIV programming facility, that is TASO, Soroti, whereby the ministry has incorporated GBV screening in almost all our activities. But now, in an average of a day, in a day, we have an average of about 70 clients that we screen, and like they are having GBV cases. But other than screening, I would just want to ask maybe my sister, what other unique thing can we provide? Because sometimes a client can come and you screen them today, they tell you what is happening, they come back next week, you screen them, and you just keep feeding in the ministry database. But what solutions can we provide other than information sharing to these people?
Thank you very much. I think that comes down to all of us here, because we're doing different things and we're more placed to answer. Yes, Rita. I like saying my name.
Most beautiful name.
You know?
I need to stand on this one, and I'm going to stand in the middle.
Okay. You'll be heard. Do you want to come up?
Here. Okay. Here. Ladies and gentlemen, mine is an appeal. First of all, I'm a mother of 2 boys. I grew up with boys, and that's why I'm a tough girl. This whole debate about the boy child, as development workers, as government officials, as donors, let's be cognizant of our arguments when we talk about the boy child or men suffering. Look at all our indices in this country. This morning, Afrobarometer just released statistics. Women and girls continue to be at the back in all indicators. And once we start fronting this whole idea that boys or the boy child is being left behind, I really pray that we look at statistics. Because these arguments divert many things. It diverts policy, it diverts programming, it diverts funding, and unfortunately, the mindset and mind shifts will not be made because we are stuck about the reversals that we're making. I want to quote some of the statistics this morning, just to give you an indicator that things are not as we think. Simple things. We are all talking about going digital. This is this morning statistics. Mobile phone, men have access up to 80%. That means anything transactional using the phone, who is more advantageous? Mobile money account, actually it is, the mobile phone is 85%. Mobile money account, men, 81%. Radio, access to information. Talk about agricultural extension, operation wealth creation, I don't know, PDM. Who has access to that information? Men have access, 74%. Talk about television, 34%. Internet access, men have 36%. And you can guess where women are at 22%. Bank accounts, the men have 27%. The banks were all women at 18%. Motor vehicle, computer, men at 7% and women at 3%. Land ownership. So when we front, and I'm not saying let's not think about men and boys. I'm saying when we make these arguments, let's be cognizant of the facts that we talk about. When we talk about gender-based violence, over 52% of the women and girls in this country, even those of us seated in this room, have experienced violence in one way or another in our lifetime. In our lifetime. Whether it was at school, a boy patting your, something has happened. But is that the same for men and boys? My brother there, the young brother, just giving his example. I know you took responsibility. You are trying. But imagine the coping mechanism, the options he has and the option the girl would have. Most of the boys can leave the village, go to Kampala, go to Gulu, come to Mbale, whichever town or city. They will become boda riders, they will become taxi touts, they will do whatever they have to do. Where will that girl be left? And there are chances of the multiple pregnancies occurring, whether by the same person or another. The opportunities for her are curtailed. Most of the boys will go into skilling, plumbing, whatever, talk about it. So when we talk about these issues, it's not that we do not like our boys, our brothers, our whatever, husbands, cousins. We love them. We are talking about the realities, the opportunities, the foregone opportunities for these young women. And that is where our thinking, our programming, our resourcing, our policy should be factored in. When you put these two people on a scale, how is that scale tilting? I'm passionately appealing to you, and I know majority of you here are in the NGO and development sector. Please let's not talk from emotions. Let our actions be informed by the realities that we have. One boy being abused does not amount, and I'm not saying it's right, but it does not amount to the numbers of girls who are being abused and their lives being cut short because of abuse. Once we continue with this narrative, our policies are going to start shifting. I don't know whether you saw that now we are even introducing a law, if you don't have a NIN, you can't get married. If now, today they're saying in Parliament, you can't have assisted reproductive reproduction for women as if men carry pregnancies. Do you know the psychological torture women go through because they can't bear a child? And for the man, he can go 2, 3 other women and have children. These are things, and I really hope, Tassilo, next time, we are not just talking about these, we really have to talk about the gender issues and how gender informs all our actions. The nice-looking men and women here, we are all socialized in a way that unfortunately we cannot delink ourselves from our culture, from our religion. Even when you're sitting here with your tie, you're a CEO, you still go back to think like the Karamojong, like the Acholi, like the Musoga, like the Itesod. You still want to go and think that way. And yet here we're projecting ourselves to be development workers. Gender must be understood by all, otherwise the population, the majority of whom are women, the 52%, believe me or you, that tomorrow, even if you made progress, those women will pull that progress backward, and we shall never move forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rita. I think we need to clap more than that. Eh? The women, if it means only you clapping until I say you stop, please clap. She needs that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Rita. You make me proud to share a name with you, honestly. Wow. I think we have been heard. And I think we are validated. We're running out of time. But quickly, I want us to go to our panelists and hear some concluding remarks. I'm not sure if all of you want to say something, or we'll just take it to Idiwa. Do you? You do? So each one of us can summarize in 30 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I like that we've had discussions go around. Let me answer a few questions that were directed towards me. One was, how do we ensure that we are working with other unions, like UNODIPU? Well, IDIWA subscribes to some of them, and specifically to speak to NUDIPU, yes, even recently, I thank the She Leads project. We have been able to mentor a girl who is now participating fully, and she's on the board, the National Union Board, as representing persons with short stature. That is Wokovera Shamim. So we are working with the unions in place. There are partnerships that we run together. Then how do we ensure that legal frameworks? I think this is a question that has come out with most of us. If you could benchmark, IDIWA has done a lot of, when a policy or a treaty or an agreement is signed, as organizations, we need to be deliberate to localize it. That is the question, the whole point I was talking about. We ensure to localize this. What we do, we get the same documents. Most of our consultatives in the policies we influence in the district, we look at the national or international agreements in place and go on to inform policies and ordinances at district level. You cannot continue using a wide tool like UNCRPD to implement in Kamuli or wherever you're coming from. You need to localize that to something specific, be it a bylaw. Get the whole document, pick the particular thing that you stand for, and then localize that into something that is simpler to implement at your district or local level. Then the other thing, how do we address the boy child? I am glad that Rita commented on this, because I was also going to say we go back to evidence-based advocacy. You come out every time and say, how about the boy child? And then what about a boy child? Where is the data? So I will not add to that. Rita has already done that.
Thank you.
Then our biggest challenge, as we are saying, is data. I commend him for speaking about the data. We say we have 12% of persons with disability in the country, which amounts to about 4 million people. And I think the president of the country got 4 million votes to become one. If only persons with disability can vote a person into power. So we ask duty bearers in the room, please, we need data on disability. That is our biggest challenge. Then the digitalization, I don't know if Diana, you heard me, but I talked about investing in communications in our organizations. So yes, we have digitalization, though dynamics that I cannot discuss now because of time come in when you're dealing with persons with disability. There is a lot of challenges in it.
Thank you, Sharifa. Thank you so much. Coach Baker, do you have any concluding remarks?
Yeah, thank you, Rita. I would just like to appreciate each and everyone here who has managed to come here, the different CSOs. Also, to a great extent, I would like to thank GIZ and Fabio for organizing such a wonderful conference. In fact, I've learned a lot, and when I go back there, I'll tell them what I've learned. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Sarah?
Thank you so much, Rita. I will start with my brother, Davi something. I didn't get that.
Da Vinci. Sarah, let's try not to go so much into detail in answering.
I wanted to say that actually what helped you is because you acted responsibly. Otherwise, if you had acted like what other beasts do who run away, we would have come for you. So you asked that how are you going to manage? The way you are going to manage is to prevent, and if you must have sex, please look for the adults to prevent all these other shortcomings. The other one was about the legal framework challenges, and I want to note that the legal framework is there and the structures are there, but the challenge is the corruption. There is corruption there which is hidden, and sometimes it is difficult for you to, to come out and share openly some of the examples that we might have. We have a case of a 13-year-old girl who was defiled, and we have been moving for 2 years, and this case is still in the courts of Mayuge. Up to last week, we were going to court, and the man is out, but we had information that he bribed his way to be given bail. He's outside, and it is a challenge. We can't come to court and say that you people have eaten, but it is something that is happening. Now, the one regarding disappearing of the victims, we have had experiences where the victim was hidden, but what we did was to put the mother in for some 2 weeks, and then the victim appeared, and the case was actually, the suspect was sentenced to 7 years. He was 74 years. He defiled a 14-year-old girl and impregnated her. So these are real life challenges that are happening within our communities.
Thank you, Sarah.
Someone mentioned about, when they were talking about inclusivity and putting girls together with boys, just a caution, please, if you are to put them together, let them not sleep together, because the unfortunate will happen between the siblings.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's an issue of putting fire close to the butter.
Thank you so much. Mine, I wanted to conclude by posting a question for us to think about it. Yes, irrespective of the position you're handling, which type of power do you use? Which type of power do you use? That is a question that you have to think about. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please join me to appreciate our panelists and everyone that contributed to this conversation. Please feel free to take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to steal a minute or two to show you something that I've carried with me. I am a woman, and between the age of from 8, if you're an early bird, to until menopause starts, you're going to either need this or you're going to need this, depending on how you stand economically. Very many of our sisters are challenged. They cannot access the basic menstrual hygiene products. And I think it's very important that we have that conversation with the men alongside the women. The men, because they are fathers, they have children, they are uncles, they have nieces that they are responsible for. It's important that we bring the conversation on menstruation to the table. For a long time, it's been something that's handled in the backstage. You start your period and there is no one you can actually reach out to talk about this. Primarily, this was the women, but now we are also out there running to look for money to take care of our children and their fathers. I'll repeat that. We are running around looking for money to take care of our children and their fathers because we are now responsible for our homes. So I invite each and every one of us to take interest in menstruation and learn something. I invite you to join Coach Baker or Worry or any other organization that is dealing with menstruation, and we address this issue. This is the most affordable reusable pad on the market. This is the Star Durable Pad manufactured by Worry. She's already exhibiting, but I tell you, this is at 7,500. It is the most affordable. I don't want to use the word cheapest. It's the most affordable. And this can take a girl through menstruation for a year because it's reusable. She can recycle this. And it's also environmentally friendly. So please, ladies and gentlemen, during the lunch break, you can take a walk through the marketplace and look at the items. Be prepared for the evening, the cultural evening. If you didn't come prepared, please, there are goodies there that you can get for yourself, and you'll be looking as beautiful as my sisters from Karamoja. Quickly, we're going to take our lunch break and be informed that we expect our guest of honor in the afternoon session. So let's try to take our lunch and reconvene at exactly 2:10, 2:30. Oh, it's extended, so I could talk for longer. At exactly 2:30, we reconvene. Thank you very much. Have a nice lunch. Bon appetit. How do you say that in German? Guten Appetit.
It's kind of funny how life can change, can flip 180 in a matter of days. Sometimes love works in mysterious the times we cried, one love, gotta stay alive. Oh, I will survive. One love for the city streets, one love for the hip hop beats, one love. Oh, I do believe one love is all we need. One love for the mother's pride, one love for the times we cried, one love, gotta stay alive. Oh yeah, I will survive. One love for the city streets, one love for the hip hop beats, one love. Oh, I do believe one love is all we
This next smooth cut is dedicated to all the lovers in the house.
Days have passed and still no sign of us. Not a hint of what used to be when you lived in that part of me. This blinding silence lives in every room of what once was a happy home. Now we're sitting here all alone. Could this be that it was all a lie? And we're just afraid to say goodbye. Am I the only one who sees what we've become? I see no sense in going on or asking what went wrong. We sit and stare at what could be. We both just grew apart, you see, and through no fault of our own. It's our house, but not a home. It's strange to know this truth in what I say. Baby, I know you feel the same. And the truth is no one's to blame. Two lonely dreamers playing by the rules. All we thought of was me and you. Now we're faced with the simple truth. I'd love to say that this is all a lie, but that just means I'm scared to say goodbye. Am I the only one who sees what we've become? I see no sense in going on or asking what went wrong. We sit and stare at what could be. We both just grew apart, you see, and through no fault of our own. It's our house, but not a home. take this moment and make it last forever. I'm gonna give my heart away and pray we'll stay together. 'Cause you're the one good reason. You're the only girl that I need. 'Cause you're more beautiful than I have ever seen. I'm gonna take this moment, make it last forever.
I'm lying here tonight, thinking of the days we've had, wondering if the world would be so beautiful if I had not looked into your eyes. How did you know that I've been waiting? Never knew the world would be so beautiful at all. I'm spending all the days dreaming of the nights we've had. I never knew that love would be a miracle. When I think of all the ones before, but now that I found you, I am flying. I never knew that love would be so beautiful to me. I never knew that love would be so beautiful to me. And then we dance to the rhythm that is burning like a flame. And when you touch me, I can hardly move. You take my breath away. You give me all that I want to feel when we become as one. And then you take me to the heaven of your heart. Did nobody ever tell you you're the best thing that has ever so beautiful, so beautiful. I'm standing here tonight, thinking of the times we'll have. I never knew that you would be so beautiful. From the day you came into my life, I just want to say you make me happy. I never knew that you would be so beautiful to me. I never knew that you would be so beautiful to me. So beautiful to me. So
if only you could see
day when I saw your face. Remember the first day when you smiled at me. You stepped to me and then you said to me, I was the woman you dreamed about. Remember the first day when you called my house. Remember the first day when you took me out. We had butterflies, although we tried to hide, and we both had a beautiful night. The way we held each other's hand, the way we talked, the way we laughed, it felt so good to find true love. I knew right then and there you were the one. Ooh, I know that he loved me 'cause he told me so. I know that he loved me 'cause his feelings show. When he stares at me, you see he cares for me. You see how he is so deep in love. I know that he loves me 'cause it's obvious. I know that he loves me 'cause it's me he trusts, and he's missing me if he's not kissing me. And when he looks at me, his brown eyes tell us Remember the first day we kissed. Remember the first day we had an argument. We apologized and then we compromised, and we haven't argued since. Remember the first day we stopped playing games. Remember the first day you fell in love with me. It felt so good for you to say those words, 'cause I felt the same way too. The way we held each other's hands, the way we talked, the way we laughed, it felt so good to fall in love. And I knew right then and there you were the one. I know that he loved me 'cause he told me so. I know that he loved me 'cause his feelings show. When he stares at me, you see he cares for me. You see how he is so deep in love. I know that he loves me 'cause it's obvious. I know that he loves me 'cause it's me he trusts, and he's missing me if he's not kissing me. And when he looks at me, his brown eyes tell us all. I'm so happy that I know that he loves me 'cause he told me so. I know that he loves me 'cause his feelings show. When he stares at me, you see he cares for me. You see how he is so deep in love. I know that he loves me 'cause he's
Baby, I know the story. I've seen the picture. It's written all over your face. Tell me, what's the secret that you've been hiding? And who's gonna take my place? Should have seen it coming. I should have read the signs. Anyway, I guess it's over. Can't believe that I'm the fool again. I thought this love would never end. How was I to know? You never told me. sides anyway. I guess it's over. Can't believe that I'm a fool again. I thought this love would never end. How was I to know that the never end? Every time I try to rise above, I'm swept away by love. was waiting for so long for a miracle to come. Everyone told me to be strong. And don't shed a tear. Through the darkness and good times, I knew I'd make it through. And the world thought I had it all, but I was waiting for you. Hush, now I see light in the sky. Oh, it's almost blinding me. I can't believe I've been touched by an angel with love. Let the rain come down and wash away my tears. Let it fill my soul and drown my fears. Let it shatter the walls for a new sun. A new day. Where it was dark, now there's light. Where there was pain, now there's joy. Where there was weakness, I found my strength. Oh, in the eyes of the boy. Hush, now I see a light in the sky. Oh, it's almost blinding me. I can't believe I've been touched by an angel with love. Let the rain come down
still the one I run to, the one that I belong to. You're still the one I want for life. You're still the one that I love, the only one I dream of. You're still the one I kiss goodnight. You're still the one.
Such a lovely queen. From the skies above to the deepest love, I've never felt crazy like this before. Paint my love, you should paint my love. It's the picture of 1,000 sunsets. It's the freedom of 1,000 doves. Baby, you should paint my love. Been around the world. Then I met you, girl. It's like coming home to a place I've known. Paint my love, you should paint my love. It's the picture of 1,000 sunsets. It's the freedom of 1,000 doves. Baby, you should paint my love. Since you came into my life, the days before all faded black and white. Since you came into my life, everything has changed. Paint my love, you should paint my love. It's the picture of 1,000 sunsets. It's the freedom of 1,000 doves. Baby, you should paint my love. Paint my love, you should paint my love. It's the picture of 1,000 sunsets. It's the freedom of 1,000
Feels like I'm caught in the middle. That's when I realize I'm not a girl, not yet a woman. All I need is time, a moment that is mine, while I'm in between. I'm not a girl. There is no need to protect me. It's time that I
she's always smiling. That makes me think she never cries. She never cries. Feel like I'm losing my defenses, yeah, to the color of her eyes. And every little piece of her is right. Every time we meet, the picture is complete. Every time we touch, the feeling is too much. She's all I ever need to fall in love again. I knew it from the very start. Oh, she's the puzzle of my heart. Like a miracle, she's meant to be. She became the light inside of me, and I can feel it like a memory from long ago. Every time we meet, the picture is complete. Every time
Would you dance if I asked you to dance? Would you?
Why do people choose to live their lives?
sky. I know Mars could not be too far behind. Cause baby, this kind of beauty, it's got no reason to ever be shy. Cause honey, this kind of beauty, the kind that comes from inside. Could you be the most beautiful girl in the world? So beautiful, beautiful. It's plain to see, plain to see. You're the reason that God made a girl. Could you be the most beautiful girl in the world? It's plain to
DJ. All right, welcome back from the break. Welcome back from the break. I see people on the outside still smiling. Eddie. All right, the marketplace time is now closed, at least for now. Yes, Frederick and your team, we need to start, so please. Where is my height thing? Someone is, because I've been struggling, I don't know who has taken it. My height booster. Yeah, you can go ahead and remove and rearrange to have 3. Leave 3. Yeah, leave 3. So take 1. I realize there's someone who is really not good at inclusion. They are working against me. It's you, Faith. Faith, if you like to embarrass me, I have made peace with my disability. Okay, gentlemen and ladies, those of you who are still standing, we would like to start. And this session is very critical for everyone, so I would like us to be back in the room. May I request that colleagues with a blue tag help me collect everyone who is still in the restaurant. There I see some people in the garden who are still talking amongst themselves. If we can get those to come back as well, it might be helpful. I will. Excellent. Paul and your team, I see Diana, Paul. Are there people outside? Can the people outside hear me? Can you help me tell Paul to break up that party that he's hosting outside? Paul, Diana, Vero are having a party. I see Benson Ikwe also having a party. Unfortunately, this is the time for me to be a bit more rude because we will lose some people if we don't gather ourselves back together in the room so we can conclude together. We are in the last lap of our conference, and there are a few things that we have to do. I'm also going to request Eddie to take his party away from here. Eddie, I think that party, let it go. You have your own conference. Once you resolve, you come and tell us the resolution. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. All right. Perfect. I see everyone is settled. So we have a few things to do to conclude this conference. And first of all, I would like to, quite admittedly on behalf of Rita and myself, to thank you because you have been a very cooperative, is the word cooperative or cooperative? English, I told you, I just studied it as an adult. Cooperative audience. You have enabled us to do our jobs and keep time. Now, you will notice on the copies of the program that you have on your smartphones that we made significant changes to it. And so the para sessions that were supposed to be happening, 2 of them have happened and concluded. We're supposed to have a closing session, or perhaps in the middle closing session, which is supposed to be presided over by the Right Honorable Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga. And selfie time is in the evening, not now at the party. And unfortunately, or fortunately, she is on the way, so we will have her here to close the conference. I think that's really perfect timing. Things worked themselves out well. So we will have a closing session as soon as she arrives. There are a few things that we need to do that we must conclude. The first one, someone is looking at me because they lost their water bottle, which is, what's the color? Gray in color. It's a very big water bottle. That's what she uses to put detoxing substances, whatever. If she has whiskey, she drops it there and people think she's drinking water. So please, if you're one of those people who like to keep things on people's behalf, find ways of dropping it where. Anyway, jokes aside, please, if you've seen it, hand it back to any GIZ staff, or you can bring it to Diana right here at the front. Are you happy now? Yeah, perfect. Yeah, we used to do that in school. Just put whiskey in your water bottle. I mean Uganda Waraji, not we couldn't afford the fine ones from Europe. Uganda Waraji, and walk around. The second announcement is that today we have a very, very exciting session in the evening. A culture dinner, a celebration of what we've been able to achieve together, or perhaps an opportunity for us to relax since we've had 3 hectic days. This event is compulsory. It's not optional. Benson, I see you wanted to ask whether it's optional. It's compulsory. Unless you have been given special permission from the headmaster to skip this particular event, which has to be in writing with a stamp, please do not miss. We encourage you to show up. It's going to happen here at the hotel in the garden. I think I can say that we shall have fine food and fine drinks. And we also have entertainment from the finest band in Eastern Uganda, and also the finest culture troupe in Eastern Uganda. So guys, please show up. Now, if you need a date, in case you don't have one, please also register. We have a registration form at the... Okay? And Rita, please raise your hand. Rita, Robina, please raise your hand. So that lady is the one registering those that are looking for dates. So please, if you need a male date or a female date and you don't have one, please do register with her. We'll make sure we find you someone to accompany you throughout the evening. The DJ is working against us. The moment we said those who don't have dates, started wondering. So yes, so we have an arrangement. Yeah, I actually mean both men and women. So if you're a woman and you don't have a date, please register. We'll get you one. And Faith, what are you saying? Faith. Okay, Faith, let me reveal your secrets now. So during the day, that session of whatever, Faith was already booking people. She tried 2 people. One of them said, no, you want me to, eh? No, me, I always reveal secrets. Okay, so there's that session. I really wanted to make sure that you know that it's a very important session for us to actually network and create the necessary connections. Secondly, most of you must not have even understood why we were bringing rappers here. You might think that they were just singing. But if you paid attention, they were actually recapping what has transpired during the day. So we'll have another rap session which will take place here to wrap up the whole conference. And so please, when they come, do not walk out. And if you're joining us online, please also stay tuned and follow the 256 rappers. Thirdly, this conference is organized at the backdrop of quite a number of things that emerged in the needs assessment. And I think when Eddie made a presentation, there are quite a number of things that he highlighted, and that's why the program was designed that way. We would like, as a team, as a group, to come up with a commitment note, some form of outcome document from this. And we have drafted something, and my colleague, Eddie, who you have seen here before, has put together some of the key messages. So we will have a bit of a few minutes for him to present the different themes and the different areas so that you can add whatever messages or whatever words that you would like to add. Please note, what will be here is not going to be the final language, but we will make sure that once we have everything covered, especially from you, on what you need to be reflected in the commitment note, this will be revised with the right language, and it will be shared with you as a team. And then finally, we have 2 sessions. We will have a formal closing session, but we'll also have a session before the formal closing session where the event organizers will speak to us, perhaps thank us as well, in terms of our time, for giving of our time, giving of our intellect, and sharing insights during this meeting. So those are the things we want to do this afternoon, and we will transition as soon as the Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga closes the event. We shall transition to our culture night, which is organized in the garden. Is that okay? So these few things will take a very short time, and at this point I'm looking at Eddie to see if he's ready to come. Okay, so as Eddie prepares, I don't know whether Paul is ready. Paul or Vero? Before I forget, I think we will also have an online conference evaluation form to fill, and we will put up a QR code and also give you a link which you can put in your laptop, Google, and fill in the form. It is very important for us to receive your feedback on what you think we need to improve. As GIZ might have mentioned at the beginning, these conferences are happening across the different regions, and so we need to see where we need to improve as the organizers of this conference before we can go to the next one, which is perhaps happening next month in northern Uganda. We have colleagues, Feni Twibe and colleagues from the Northern Uganda Hub who are here to benchmark, and we will be able to have an opportunity for them as well to learn from the feedback that you will have shared. Please don't kick my booster, eh? No, excuse me. This is too close because they're speaking from here. So you need to push these chairs to the other side here. Okay. I'm told I should just keep opening my mouth as they prepare. I've run out of what to say. The marketplace is still open, so please. And I've also noticed that you guys haven't bought the caramel, the beads. I saw those that were negotiating and were told 150 cows. They immediately stepped back. Where is the gentleman who said it is too expensive? Yeah. So let me invite Paul first. So Paul has refused, but he has to come because I've run out of words. It's okay. I think Paul needs to lead a thanking session now because I'm told when Kadaga comes, no one speaks. So we'll have Paul just lead a thanking session and then invite Eddie. Eddie will also run his session. Sorry, Paul. No, just because you're the head of the hub. And you don't have height problems. So
Let me try. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really, I don't know, I'm lost for words to give it to you, but I must thank every one of you for your active participation and for your resilience, and also spending the rest of the 3 days with us here. In a special way, I would like to thank all our members of the steering committee, heavily represented by our co-founder, the European Union, Elizabeth. Thank you so much for taking off your time and being with us. Office of the Auditor General, Mamtas, thank you for your time. I know that some members have had to leave. Stephen Okello, the Executive Director of National NGO Bureau, and also Rita, Dennis, I don't know where you are, from Nudipu, and also Faraja is a member, Uganda National NGO Forum. I know Dr. Moses is not here, but Chris has ably represented the organization. So I am greatly honored on behalf of our team and also GIZ Governance and Civil Society Program for honoring our invitation and sharing all the things that you have done. I would like in a special way to thank Fabio team. Fabio, where are you? Can you wave? Thank you so much. Thank you, Joy, and your team. You have set for us a pace, and we are really proud to have worked with you. I also want to thank my colleagues, the management team, Diana, and Feli, who is the next host, Katia, Rose, who has been working so much with the live streaming team. Thank you so very much. I know that we have really had a long day, but I want to give these words to the delegates. And I want to read what I had prepared so that you keenly listen. My dear delegates from Karamoja, Teso, Kapchorwa, Sebei, I would say that, the Ost Bugishu, Busoga, Bukedi, and all the other distinguished delegates, not just from within this eastern region, but also from West Nile. As we gather on this last day, I want to take a moment to reflect on the progress that we have made and the challenges that we have all realized that still lie ahead for all civil society organizations, but also state actors that have been interacting and exchanging with us. Our commitments to championing human rights for the marginalized groups, promoting social justice, and advocating for better service delivery remain something that is very fundamental in our work. Each one of us play a crucial role in this mission, and we contribute our skills, our perspectives, our resources to the common cause. And we have witnessed this in the breakout sessions, in the plenary discussions, and I know that we have a lot of resources within ourselves. Over the first few days, we have engaged in vibrant discussions, we have shared invaluable insights, and also forged connections that will strengthen our collective efforts. The networking that we have been engaging, and also in the course of the evening, we will still network and engage. Please let it be a long-lasting one. We have highlighted the importance of collaboration, not just among ourselves as civil society, but also with the state actors. We have embraced the idea of innovation. We have also realized that resilience in navigating regulatory authority is the mode of our operations. It is also evident that our actions need to be coordinated. We don't need to work in silos. We have to align our plans to the planning frameworks of this country where we are operating, and also to achieve sustainable impact. As we move forward to doing what we have been doing in our various locations, let us carry the momentum from this gathering into our communities that we serve. Let us remember that our work is not merely about addressing immediate needs, but also about empowering individuals and fostering the sustainable change. Together, we can create an environment where citizens that we serve has the opportunity to thrive and contribute to our nation's development. I urge each one of you, as you go back, to continue advocating for policies internally within your organizations, but also the policies that protect human rights of the people that you serve, and also promote inclusion, which is a very fundamental thing in human rights protection. But most importantly, you need to remain accountable. You need to show the results of the work that you do, and also the results of the resources that you have received. In conclusion, let us reaffirm our commitment to solidarity and support one another in our respective journeys. As we leave this gathering, we may be inspired to act boldly, to innovate, and to engage with our communities. We can also build a brighter future for Uganda, a future that embodies the values we cherish as organizations, but also strive for the dignity of all. I therefore want to thank each one of you for the unwavering commitment and the passion that you have exhibited over the 3 days, and also to wish you a safe travel. I had recognized some of the steering committee members, but I would also want in a special way to thank Huonet, Deniva, Peter was here, and yeah. So I want to now officially, if my head of program will accept, after today, all roads will lead to the north. The counterparts that will be from Lango sub-region, Acholi sub-region, and West Nile sub-region will also, in the next few weeks, have a similar gathering. So congratulations to the Eastern colleagues, and wish you all the best of luck to Feli and the team. Maybe in that vein, I would like Feli to just wave. Aha. So Feli is my counterpart in Gulu, and she's working tirelessly hard to ensure that a similar conference is organized and concluded in the north. Thank you very much, and for God and my country.
Thank you. I might not use Chris's instrument. I have removed it. I'm scared about using it. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Eddie Kainda, on behalf of Fabio. Before I speak what I want to speak, I want to recognize in our midst the chairperson of Fabio, who is amidst us, Mr. Patrick Kayemba. Mr. Patrick, thanks for honoring this invitation to come and be amidst us. Secondly, before I continue, I would want to take this opportunity to thank our partners, GIZ, for the commitment they have had towards this, but also to trust us that we can deliver this, and I think we have not disappointed. Please clap for us. Thirdly, I would want to, in a special way, thank our partners, the CSOs. It was a marathon having you to come to this conference. Whoever got sad or annoyed because of the way you communicated, or sincere apologies, we apologize on behalf of Fabio, but also GIZ. It was a crash program, but we sincerely managed to manage it in a way that we does not step on each other's toes. We also want to thank the hotel management for the very nice service they have given us. Please clap for them. The persons behind the mics, the digital platforms, and the audio-visual set, you have been a star for this. Without this, we wouldn't have made it. But on a last note, during the discussions we had during the conference, but also in the breakout rooms, there were voices that were coming out from these discussions and participation that we try to summarize, and these voices are being worked on to become commitments for this conference. And we have our commitment board, which we want to present to you, but also we can briefly discuss about it. It is in draft form, it can be amended, and it shall be shared at some appropriate point. Joseph, if you could scroll to another slide. Yes. The first conference commitment speaks to compliance. And we're saying that whereas compliance is both a national and subnational issue, we need to take it upon ourselves in our regions to identify process facilitators amongst us that can drive this agenda. If you have realized that in the selection of the breakout session leaders, we identified some of these organizations that have complied, probably at level 3 or level 4 of compliancy, to share our experiences. For example, we have the Public Affairs Center in Teso sub-region. How about if we identify PAC as a lead facilitator to drive the compliancy agenda, such that most of our organizations in that sub-region can be able to use or use PAC as a mentorship center for this, in terms of processes, in terms of legal requirements, in terms of documentation, such that we can manage it in-house, but also try to manage this as a block. The moment we try to go compliance alone, it might not work, but it could also work well if we're in a group. So those voices are coming out. Number 2, we are thinking that in our sessions and the voices coming from the participants, that on alternative financing and and internal revenue, we should try to amend, revise, or review our strategic plans and policy instruments to consider alternative financing options, including social enterprises. We realize that the voices again coming out is that most of the organizations are dependent on donor funding, and it's now time for us to ensure that we can identify other sources of revenue to ensure that we can be able to cushion ourselves against financial shocks. That is number 2. Number 3, we also hear voices pointing to the fact that we must digitize. And this can also be, only be done if we identify institutional capacity. Let us identify capacity amongst ourselves. Let us identify who can support us in this. Let us try to identify our digital needs assessment. Faraja is here and took us in this lead. Kindly pick those contacts. It's upon us to ensure that we drive our own agenda as organizations to ensure that we can digitize and identify the potential that there is online, but also using online as a business, fundraising, among others. Fourthly, voices are trying to come up with an aspect on governance agenda and managing transitions in terms of reviewing our strategic documents and policies to speak to strengthening structures. How about if we had hybrid boards? How about if we retain competent staff? How about if we identified grassroots structures that can work for us? That how do we identify capacity within ourselves or assessments to ensure that this is done to satisfaction? Second last, we are looking at partnerships, networks, and consortia. When you hear voices of the discussion that was here yesterday, Mr. Kawoya identified that the only way, and I think the same voice was raised by European Union, that the only way to ensure that we can perform as civil society organizations is to create networks, consortia, and partnerships. I have read today's paper, and there's a call for proposals, I think, from the Royal Danish Embassy. And they're mentioning that the only way to participate in this is forming a workable consortia, meaning that the era of doing solo bids or solo applications is out. Let us try to identify partnerships, networks, and consortia as special purpose vehicles to ensure that we can mobilize and resource for financing. And lastly, participants try to come to a consensus that we are not going to hide from research and innovation. Research and innovation to inform implementation, to form the advocacy narrative, but also to inform management and strategic decisions. Whereas we know that the government of Uganda does research and provides statistics, for example, the census statistics, and we had the final report, I think, come out today. Take interest to look at the key summaries of that report. We must take initiative as partners, as CSOs, to conduct homegrown research that can inform our own advocacy and engagement agenda. These are majorly the issues that are coming out as conference commitments, and these are not cast in stone. I wanted to find out whether we can deliberate or have suggestions around this. Chris or Rita, and see if we can pick any suggestions. Yes, okay. Can we have, maybe I could go back. I'm being told to drive this. Can we have any suggestions? Do we think these issues represent the key issues we have committed to do in the conference? Or is there anything we have left out or anything we can change? We can have a show of our hands, and then please come forward. Bring that mic. Somebody has a hand here. Yes, Patrick, you can have the mic.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much. Members, just like I've been
You could
introduced-
stand up if you don't mind.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
You know, sometimes I get worried of my height. I don't want to stretch your necks. That's why I kept on like sitting, but I think it is okay. Since you just had lunch, it is even okay to stretch the necks in one way or the other. My name is Akayemba Patrick Gavamkulia. I'm privileged to be part of the Fabio team. I just want to speak on this.
Yes.
Even when I wasn't there from the beginning, I can get a feel of the issues that you people have been deliberating about. I can see these issues in two directions. Majority of these issues are inward looking. As CSOs, what are those commitments we want to make as CSOs within our space and within our environment? What skipped my sight is what are those asks that we want from that other environment? Is it about to come? Or it might have been an omission? Because if we have the Prime Minister coming here, we have a government. What are those asks? In civil society, we call them demands. Normally, we use those words of demands. What are those demands that we want to demand from government? That has not come out among the issues that I have seen. If it is about to come, I apologize for being ahead. If it has not come, better we think about it. The earlier we do it, the better, before even the Prime Minister arrives. I hope I've been relevant. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Kayamba raises that much as most of the key issues have been about cleaning our house as deposit organizations, we work within an operating environment, a political environment, an economic environment. What could be some of the issues that we need to have from government, or demands you can have from government? And I think we need to have a commitment on that, and probably select a body or an organization or individuals that can lead us into that direction. Thank you very much for raising that. Any other person that wants to? Yes, Ahmed.
The opportunity. First, I want to appreciate you are spot on the 5 things you have brought out there.
Thank you.
And I just want to add a few, in my opinion. One is that I feel that something should come out very clearly on the issue of a regional CSO development partners dialogue. Remember yesterday we said everything was about us adjusting, but we were not talking. I think this alludes to what was said. And I think an idea came out that I think it was Chris who amplified it better. That can we make a commitment to have that specific region-based dialogue with our development partners, where we now directly share and engage each other?
Do you mean something similar to this? Because already we have our development partners here, and we have directly spoken to them.
I think Chris put it in the way which really fascinated me.
Yes.
But I think something like a dialogue where you hear our side, we openly discuss, because I'm sure we also have issues we feel we need to share. The second thing is, yesterday the issue of a localization agenda came out. I feel whereas seems to have been bedded somewhere, can we make a commitment on this area and see that we drive? It is a policy which is coming from our development partners, and I think the commitment to drive, appreciate, and embrace the localization agenda on all that it dictates and it demands is something which we need to come out. Thirdly,
thank you.
Thirdly is the issue of strengthening collaboration, a commitment to strengthen collaboration with the local governments and MDAs. I think Honorable Charles brought it out and said, for example, we have the National Planning Authority, we have local governments in the House, and I think it would be unfair for us to live here without that commitment to drive, deliberately drive that relationship, especially as something which comes out to standing. Because when you talk of mainstreaming our national or our actions with the national development plan, with the national aspirations exposed by government, requires that deep relationship. And I think it's a commitment. And the last one is the last section, a commitment to deal with the social evil in the house. That is the gender-based violence, the challenge we had about statistics, we had a lot of things. And I think it needs to come out as something, as a region, we are saying we are coming in full swing as NGOs, whichever way, to deal with these social evils, to continue pushing on the gender agenda, and there are many other issues. I think to me, if it does not come out, we shall miss it out.
Thank you very much. I think you're spot on. We need to amend the partnerships, networks, and consortia probably to bring in the element of collaboration with the parastatals and local governments, because we are not working in a vacuum, and at any opportune moment, they always advise us that we have no out other than working with them. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
One more.
Yes. Pastor Paul Batambuze from Nemas, Uganda, Ginger.
The guest of honor is arriving. Can you please be quick?
Yes. As she arrives, our demand, or our request would be, when Stephen was here from the NGO Bureau, we very well know what transpired all the way right from April, when all NGO was now turned into a mere department in the ministry. So, to me, our demand would be that whoever meets the president should tell him that it was a misconception to consider us, or where we report, just a mere department. It should be even turned into an authority, not just a bureau. So, if there is room for negotiation, it should be done as early as yesterday.
Thank you.
I thank you.
That is noted. One lady, just one lady, a lady. Yes, speak on behalf of ladies. Kindly stand up in 30 seconds.
Okay, my major issue, we are missing out the factor of having disability as a cross-cutting issue in our program.
Yes, disability as a cross-cutting issue. Thank you for raising that. These voices can keep coming. If you think there is anything missed, Noor, we have our cards. You can cards to anyone who feels like something has been left out to identify it, so that we can pick it and note it. These commitments are going to be refined and shared widely amongst our partners for consideration. Chris?
Excuse me?
Yes.
This is a major ask. Like Chris kept saying, where you get the king is where you worship.
Yes.
The rationalization process has been complete.
Yes.
We have a major ask that in the new formation, NGOs are ably represented. Like we are represented on the board, because we are yet to see the new formation.
Okay.
Then the other aspect is that Stephen stated that there are ongoing consultations that are going to happen. We need to also effectively participate, but also remind her that we demand that we effectively participate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We shall stop it at that, and Let me consult. Thank you very much. Secondly, before I leave, we are evaluating this conference. Joseph, kindly screen the evaluation form. As we conclude, we might not be in position to have this time when our guest of honor arrives. However, we ought to evaluate our conference, and an online evaluation form has been developed by Fabio and GIZ. We're gonna share this link with you, but we also have a QR code that we shall be sharing, or you can scan and get access to the form. If we can look through it very quickly so that we can give guidance on how best we can handle it. Are we projecting that, digital team? It's there. This is the CSO Eastern Uganda Conference, and please go down. You should be indicating your email address. Come down, indicate your email address, and also indicate your gender into the form. You should also indicate your sub-region where you that you have represented. If Karamoja, Sebei, indicate to us. If you are a person living with disability, please also indicate. Please go on. Next. Next. You click next. Go down. Probably you need to fill in, I think. Try it out. Yes, thank you. Are you a male or female? Apparently, you don't have a provision for both. So is male. Which region are you representing? Joseph, where do you come from? Please indicate to us. If you are a person living with disability, please indicate to us. Click next. There are questions here. How would you rate the overall effectiveness of the conference in meeting the conference learning objectives? We have provided a scale of 1 up to 5, where 1 is not effective at all, but 5 is extremely effective. So depending on how you've ranked it or evaluated it, you can give a number. Probably 1, 2, or 3, or 5. Could you please punch in whatever you feel like, according to you? Do you think we've been effective or extremely effective? Are you trying to tell people that they should have 5? Please go down. To what extent did the conference enhance your knowledge and skills and attitudes related to Joseph, you're misleading me. Okay, next. Yes, how has this improved your knowledge and skills and attitudes towards the organization, but also you as an individual? You rate it, give it a rating, and then proceed. Next. How well did the conference presentation and breakout sessions align with the stated learning objectives? You give it a rating. Then, where the conference materials and resources clear, informative, and relevant to your needs, you give it a rating. How effective were the facilitators and presenters in delivering the content and discussions? Give it a rating. How satisfied were you with the quality of audiovisual equipment and facilities? Give it a rating. Were the accommodation and hotel and services to your standards? Rate it. We are meaning this hotel where we are, not the hotel where we slept. Yes. Then lastly, to what extent did the conference help you to strengthen your capacity to comply with national and subnational compliance requirements in terms of knowledge? Please rate it. How well did the conference address the changing operating environment in CSOs and prepare you to adapt to new dynamics? Give it a rating. Second last, how did the conference identify and map beneficial networks and partnerships and individuals to collaborate and strengthen institutional capacity? Give it a rating. How effective was the conference introducing new approaches to improve financial sustainability and institutional sustainability? Give it a rating. And lastly, you are free to make any other comments you feel like you want to make about the conference, and make your submission. Anything you want to make, any suggestion you want to make, any recommendation you're supposed to make. And when you make a submission, we shall receive it at our end, and we shall compute it and shall give you feedback on the same. Is it clear? It should be taking less than 3 to 5 minutes to fill in. You need access to internet, but you also need to explore. Yeah, it will show you that you have submitted your form, and it may ask you to clear the form, probably for any other person to do what? To fill in. And we shall provide the link on your emails, but you can also get it through the QR code. I want to thank you so much and wish you the best. Thank you. The persons who have given their commitments onto this, we are going to refine these, including those we have presented, and reshare in our summary report on evaluations. Thank you.
Please give Eddie a very big round of applause. Okay. Now, we're going to turn the heat up a little bit because I see everyone is cold. So, DJ, are you ready for us to groove and dance? Give us some beats so that we can wrap this up. Okay? So, 256. And the DJ, give us something as they come so that we shake our bones. You see, Benson is on his laptop. He wants to, something from 1942, you know? If you have something like that. We have a few more sessions to conclude, so bear with us. DJ, you have really failed me. You have refused to work with me. That's 1960, 142.
Yeah. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Yeah. Come on, go, let's go. DJ, please move this with words. Yayeye rimwe ebigambo. Twagala kuteeka mu bigambo byaffe. We want to put our own words. Remove that one place, still Dre. But DJ, what's your problem? You missed the food or what? What's the problem? Bakuongere buji. Hey, DJ mumuwe buji. Always, you're just like that. Still Dre. Thank you so much, GIZ, Fabio, and all the partners for this opportunity. My name, once again, I'm called Abarisho Sahali's dad, aka Da Vinci Star. I represent Plus 256 Youth Platform. We do rap for social community transformation.
Yes, thanks everybody for turning up. And I'm also too happy for meeting you all here. I go by Joseph Peter Baliraine, and my stage name is Wheezy. I represent 256 Youth Platform. And just like you said, we do rap for both a positive and social change. Let me hope you're ready for what's coming.
Let me hope, DJ, you're ready.
Check.
Yeah. As we wait the beat, we can also do it as we check the hate.
I give you some beat.
Yeah. But we can make our own beats. DJ, if you have failed, we can make them. You go on.
Check.
Okay, it's okay.
Check. Are you ready? Are you ready?
Yeah. Okay.
Check.
United we rise.
Divided we fall.
Compliant stay.
Enterprise and grow.
United we rise.
Divided we fall.
Compliant stay.
Oh, check it.
A. Mindset.
B. C.
Microphone is not working.
D.
Digitalize and be visible.
A.
Focus on your smart goals.
G.
Enterprises are easy.
Yo, F.
Focus on your smart goals.
H.
Help others to change.
I.
I love you, GIZ.
J.
Jesus is on my side.
K.
Carl my Jones, big up.
L.
Repeat that.
M.
Leadership is the key. M.
O.
Okay, let us the audience. We are going to start with A. From A up to Z, okay?
Are you ready, man?
United we
Let's
rise.
go. Divided we fall.
United we rise.
Divided we fall.
Compliant stay.
Enterprise and grow.
United we rise.
Divided we fall.
Compliant stay.
Enterprise and grow. Yo.
A. I'm not listening. A.
Somebody want the mic?
I want you to count for me. You start A as I give you what I have, you know? Okay? Allow your mindset to change. Please be compliant. Concentrate on your smart goals. Digitalize and be visible. Enterprises make easy. F, focus on your dreams. G, go alone. Faster. O, go far together. H, help others to change. I love you, GIZ. Okay, united we rise.
Divided we fall.
Compliant stay.
Enterprise and grow.
United we rise.
Divided we fall.
Compliant stay.
Shake out, yo. One more time, yeah. When you comply, all you do is just flourish. But when you fail to make it, everything is gonna perish. Teamwork, everything is what we learn. Take my message, everybody in the building. Be transparent, stay innovative. When you do so, you could get a better beauty. Stand still, do it pop in a minute. Just like my brother said, let's go again.
Rise, rise, united we rise.
Divided we fall.
Compliant stay.
And grow.
United we rise.
Divided we fall.
Compliant stay.
Enterprise and grow.
I remember we had ended on I. We continue, start with M. M, manage your cruise. N, negotiation is the key. O, you gonna be laughed.
P,
penalties are there on the way. What?
I said.
You said.
Okay, alright.
Yeah. I say united we rise.
Divided we fall.
Compliant stay.
Enterprise and grow.
United we rise.
Divided we fall.
Compliant stay. Yeah. Okay, according to time, thank you so much. We have to give a little because of time, but next time
it's gonna be bad.
It's gonna be bad.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you guys. DJ, give me a beat. A.
Don't tease me, bro.
B.
We are here learning, bro.
C.
Are you trying to call me back?
C.
Are you trying to call me back?
Please come.
Okay, let me come back. But when I'm coming back, I know the time is gone. DJ, put it down. I'm joking.
All right, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much, guys. It's not easy to be creative. It's not easy to be creative. These guys sat here, listened to the key messages that we are giving, and they picked up a few things and made them fun for us to listen to. So, really want to thank you. I would like to invite you to give them a very big round of applause. And of course, I mean, the creativity of GIZ and Fabio to blend important messages, use music, talent, you know, the exhibition area. Now we're going to have dinner. You guys, if you don't have a date, please find one. So thank you, GIZ, for being that creative. So please invite me to, join me to thank the GIZ team for putting together a very fantastic program. And I can assure you, as a moderator, I'm very good when we don't have time. But when we have a lot of time, I am not good at all. Is there a light at the end of the tunnel? Okay, so perfect. And there's light at the end of the tunnel. I just had to be very sure. You know, we started with when the minister comes, then we went to if the minister comes, now we are back to when the minister comes. So we are very glad to know that she's about to get to us, and we will now start wrapping this up. I think there's a few administrative announcements to make. Most of you were asking, how are we going back, that. So with technology, we're definitely going to be making the payments for transport refund and I think accommodation by mobile money, so you will have your message as soon as possible. If you wrote your number very well, you know that you're going to actually receive the message. If you're not sure you wrote your number very well, please do go to the registration desk and clarify with the team. Now, I have two speeches which I would like to invite. The first one is a speech from, I think, one of the most senior civil society representatives. He's been sitting and contributing to the conversation, and we've requested him to speak on behalf of the participants and share their experience in just 5 minutes of what transpired. So Mr. Benson Ikwe, please join me and give your remarks. And then after that, we will invite the chairperson of Fabio, Mr. Patrick Kayemba. Oh dear God, oh sorry. That place is not good, so we will make. Thank you, thank you. So we'll invite Mr. Patrick Kayemba also to just give us some remarks. So over to you, Benson.
Do I need to use this boy to
No,
cause
I will
another-
remove this. You might
I might again stumble. You know, understanding the environment is very critical. Wow, what do I say? The 3 days have been quite very deep and great days. It is almost unimaginable that development partners, CSOs, and everybody and government can sit in one house for 3 days, reflecting and agreeing on a sense of direction together. On behalf of my colleagues, I first want to applaud GIZ for supporting this initiative. To me, it is a dream come true. I just could not imagine that on the same desk I have European Union, on the same house I have government and National Planning Authority. In the same house you have Julius Opoi from OJ and somebody deep from Kabong in the same house. This is great. So GIZ, thank you. We applaud you so much. I really begin to see that CASP is beginning to bear fruit. This is what we mean by capacity building for the sector. We applaud you, we thank you, and I don't think there is a way we can say. Words defeat our understanding. Secondly, I want to thank our own colleague who accepted to mobilize us and carry the burden. It's not easy to put up something like this, my friends. I was just reflecting alone. If I had been asked to do the same, probably would have got the worst results. But Fabio, you have done us proud. I don't have words. My colleague, I'm wondering how you are feeling, the chairperson of Fabio. How do you feel? I'm sure if somebody opened your heart, you know, a dream come true becomes a motivation for satisfaction and to move forward. So we want to thank you. You have done us proud. My colleagues who have traveled from all corners, I can see Katakwi here, I can see Busia here, I can see Kabong here, I can see everybody here. Thank you so much for coming. I cannot also on my behalf forget to thank our local governments. They say, she's my friend from Umbale. I don't know whether she's still in the house. I think consistently for the last 3 years, she has always been with us in terms of reflecting together, planning together. I remember when we were reviewing, looking at the NDP 3, I think a few years ago before she was there. Local government, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And finally, our government representatives. I have seen the Deputy Executive Director of NPA here with us from day one. It's not easy to keep a government technocrat and leader in the house. You try. I think we have managed this time. I don't know why, but I think it shows that government means well for us. We should not take this commitment for granted. Thank you so much. We are ready to work with you seriously. My colleagues, I think my final word is that now that we have made some commitments, we have committed to build serious connections and linkages. We have committed to work on our compliance deficits. We have committed to do a number of things together as the region. I think the onus is on us to ensure that this comes to pass. For me, the biggest issue is not about the meeting. The biggest is after the meeting. Somebody said a good manager is known after he has left. Now, after we have closed the conference, we shall know whether it was really good. From what we shall start to experience the change in mindset, the change in our programming, the change in everything. Let us take this conference seriously. Let us go and implement and follow up what we have committed to do. And this is my single ask, government, NDP, NPA, you are here, and others. Please reinstate us back our authority, our bureau. I think this sector is too big to be managed by a committee. We need a fully fledged authority to relate and regulate us. If this message goes through, we shall be excited. I want to wish you all a safe journey. I want to bless you. I want to thank you. For me, the dream has come true. For my colleagues from Northern, next, we shall also visit and see. Now that you came here, we shall also come to Gulu and be with you there. May God bless you. And now, at this moment, I have the privilege to invite the chairperson of Fabio, Patrick, who is also my colleague who have worked together for this sector. We sent him on a loan somewhere. He tried there, he created his impact, and came back. So now, please, you have the privilege to address us.
Thank you so much. Benson. Benson has been on this thing for some time. He started as a young man, very, very, very handsome. I'm not so sure whether the handsomeness still exists or not. But at least I know that by that time, he was really extremely handsome. I want to, first of all, recognize protocol and exceedingly express my gratitude to all of you on behalf of Fabio for that you accepted to embrace our invitation. We cannot take this for granted. We have to say thank you for trusting us to take lead, to mobilize you so that we can talk about our issues. I want at the same time also to commend our partners before I say anything. GIZ for trusting us. We have not been partners with the GIZ for a long time, but we have worked on similar issues, particularly with GIZ in the area of transport, in the area of sustainable transport. We might have not engaged extensively GIZ here in Uganda, but we have been working with GIZ in Germany to talk about sustainable transport for a long period of time. So we are happy for this extension. I just wanted, thank you so much, and all other partners with whom we have been able to organize this. I just cannot take you for granted. National Planning Authority, we are not so sure where you are going. Of course, we know that the Minister of Finance is swallowing you. We are not so sure whether you remain with that authority and that we actually used to have. We hope that the ingredients that exist for the reason National Planning Authority was established shall still bear. Just like for the NGO, I am excited that I have been around civil society for some time. I think I am the oldest here in as far as civil society engagement is concerned, maybe followed by Benson, because I think I started before Benson. 94. Yeah. And 92 is me. Can you imagine? So only I'm ahead about 2 years. Started with an organization called Kigulu Development Group. Some people may have not heard about that. And then we started Fabio in 1997. We have been around for some time. I wanted to talk about one simple thing, dear colleagues, which is very, very critical for survival and that has helped us to survive the changing environment for these decades, is understanding critically the two environments. That is the internal environment and the external environment. Starting an organization is something different, totally different. And having it flourish and making it relevant and legitimate is something totally different. Whether you're talking about critical issues that affect the citizens, whether you're talking about other issues that are influencing the environment, that is totally different. But sustaining those issues you talk about over time is yet another school of thinking. It requires resilience. It requires flexibility. It requires diversification. Because when we started talking about issues of governance, us in Fabio, everybody was asking, what does governance have to do with a bicycle? Because the bicycle has always been our niche. But we said the bicycle is operating in an environment which is governed. We are talking about supplementing on government role of providing social services. That demanded for us to influence the operating environment. And that made the shift to us to move from not only talking about cycling and road safety, but also talking about governance issues that influence service delivery that we want to supplement. So how do you remain relevant under all circumstances of environment? I am happy that I know both environments now. Having been a district chair and having started on issues of accountability, I worked in Geneva for so many years, for over 10 years on the board. And not only on the board, but I was a honorary secretary, I was a vice chair. I was a chairperson of Transparency International Uganda for 5 years. I was one of the founders of it. I was a chairperson of Anti-Corruption Coalition Uganda, ACU. And I'm privileged that I was one of the people that thought that we needed to start such a thing. And also then I jumped to politics to show people that it is possible. It is possible to manage resources without being corrupt. And I went out with my shoulder high. Now, pray for me, I want to go to Parliament. I am not going to Parliament for prestige. I'm not going to Parliament to make money because I have it. That's what I started with. Because when I came to the district, people thought I came for money. I told them I have it. Man, why? Your accounts. How about your systems? They went to the communities. They went everywhere. By the way, we were innocent. But somebody had painted a picture that, Fabio, they are not there for Fabio. They are there for something else. Because at one time, we started talking about civic conscientization of communities. And this was a no-go zone. So, because we had tried as much as possible to ensure that we fulfill all the compliance issues, they could not get anything. Until they said, I think, Fabio, you guys, it is only people, Lugambo. They can sometimes government works on Lugambo also. So you need to try as much as possible to be ready for anything. Particularly, this is my last point. NGOs die a lot during this period where we are going, when the police solves quite well. NGOs are political. We must talk about politics. We must, whether we want it or not. The only thing we need to avoid is being partisan. We should try as much as possible to avoid partisanness in NGO. But talking about politics, There is no way we can survive without talking about how we live, because politics determines how we live, how we breathe, how we feed. Because short of it, short of good policies, we can't survive as individuals, but also as organizations. I thought I needed to share that with you. Maybe you...
Rita is smiling. Are you from 2000? You... Not NGO work. Okay. Okay, NGO work. If you NGO work, then 2010. And afterwards. 2010, you joined the sector 2010. If any, but for you're old. Okay. Barbara, please come. Oh, Farida. I apologize. I always mix up the names. No, I seated here and I received the message. You're only sending us people from 1986. You know? You need to. Yeah. And then I saw another hand, I think, from the lady here. But as Barbara comes, we would like to really... I have to drop the microphone. Farida, please. I was going to say something, yes, I remember.
Thank you so much, Chris. I'll not find you since I've used your platform, but for calling me Barbara, I would have found you. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, good evening. Thank you, Chris, for giving me this opportunity. Earlier I was asking, am I speaking like an activist, an HRD, a CSO, or a partner? But I'm me. Yes, my name is Farida Chomhanji. I joined the sector around 2009, 2010, and I became so passionate, and I'm still here so passionate. That's why I insisted that we needed, because you never know who is listening, you never know who they will talk to, and thank you to everybody who has taken part to organize, to deliver, and to keep us all. I can see all your faces are very attentive. Thank you so much. If we have this opportunity at all times,
2010 very well. Thank you. Now, most of you know that the Strengthening Governance and Civil Society program is funded by the German government and co-funded by the European Union. It is implemented by GIZ. But this particular program has three important components. The first component is what the component that's hosting us, Strengthening Civil Society, which we famously call CASP. And CASP has hubs. There's a national hub, there's a hub in Mbale, which is Eastern Uganda. Where is Paul? Did Paul step out? There's, which is headed by Paul. There's a hub in southwestern Uganda. I don't know the head, and that should be my head. Jackie Kasoma. Oh, okay. She's also my dear friend. My dear friend Jackie Kasoma. And then there's also a hub in Gulu, northern Uganda. And it's headed by... Stand up for recognition. And she's been conspicuously quiet. So that's the first component of the program. The second component, and they are in no particular order anyway, is strengthening accountability. And I had introduced a representative from the Office of the Auditor General who is on the steering committee. But this component particularly works with three government institutions, the Office of the Auditor General, PPDA, and the Inspectorate of Government. Of course, as you know, the program also works with civil society as well. The third component, which I love actually the most, is strengthening human rights. And this GIZ does work with the Human Rights Commission, civil society, of course, and the National Planning Authority. And talking about, you clap. Talking about the NPA, they have been in the process of drafting the National Development Plan 4. And we are privileged over the past 3 days. We've had the Deputy Executive Director of the NP, and he's been also conspicuously quiet. And I think I'd like to invite him now to speak to us, perhaps also give us updates on the process, whether some of our issues that we raised.
Presence of the members of the steering committee, all of you, the distinguished leaders of the civil society organizations, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is, of course, my first time to join you in a conference such as this one, but Chris will remember very well that we worked very closely when I was still the board chair of the NGO Bureau, when we designed that for purposes of good working relationship between government and the civil society organizations, there was need to work, collaborate together, and in order to create harmony. What we did then was to initiate what we got to call the quarterly reflective meetings. We did this, and they had to be attended by the Minister of Internal Affairs. Many of you, as I can see, especially at, Rita was always there, the executives of the international and the national NGOs were always in those meetings. But also we traveled up country. We went to Moroto, we were in Arua, we would be in Mbale here, we would be in western Uganda. We traveled across the country. The purpose was, can we have government recognize the role that is being played by actors, non-state actors such as you? That was the purpose. And I think to a large extent we achieved that. So today, I would like to confess that listening to you, in my current role as the Deputy Executive Director of the National Planning Authority, I am very delighted that I am meeting the frontline actors in the development agenda of the country. I have listened to some of the challenges which are not to a large extent surprising to me, but I am also happy that with the support from GIZ, we are collaborating through these kinds of meetings to deal with the issues that we are facing. I want to confess that you have done so well to, if you go to our theme of the conference, leveraging compliance and complementarity for sustainable impact. This is a very rich theme. In the House, you have dealt to a great extent with implementation issues, with program and activity designs, and indeed you have spoken about results. What has not been well focused on is actually the other key ingredient that leads you to this theme, and that is planning. You are not going to be able to measure impact if you have not planned well. And allow me on this point to request that in future engagements, maybe the organizers will find time to also directly engage the National Planning Authority to be able to take you through in detail, but most importantly, because you are one of the critical actors in the, not just in the implementation. I see everyone rushes to budget process, implementation, M&E. You leave out the planning process. And I'm so glad that Chris prompted me to come on the podium to speak just to that. You recall your discussion on the collaboration with the district local governments, but also at the national level, the MDS. Now, as a country, we adopted the program-based approach to planning and budgeting. But most of you will attend the district budgeting conferences and not the district planning conferences. Recently, for the first time in this country, we are now in NDP 3, but soon rolling over to NDP 4. We were able to also improve how we deal with the communication of the planning processes. We did, for the first time in May, issue the planning call circular, which is very akin to what you popularly know as the budget call circular. Now, we have also, as NPA, initiated the planning call circular. Now, it details all planning as it starts at the national level, it comes down to the MDA level, and then to the district level, and finally, to all the actors such as you. I was privileged as well to have given a keynote address to one of the reflection meetings that was held in Imperial Royal recently, and it was on specifically alignment of the civil society organization plans to the NDP, that is the National Development Plan, as you know it. This is going to be very, very critical for all of us going forward. We all now know that government has dropped down to the lowest planning unit as the parish. Again, popularly what everybody knows is that PDM is a service delivery point. But also I'm here to tell you that it is also going to be your lowest planning unit. I need you to pick interest. We have developed guidelines that will be used at the parish, at the district, and at the MDA level to guide our development planning. Of course, you would by now be familiar with what you call the Parish Development Technical Committee. That's where our planning is going to be anchored, at the lowest level. Now, what is your role? In fact, at the very, planning has a cycle. So, and we would always be communicating this to all of you. You are expected to be able, as civil society organizations that operate within the parish, call it the district, you would be part of the stakeholders that constitute the planning at the parish level. Why is this important? The prioritization. In Uganda, we run both a top-down and also a bottom-up prioritization approach. So you would be able to influence the communities in the determination of the key priorities from within the parish. And then you are able to influence what goes into the district development plan. Are we together? Before then, you go into the budgeting and what have you. And then what do you do with your being there? The game changer is in this. Finally, when these are all done, you yourselves you will have to go into your planning. Your plan should be aligning to your area of operation. What do you want to do? Say in sub-county X in Mbale. You then align your plan first to the district local government plan of Mbale. And if you are participating or taking interventions in parish X, then you make sure your interventions are linked to what parish X is taking as their priorities. I know this is maybe quite new to you, but as I have said, going forward, I beg that we get an opportunity to speak more to the issues of planning, how we align ourselves, and this becomes the selling points to your proposals. Are we together? Because our planning framework is aligned right from the Sustainable Development Goals, then you come down to the Agenda 63, Africa, then you come down to East Africa, and then our long-term perspective plan 2040, and then the NDP. So that's how we shall be doing it. We will find time. Where are we now? The NDP 3 comes to an end at the turn-off of this current financial year, 2024-25. The new financial year, 2025-26, will kickstart us within the NDP 4 regime. We recently have done a lot in terms of consultations. We've consulted through the programs, and we wrote to the districts, we wrote to the civil society organizations requesting you to participate in the program implementation action planning within the programs. We have also instructed the ministries, departments, and agencies that whenever they have planning sessions, they must invite all the civil society organizations that participate within those programs. You know the program working groups, and I know that many of forum, the NGO board itself, bureau, it's going to give us opportunity to be able to pick representatives who will be called for an engagement in the confirmation and the approval of the program implementation action plans. A lot of work has already been done, and we are now hoping that in the next 2 weeks, we should be able to start that validation. And I promise you, we are going to be reaching out to some representatives. We shall consult with the umbrella bodies who will be able to pick out for us some representatives, and we will invite you to that validation meeting. Most likely will happen in Kampala. Beyond that, we are also going to consult and validate these plans with the local governments. Again, some of you might be fortunate to be included within the local government framework of consultations. Where are we in terms of finalizing the plan? Our roadmap is that we are looking at end of November to be able to have gotten cabinet approval of the plan. And beyond cabinet, then we should be diving back to parliament in order to have the NDP 4 approved by parliament as is required by the law. Then beyond that, we would be engaging again with issues of launching and popularizing the plan. One of the critical challenges that planning has faced in the country is we have not been facilitating the planning processes adequately enough, as much as the budgeting processes. That's why many of you will know about budget conferences, budget processes, but little of planning conferences. We are, however, now discussing very critically and seriously with the current permanent secretary and the secretary to the treasury for them to avail planning equally adequate support to be able to consult We've been doing limited consultations. EU, for you at your level, you know. GIZ, you know. We are then just forced to pick, few places to do consultations, whereas we ought to be doing a very, very broad consultative planning framework. I do hope that what I have just touched on is a tip of the iceberg for our engagement, and I want to again implore that, Chris, going forward, you will be able to afford us an opportunity to deeply engage. But thank you so much for being the front line foot soldiers in the development agenda of the country. I beg to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Charles. And you guys, the camera person tells me I can't see you, so I have to. All right. And just for update, actually, with support from GIZ, civil society prepared the CSO fundamentals paper on the NDP4. We shared a draft with the technical team that's been drafting. We now would like to meet the political leadership of the NPA, including the executive director's office and some of the technical people. So now this is me bribing you in front of people, saying that when that invitation or request comes into your office, please accord us the opportunity to actually engage with you on some of the details of our paper. Now, I did mention that this program is funded, commissioned actually, I have to get the words correctly, commissioned by the German ministry, BMZ, and co-funded by the European Union. It is implemented by GIZ. For me to mention GIZ in full, you have to pay me $10,000. So, but really we have a representative from the EU, so I'd like to invite Miss Elizabeth Ongom to speak to us as well. And please give me a signal whether I should leave my booster there or not. Please do clap. Do clap as she comes. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Really? Yes, please. Thank you, Chris. I will adopt the protocol list that has been used earlier. And really, it has been a great 3 days, full of fun. For us, it has been mainly listening and learning. As you might be aware, as Chris has also mentioned, the EU has contributed 16 million euro towards the CASP program, in addition to other contributions to other civil society interventions, which altogether constitute what EU is putting into the civil society thematic area in Uganda. It's a pleasure to come before you and just explain briefly how we do it. The support that the EU gives to civil society is governed by a 2012 statute that outlines 3 pillars. So the EU supports civil society along 3 pillars. The first pillar is enhancing all activities which support actions within the area of the civic space, or what you'd call the enhancement of the operational environment. The second pillar follows along supporting civil society organizations to participate in one of those pillars that we work with. So that's really in a nutshell. For us, as I said already, this has been learning. Part of the work we do in EU is supporting dialogues with civil society. So it's very important for us to come and sit, listen and learn from you as frontline foot soldiers in this thematic space. You might be like, but what is there? You're not taking action. Believe me, the way the EU works today is not the way it worked 10 years ago. For those who have been in the thematic area of civil society, you can attest to that. We have opened up much more as a result of listening and learning from civil society partners. We try our best to align the support we give to the actual needs of the partners, as opposed to, other broader thematic areas. We do try our best to actually respond to the needs of the partners. And this you can see through the work that CASP is doing. I think everybody can attest to that. And some of the support we give through call for proposals, you can also see that from time to time, the focus of the call for proposals does change in response to the needs of the stakeholders. In a special way, I cannot forget to mention that we also work with young people. The topic of youth is taking center stage for us in the EU. And we will continue to work with young people, also along 3 pillars that remind us to connect, to build capacity, and then to build partnerships through and with young people. The European Union has what is called a youth sounding board, which consists of 20 young people that raise the voices of young Ugandans anywhere across the country. We expected a member of the youth sounding board to be here. Unfortunately, she did not show up. And there is also a member of the youth sounding board actually from Mbale City. He also did not come. We don't know why, what happened. And I will not take very much of your time, but suffice it to say that we are available. If you have questions of a technical nature, we will take the messages we have had, we will share with our hierarchy, and we very much look forward to meeting you also in northern Uganda. Allow me, as I conclude, to thank the organizers of this meeting, led Tassilo, you are the team leader of CASP. I cannot forget to thank you because it's through your leadership that this has happened. The NGO, Uganda NGO Forum, definitely has been engaged here. And for us, normally, the Uganda NGO Forum is always our first point of contact when we reach out to NGOs. And of course, all of you that have come from different parts of Eastern Uganda, some in your traditional wear, we thank you for coming. You've really made this worthwhile. For me, I can tell you I have learned a lot, and I'm to my hierarchy. And I look forward to seeing you another time. Thank you.
So it looks like the energy levels are down. We are not clapping as well as we should. So please let's clap for the EU for their generous support and contribution to the program. Now, when Paul spoke, he said he has invited us and all roads lead to northern Uganda. The next conference of this nature is going to happen in northern Uganda. And I've been duly advised that the host of that conference is already identified. So I think it's very important for us to acknowledge them, but also ask them what they have learned from this conference that they will make sure they replicate in the other conference. So Mr. Feni Twaib is also actually a board member of the Uganda National NGO Forum, so he is my boss's boss. So I would like to invite you now to just speak to us a few insights and tell us whether you're actually inviting us to be there as well, please. Please clap for him as he comes. I said he's our board member.
Thank you very much, Chris. You know, the trouble I always have is wherever I am, you saw the last 2 days I was on suit because I wanted to show that I'm around. Because if I'm not, it is always hard. Thank you very much. I want to take this opportunity to thank GIZ for inviting us here, Fabio, my colleagues from Fabio, and also European Union for supporting this cause. If there was anyone who's very serious, I think it is the team from Northern Uganda, not anyone else. Because I came all the way from Arua, I think 2 days to here. So I had to be serious, and that's why I said we are very serious. And Fel is right there, I think, and Pele, I think all of us were taking notes. Why? Because than this. And we promise that. We can't come here and we go or less. We will do the best. And I want to thank all of you. I think the organizers, it is an achievement when someone comes and promises to do better. You have it means you have contributed a lot. It means something has been learned. It means that we would improve on, maybe add more on what has been here. But by and large, I think I'm very impressed. As I was here, I was very amazed, and I gave feedback to some of my colleagues, and Paul, I was discussing with him that a lot of work was done, and we appreciate that. It is not something simple. I've ever organized events and ever participated in others. It is not simple to organize such kind of events. And I want to appreciate you for the topics that you've chosen, the kind of panelists you've chosen, the participants. It's very, very good, well-blended kind of participants and so forth. I think that is very, very incredible and very good. And I also want to appeal to participants who are here. Please, if you're not going to be physically in Arua, you should be either in spirit or virtually online in Arua. We are going to do as much as possible to make sure that we share our online means and so forth. I think it's better to learn. Why? In Arua, we have unique issues. Here, we might not talk about refugees, but we have refugees in West Nile. A lot of refugees in West Nile. Now that the food ratio is coming down, refugees are coming to towns, and yet there are a lot of challenges that needs to be addressed. In our urban areas, the planning could be for the nationals, but we have refugees who are there. You can't chase them. In Arua, we have, in West Nile, we are dealing with a lot of environmental challenges. I know some of you have been reading about Zoka Forest, you have been reading about many other issues, charcoal burning and so forth and so forth. Maybe could not have been here, but there are issues that I think definitely will have to be discussed and others. So it will be good for you to listen to us and see how it can be done. We have also learned other things, I think, that we would definitely have to carry forward, and it will be part. Since yesterday and the other day, up to yesterday, even today, how I wish my people back home, West Nile, Lango, actually were online listening to what was happening here. A lot of good things happened here, and I think the participants, if they have time, I would think that they also go to West Nile to interact with Northern Uganda, the entire Northern Uganda, actually Lango and West Nile, so that we move on the same page. If you look at the issue of compliance, it cuts across. As a matter of fact, as of now, we have a program called Civil Society Information Support Hub, where we have people who support NGOs, civil society organizations, those who are in programs and those who have compliance issues. We've got legal, someone with legal background. I think we're now adding the number to 2 within the office, and also someone who is very senior in programs to support small and growing organizations, and even those who have been there over time, but who are still facing challenges, to make sure that they are supported. We either support them virtually or through, by going to them, and others coming to us. So we've been offering that program. We have been conducting a lot of capacity building, having capacity building programs, So a lot of it's happening. You see, it is a very big problem. Most of these issues we are discussing are real. I mean, if you don't comply, you will not be legitimate, and no one would want to work with you. So I think the best thing is to comply. Other people don't comply simply because, for example, there are people who founded these organizations a long time ago, but up to now, they are not aware that so many things changed. Those ones have to be reached, and we need to tell them what it is. Even local government leaders, we would need to talk to them so that they understand that there is a new NGO Act, there's an NGO Act that requires them to do ABCD. We talk about the issue of collaborations. We need to talk to people so that people understand that they need to work together. It could be NGOs, but also local government leaders and any other stakeholder that needs to be engaged. So these are things that I think we're going to talk about. As West Nile Regional Civil Society Network that I head, WESISNET, that is what other people know, we have been undergoing such challenges of compliance and so forth. We went through them. That organization was founded in 1997. But I think it underwent so many challenges. But I think with the support from GIZ CAS program, those who are here know Paul was there a few years ago before he came this way. We had to do a lot of things. So we now think it is good to also extend the lessons that we have learned to other people so that people can do better than us. Why? If we are not going to embark on correcting our mistakes, maybe complying, doing many of these things, we would not be where we are. As of now, we are implementing programs. I like the knowledge given by Tesul, I think yesterday, that now that the organization's capacity has been built, many other partners, development partners, can work with us. I can assure you they are now working with us. We now have quite a number of development partners who are working with us. The reason is because some investments has been done in terms of building capacity, in terms of making sure that the organization operates in a way that it should be. So because of that, we want to thank CASP team, we want to thank GIZ, German government, of course, EU for the support, and we're grateful for the support offered. I know our people of northern Uganda, I mean the civil society organizations there, will really be happy to have some of you that side also talk to us in the same way. So, Chris, please, if my time is over, you let me know. I'm also another person who like talking so much. I can talk and talk and talk. But lastly, the last thing I want to conclude with is, as Benson did say, what is so important is going to be what we're going to do after here. Because if you come and learn and get lessons and maybe get experience, whatever the case may be, if you get from here and you don't practice it, I think it will not be good. So I think what is important is anything that you learn, you need to put it into practice. But again, it is good to share. If you are here, you have unique things and you did not share, I think it is high time before you leave, you share. Because I believe in sharing. Once you share, actually, it makes you learn more. It makes you actually understand whatever you're doing more. And also, you create networks. So I think that is something that we need to do. With all that, I want to once again thank each and every one of you here. And I want to take this opportunity to say, if you don't see us, we'll meet in northern Uganda. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Fen. Now, I've been advised that EJ, Mike, that our guest of honor is here, so we will take a short 5-minute bathroom break so that you don't go out when the Right Honorable Prime Minister is speaking. So take a short 5-minute break and then resume your seats. So I will invite Joy. Just tell Joy she doesn't have to invite Paul. Please tell her because I think she might have forgotten. All right, ladies and gentlemen, may we please take our seats. Okay, those of us that are picking tea, we will break at once. We will do the closing ceremony for about 30 minutes, so we do not need to worry about the tea. So please come into the room and let us get settled. Some people have changed their dresses. Vero, why did you change your dress? If you need to go out and change your dress, please don't do it now. There will be time for that. Don't be like Vero. Paul? So those of you who are asking about the exhibitions, the minister will see the exhibitions on her way out. She won't see the exhibitions on her way in. the Executive Director of First African Bicycles Information Organization, to as well come to the front and take her seat. Please remain standing, and I request our guests to stand for the anthems as well. Let's have the anthems.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Usimawele lweshishalo masaba, chirimo ngumukuka wefe uwe shirifa. Chirimo imwanyi nilukindi masaba, chirimo bibindu biyangisa babandu. Usimewele uwe shirifa, abongelezi habihunine nine. Feba masaba ube atwela, nekwombe heshisha lo shefe masaba.
Thank you. You now may be seated. The First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Community Affairs, the Right Honorable Rebecca Alitwala-Kadaga, would like to thank you for honoring us with your presence. Thank you so much for coming. We've been here for 3 days in what we have called the East African Civil Society Conference, organized by Fabio and GIZ. This conference and the program under which it is being organized is commissioned by the German Ministry, BMZ, and co-funded by the European Union. And we have representatives from the two entities, so I'd like to recognize Elizabeth Ongom from the European Union. The program is overseen by a steering committee, and we've had representative authority, Honorable Charles Oleng. We've also had, in absentia, I would like to recognize Ms. Ruth Akato, who is from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Madam Prime Minister, we also had representatives from civil society organizations that are part of the steering committee, one of whom is Ms. Rita Achiro from the Uganda Women's Network. I think you're more familiar with her, I think, in your work because of your work in the women's movement. We also had the former executive director of the National Bureau for NGOs, which is now a department under the Ministry of Internal Affairs, now Dr. Stephen Okello. He's with us, he's been with us, and he only left this morning. We have a representative from the National Union of Disabled Persons in Uganda, Mr. Dennis Odwal. Thank you so much for joining us. Amidst us, we also have a representative from the Office of the Auditor General, who is also on the steering committee, Ms. Mamtaz Ismail. We'd like to recognize you as well. And then finally, the head of the program, who also currently now represents the country director of GIZ, Mr. Tassilo Von, the other name I'll not try to pronounce. And then last but not least, I would like to recognize the Executive Director of the First African Bicycles Information Organization, who have organized this conference, Ms. Joy Kawanguzi. We are also privileged to have the board chairperson of that organization, Mr. Patrick Kayemba. And I think, Honorable Prime Minister, the next time we might find Patrick in Parliament, so we might be sitting side by side if things go his way. So I would like to thank you so much as well for joining us. So this conference has been organized against the background of a needs assessment that was conducted by FABIO and GIZ. Quite a number of issues were identified, and this conference brings together civil society representatives from the eastern Uganda. We also have, of course, representatives that came from West Nile and northern Uganda for a learning visit. And we discussed several issues. Top on the agenda was our relationship as a sector with the government of Uganda, both at national level and at the subnational level. I think from the conversation, it became clear to us that government officials do acknowledge the incredible role that is played by civil society in complementing the government effort. It also became clear that they recognize that NGOs, being the third sector, also play an advocacy role, but also as a watchdog on behalf of the citizens. These roles oftentimes tend to put government and civil society at crossroads. And one of the issues that became clear that is supposed to be worked on is the question around civic space. While government recognizes that NGOs play a critical role in advancing the development agenda, NGOs that were in the room felt like the space for their operations sometimes becomes very limited, both in the narratives that are perpetuated by some government officials, but also in the regulations that NGOs have to comply with. We have agreed as a sector that we must comply if we must flourish. And that is on top of the agenda of every executive of every organization. However, it was noted that the cost of compliance for NGOs tends to deter and affect the opportunities for many organizations to comply. Just paint for you a picture, Madam Prime Minister. An NGO has to comply with over 8 government agencies: the National Bureau for NGOs, Uganda Revenue Services, Uganda Revenue Authority, Financial Intelligence Authority, the Data Protection Office, Financial Intelligence Authority, Uganda Registration Services Bureau, among others. And each of these compliance obligations, whether it is filing returns or getting certificates, requires NGOs to pay some money. So on an annual basis, an NGO has to pay close to 8 million to make sure they are fully compliant with government regulations and guidelines. What this means is that it makes it difficult for smaller organizations, especially those that are working closer to the communities, to operate. So one of the recommendations that came through, which has been the prayer of quite a number of organizations in the past, is that government must find ways in which we establish and take advantage of this digitalization trend and establish an online platform, just like URSB has done, and a one-stop center where NGOs can comply without having the burden of following regulations of different government agencies. We believe that this is going to improve efficiency. It is also going to improve compliance on the side of NGOs. So you should clap for that. The Prime Minister has heard you people. The other issue is the question around the ministry under which NGO, the National Bureau for NGOs, is hosted. Currently, the National Bureau for NGOs is hosted under the Ministry of Internal Affairs. We understand that the Ministry of Internal Affairs is also the ministry responsible for security. What this essentially portrays is that NGOs are not necessarily seen as a development partner or actor, but rather some form of quasi-security threat. And so the prayer for quite a number of organizations and the sector has been whether it's possible to actually move the host ministry from Internal Affairs to perhaps your ministry, the Office of the Prime Minister, or something like the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, or if possible, even the Ministry of Finance, that would make our role much easier and interact with civilians rather than military generals. So this is something that became clear, and we have the former board chairperson of the National Bureau for NGOs, Honorable Charles Oreny, and he knows that he registered this request 5 years ago. So it's something that we are putting to you, and it was an outcome of this conversation. The fourth area was the question around sustainability for NGOs, Right Honorable. We acknowledge that funding for NGOs in this country has been going down, and this is also a global trend. So NGOs on their part have decided that we will have to diversify sources of our financing by looking towards social enterprises, but also raising resources locally, relying on rich people, some of whom are in this room and yourself, to contribute to our work. So we might be starting are they called GoFundMe campaigns for our work? So as a way of raising resources to continue the incredible work that we have been doing in the past. We also recognize that just recently, the government stopped operations of the Democratic Governance Facility. This wasn't necessarily a popular move amongst quite a number of organizations, as we acknowledge that DGF was supporting quite a number of organizations, including actually government agencies. The list to mention would be the National Bureau for NGOs and the Parliament of Uganda. This, of course, has also had a very negative effect. We are hoping that the government of Uganda, in its consideration of the current national plan, of the current national development plan 4, that they would reconsider that decision and engage our development partners to open up another basket fund for NGOs. That would be very helpful. Please clap for that as well. You have to show that this message is strong for the, for the Right Honorable to take forward. We also acknowledged in this conversation that for us to be very effective organizations, we have to strengthen some of our internal governance systems. And GIZ and CASP have been doing an incredible job strengthening the capacity of civil society organizations to be fit for purpose. This is something that became clear during this conversation, and we'll be taking it forward. Finally, today we had really incredible conversations about how can we strengthen our relationships with local government. We realize that there's an information asymmetry between NGOs that work in districts and local governments. We have pledged to ourselves that we must improve our communication with the district local governments. We ensure that we are sharing information with both the local governments and the central governments about our budget contributions, so that our contribution can be integrated in the National Development Plan, but also the District Development Plan. So this is something that we have promised to work on. Lastly, Madam Right Honorable, you remember in 2019, during the lockdown, and 2020, quite a number of young girls became pregnant, below the age of 12, some actually really, most of them below the age of 18. We acknowledge that this was a very dark time in our history as a country, but this problem continues. On the side of NGOs, we pledged to work towards making sure that we are sensitizing our communities. We are working with men, children, and families to make sure that we change and improve the culture that puts our children, our young daughters and sisters in harm's way. We also call upon the government to ensure that our policies enable young girls that have been victims of rape or even defilement to go back to school and give them opportunity to continue their education and have a better future. We also acknowledge that gender-based violence has not reduced. As a country, we need to work on this, and this requires us to work on our cultural norms. And as NGOs, we are sometimes closer to the community, and we'll be working towards addressing that. Thank you once again for joining us. I just wanted to give you a summary of a lot of conversations that have happened. We had quite a lot of rich conversations which are being documented right now and being put in a commitment note, which we'll be sharing online with different stakeholders, including our government stakeholders, and we're hoping that you also take some of our messages forward. And lastly, we acknowledge that currently the government has finished the rationalization process, especially for the National Bureau for NGOs, from a semi-autonomous entity back to a department under the Ministry of Internal Affairs. While right now there might be little change, there's an opportunity for government to review the NGO Policy 2010, which has been in existence now for more than 14 years. We would like to be involved in such a process, and some of the issues that we have raised in this conference we hope can be considered during the review process. Okay, for emphasis, we acknowledge that the NGO Policy 2010 has come of age, and therefore it must be reviewed. We call upon the government to consider some of the outcomes that have come out of this Eastern Uganda Civil Society Conference to incorporate in the review process. But also we encourage governments to find ways in which they can engage the sector as the critical stakeholder to make input in that policy framework. More importantly, if possible, reconsider the host ministry of NGOs from the Ministry of Internal Affairs to another development ministry so that we can be able to directly contribute to the development of this country. So once again, join me, participants, in thanking the Right Honorable Prime Minister for making time to join us in this conference. I would also like to request you to actually thank her, because I know very well from the time we've worked with her under the Ministry of East African Community Affairs that she takes some of these pronouncements but also requests seriously. So I would like you to thank her in future today, but the thanking is for the future, for her taking these messages forward and engaging in the cabinet conversation about some.
By Fabio, with support from GIZ and their partners, BMZ, co-funded by EU. Let us appreciate them with a round of applause. Right Honorable, as the Executive Director of the First African Bicycle Information Organization, I am humbled to have you here. Like my colleague mentioned, we have been here for 3 days, and I am happy that he highlighted the different regions that are here, and maybe to mention that we have had 120 participants from those various regions across the country. Again, like he mentioned, it has been an engaging conference where, as civil society organizations, we've had the opportunity to interact with the key stakeholders in as far as the NGO sector is concerned. And in absentia, we want to commend Dr. Okero, the AD of the NGO Bureau, for the time he spared to be with us, to share his thoughts, to give the perspective of government in as far as the civil society sector is concerned. Let's appreciate him in absentia as well. Mama, he has ably represented you in absentia, and we've had many other key stakeholders in this room that have shared thoughts, have listened to the civil society, but also the civil society as a whole, we have internally reflected. And like my colleague highlighted, we appreciate the essence, we appreciate the relevancy of compliancy. However, we are challenged by the multitudes of the compliance issues that emerge every other day. And it is our humble appeal, Mama, that conversations to simplify some of these issues emerge as far as government is concerned, to ensure that the civil society does not have any limitations in as far as delivering services to the local person is concerned. I want to again take this opportunity to appreciate you for your continued support to the civil society. I know you as someone who is so enthusiastic about the works of civil society, but particularly anything that comes to the wananchi is very key to you. And I will recall when we were launching our e-bike technology, you were one of the guests that we had amongst the various dignitaries, including those from the government of Germany. I would like to inform you that we did not stop at that level. And as we speak, I know you have the opportunity to look at our latest e-bike, but I would like to report to you that the e-bike that you launched years back, around 2020, apparently we have the fourth model. So we are walking that talk with government. We know that at the moment, government is looking at going green, is looking at innovation, technology, among others, to ensure that we work on the issues of climate change. So that is the new progress. However, in our journey to ensure that we reach the vulnerable communities, especially with our bicycle, we experience limitations, and these emerge from areas of the heavy taxes that are levied on these bicycles. Mama, these bicycles are intended to support, to benefit the local person down there, but the taxes that are levied on it limit us to reach that person. It is again my humble appeal that government considers to lessen taxes on these bicycles to ensure that we are able to reach the less privileged people out there that we support. And of course, I know it is also your dream. It is something you cherish. So we'll be humbled to see that something is done by government to create change in that area. As I wind up, I know Chris has presented a summary of what has transpired in the 3 days we have been here. Different civil society organizations have exhibited their work. They are doing tremendous work in this country. You get the opportunity to see some of the handwork that CSOs are doing to ensure that they reach the vulnerable person. We are also going to crown this day with a cultural dinner. We'll be exhibiting our culture, but the essence is basically to ensure that we network, we partner, and we have time together as civil society organizations. I am not sure if you will be with us, but of course, I'll be humbled to have you join us during the cultural evening, where you will be in position to have a taste of the different cultures. Our civil society work is not about just advocacy, not about just going to the communities, but it is also about understanding who we are and also respecting our cultures. That is why you realize or notice that the different civil society organizations in this room and those that are not here use different components to exhibit or to reach out the communities. Some are looking at teenage mothers, and again, Fabio is looking at a bicycle. Some are using culture to reach out the vulnerable communities, because our country, my motherland, has a lot of issues that need to be addressed, and CSOs have innovatively come on board to use the different approaches to address some of these issues. Mama, I want to summarize and give back the microphone to Chris because he's standing. But allow me once again, first of all, appreciate the civil society organizations that have labored to participate in this event. These are EDs, Mama. They are leaders of different organizations. By all means, they could have opted to do something else, but they prioritized to take part in this conversation, in this conference, which in the long run will contribute to the development of our country. Let us appreciate ourselves. Thank you so, so much for taking part in this. And in a special way, I want to appreciate once again our partners, GIZ, the team leaders, the different team leaders at all levels who want to appreciate you for taking part, for believing in Fabio to take lead in organizing this conference. And without your support, it would have been hard. Of course, not forgetting the partners behind you, BMZ and EU, for giving the funding to ensure that this has been delivered. I cannot forget the different key stakeholders, the different parastatal bodies, local government, National Planning Authority, the media fraternity. I know you're here, among others. Thank you so very much. In a special way, I want to appreciate my board chair, Mr. Kaimba Patrick, for being a great leader, for nurturing us into the leaders we have become today. And of course, not forgetting my team, the team behind me, a team of young people that have worked tirelessly, relentlessly. Please, you could stand up for recognition. The Fabio team, Eddie, where are you? Yes. The others are behind because they're handling logistical issues, but we appreciate you. We do not take your hard work for granted. Thank you so very much. Lastly, it is important for us to work together as civil society organizations, and also important for us to work together with government. We invite you, Mama, to walk this journey with us. We cannot achieve anything without government on this journey. It cannot be in isolation. It can only be together in unity. For those remarks, allow me wish you a very good evening, a very nice cultural dinner. In Fabio, we say we move slowly, but we reach far. Let's continue moving slowly, but aim higher for God and my country.
Excellence. Please give another big round of applause to the Fabio Executive Director. And now, at the beginning, I recognize the members of the steering committee. Would like to recognize now people that have traveled from regions outside of Bugisu. Those that have traveled from Karamoja, just wave to us so that the Prime Minister can see you. Excellent. Led by Richard. So good to see you. Those that, but this clap seems like you're hungry. Eh? Oh, you need to stand? Okay, please do stand. Do stand for recognition, and then we can clap harder for you. Please do stand if you have come from Karamoja. Perfect. Good. And those that have traveled from Bukedi sub-region, Palisa, Busia, from everywhere. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Those that have traveled from Teso sub-region led by Papa Benson Ikwe. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Those that have come from the mountains of Sebei. Here. Yes, thank you. Thank you for joining us. Of course, we also have guests, those that came from outside of the region, like those that came from West Nile to learn. So please, West Nile, Buganda, if you're here, please do raise up for recognition. And then our host region, Bugisu sub-region, the city and the district and all the other surrounding districts, please stand up for recognition. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much once again for joining us. And Madam Right Honorable, we have been here for 3 days. What is your problem? We didn't miss Busoga. They are too powerful. They have filled the room. Yes, but first wait, you people. What's your problem? Busoga doesn't need to stand, you guys. Let's recognize Busoga, led by the Right Honorable Rebecca Alitwara Kadaga. Now I know. Now this is what I know. First of all, that you are awake. But secondly, that you love the Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister. So thank you so much for being that enthusiastic about Busoga. Now, we did state at the beginning that this program, under which we've been hosted, was commissioned by the German Ministry, BMZ, co-funded by the European Union, and implemented by GIZ. I'd like to just share a little bit about the program, and I will invite the representative of the country director and also the head of the program to speak a little bit. But this program has three important components. The first one is strengthening governance. Strengthening civil society, which we famously call CASP. And CASP is directly implemented by GIZ, but supports quite a number of civil society organizations across the country. We've had testimonies during this conference, quite a number of organizations, especially in this region, that have been supported by this particular program. And I know that you're going to be recognized, but the program is hosted in the Bale Hub, which is led by Paul. So Paul, if you could just wave to the Right Honorable Prime Minister. The second component is strengthening human rights. And in this particular component, GIZ does work directly with the Uganda Human Rights Commission and support the National Planning Authority. So we'd like to really thank you for that incredible support that you've provided. You're not clapping. As you know, Right Honorable, accountability is a very big challenge in this country. And this program also seeks to strengthen accountability, and in this, they work directly with the Office of the Auditor General, PPDA, that is public, I will bite my tongue, but PPDA, and the Inspectorate of Government. So I would like to really thank you again, the funders and GIZ, for such an incredible program. So I'd like to invite you to clap. To speak more about the program, I would like to invite Tassilo, who is the head of the program and the representative of the country director, to speak to us.
Thank you, Chris. Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister Rebecca Kadaga, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, Muli Mutia, I think that's how you say it, although it's probably already evening, I don't know. Chris, you've made it a bit difficult for me because you've actually already presented the program that I had very, very well. So my name is Tassilo von Droste. I'm heading a program that is commissioned by the German government and co-financed by the European Union. It's the Governance and Civil Society program. And this program has been working with civil society across Uganda since 2018, and now we're in the second phase. So we are actually here for some time, and we've garnered some experience. And one of the important experiences that we've learned is that it is important to bring civil society together. And this is why we decided last year to have a national conference, and then, after some comments from our steering committee members, we decided to go into the regions and to have these conferences also at regional level, because we realized that it was necessary for the different civil society organizations to discuss and define their priorities jointly per region, and then bring these recommendations to the central level for another national conference that we will organize next year, then in Kampala. And we also hope to have then the participation of government there. Today is a very special day for Germany. Today is our Unity Day. So 34 years ago, the East and the West, which were separated during the Cold War, reunified. And during that time, that difficult time of German history, the two governments, the West and the East, they were barely speaking. They were not working together. But what held Germany together was actually its civil society, because families were divided. Associations that existed and worked together before were divided, but they continued exchanging. And what brought Germany back together and helped us was also our vibrant civil society. There were protests going on every Monday, requesting for the reunification of Germany, and over time, that led also to political change. And the importance of civil society, we don't have it only, we didn't have it only until 1990. We have it also still today. You know, in Europe, after October, it gets very cold. You know, it's dark. In November, December, it starts to snow. And we have a lot of people that actually cannot afford to heat their homes, and some even have to live in the streets. And government cannot cater for all these people. So those that help the poorest in society to overcome the harshest and most difficult times are those volunteers working in soup kitchens, making sure that they distribute blankets to the poor people. And that's how civil society complements government across the country. The same was true after the war or during the war in Syria, when a lot of refugees arrived in Germany. It was civil society that helped the German nation to integrate the refugees in Germany. For instance, I was working with an organization and giving German classes to a refugee, because we all know that learning German is very difficult, and you don't learn it by going to class. That's what government was proposing. So there was thousands and thousands of volunteers that gave some of their time to ensure that these refugees would be integrated into German society. And equally, in Uganda, civil society is fundamental. In 2015, Uganda was one of the first countries to implement, or not to propose a plan to implement the Sustainable Development Goals. The National Development Plan, which is now in the implementation of the third National Development Plan, but you're preparing the fourth one. This National Development Plan also emphasizes the importance of civil society. And I think I was very inspired by listening to the Deputy ED earlier on, Charles Oleni, who called you the front soldiers of the implementation of the National Development Plan. That's how he referred to the civil society. And whereas I'm not sure whether we should call them soldiers, they are definitely providing service delivery in many crucial ways. I have behind me here this beautiful photo. I don't know, Right Honorable, if you can see it. This is what Fabio does. They are actually supporting people that need to go to hospital by transporting them on their e-bikes. So obviously we all know that not every sub-county, every parish can have an ambulance. So this is some support, some relief for people. While obviously ambulances are better, this complements service delivery. It's a very concrete example of what civil society organizations do. And the program that I have the honor to work in, what we do is actually we want to support civil society organizations here in Uganda to be as effective as possible in complementing government, in providing crucial services to their citizens. And during these consultations, we try to find out, what do civil society organizations actually need to be empowered to do their work as good as possible? And the first thing they tell us, we need an operative environment that is conducive for us. You know, advanced civil society organizations do not struggle as much as grassroots civil society organizations. But if you are a small organization, and let's say you're based in Karamoja, and then you have to travel to Kampala to renew your permit, and then you arrive in Kampala, and someone tells you, actually, you filled in the wrong document, you have to bring another document, you have to travel back to Karamoja to get the right letter, maybe. It's extremely complicated, and it is actually the least equipped organizations that suffer the most. And this is why a lot of the civil society organizations here have been advocating for or have been requesting to look into the regulatory framework and to ensure that it is as conducive as possible. Obviously, on the other hand, civil society organizations also know that they themselves have to be accountable, that they have to be cooperative and also transparent about their operations. And this is another part of our program. We support civil society organizations in supporting them to strengthen their internal governance so that they have clear strategies, but also that they're able to produce accountabilities. Because, you know, we discussed it yesterday, if you want to receive funding, external funding from donors, but also funding nationally, this will require from you that you manage these funds transparently and that you are accountable as organizations. And this is extremely important, and that's why we're supporting the internal governance of civil society organizations. And I think in many, many organizations here in the region, in the East, but also in Karamoja, we have supported them in strengthening their accounting skills, in providing them with concrete accounting tools such as QuickBooks, so that they can actually be accountable. Because when they are accountable, that is when they can then finally receive funding from external donors and then contribute fully to the implementation of the National Development Plan. But what we've seen also during this conference is that many civil society organizations have received funding from donors, but as soon as the funding stopped, you know, they couldn't keep the staff members anymore because there was no funding anymore. And so all the trainings and all the capacity development that was done basically, was somehow compromised. So what we discussed is what alternative resource mobilization patterns do exist. How can they actually sustainably fund themselves? And one important avenue for that is actually by creating social enterprises. And this is one of the priorities of our program right now, is to support civil society organizations here in Uganda to be able to be financially sustainable by developing social enterprises. And here, the core of a social enterprise is about the value that these enterprises provide to society. So they are not there to create profit in their own interests. So social enterprise, it's not gonna be about having a tavern that sells alcohol, but it would be about creating enterprises that have a social value, which then also would again support the implementation of the National Development Plan. And I'm very happy to say that last year, we've, together with our partner Capital Solutions, we have already worked with 10 civil society organizations in the development of social enterprises, and we want to continue to do this because we see that this is not only helping organizations to produce value for their society, but it's also going to support them to be sustainable and to exist in the long term, and then also to retain the capacities that we want to develop over time. So, in a nutshell, I think civil society is crucial for the implementation of Uganda's National Development Plan. We are proud to be your partner in strengthening civil society here in Uganda, and we are extremely honored to have you here today. And with this, I would like to end my speech just by thanking all those who made this event possible. We have a strong organization from your region, from your sub-region, Busoga, Fabio, Joyce, Patrick, all those from Fabio who have made this possible. I know you've been working night and day, and I think the work that you've done is culminating now in very concrete recommendations that one day, hopefully, will make sure that the voice of civil society organizations in the East can be heard. And before I finish, I'd like to also ask my team to stand up. the team from the Mbale Hub, all those that have supported the organization of this workshop. You will see it's a team. This team, right, Honorable, is called the No Sleep, No Food team, because they don't sleep before a conference. I hope they did eat a little bit, because there was food, but they are crisscrossing the region. So my colleagues here, they've been all around. Sometimes they take me on these very bumpy roads up to Karamoja, then back to Busoga, and the next day we are at the Kenyan border in Busia, and everything is perfectly organized. I cannot thank you enough. I cannot thank you enough also for bringing in, you know, the diversity of this region. Because, you know, one thing that I envy you in Uganda is the cultural diversity that you have. Every region, you know, you have your food, you have your dance, you have your language, and that is actually extremely inspiring. And I wish we could do more actually to make sure that all this is even more accessible, and that these cultural values and these cultural, you know, different, how do you call it, forms of expression, dancing, music, all this can be preserved. Because as you know, we live in times of globalization, and this cultural diversity needs to be somehow also protected. And I think, you know, this is something that is very close to my heart, and we will see tonight the cultural diversity. I hope you will stay with us to see what the youth of the region and the different artists of the region can produce. So with this, Webale, thank you very much for being with us, and thank you.
So please clap for Tassilo a little bit more. And now, the job that Rita and I have been contracted to do is coming to an end. We haven't had any accidents, so we thank God. And I've also been told that I didn't introduce myself. So my name is Chris Nkwatsibwe. I do work with the Uganda National NGO Forum, and we're a partner of GIZ, and we really like to support civil society. Together with my colleague Rita, please Rita, come and stand with me now for this ceremony. We have been called moderators, but we called ourselves hosts. So we've been hosts for the past 3 days. And I believe by the demonstration of their hand clap, you will know whether we did a good job or a bad job. Okay, we have only one nay, and it is coming from Fen. So I think we'll have to deal with that at the cultural expression dinner. Now, Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga would like to invite you to speak to us and officially close this conference. After you've spoken, no one else will speak. But what will happen, we'll also request you to spare some time and visit the exhibition that you see on your extreme right. Quite a number of organizations are doing incredible work, some of it to raise resources. You will notice we have organizations that are doing reusable sanitary pads for young girls, and some of them are given for free, while others are available for sale. And I think it would be really our singular honor to host you to any of those tables to see the work that we're doing. The invitation to the cultural dinner has already been made. But I know that we asked people to get dates, and Patrick Kayemba has already booked you. Just in case there's space on your table, please allow myself and Joy to join you on that table. So, but really for now, please come and speak to us and close this conference for us.
Thank you very much, Chris and your partner, the representative of GIZ, and representative of the EU, the board chair, and executive members of Fabio, distinguished participants. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. Let me also take this opportunity to thank the government of Germany for their long-time support to the people of Uganda. It's a long-standing relationship, and I know that many organizations have benefited from their support. of course, want to thank the EU equally for their partnership, and want to ask you to continue working with us. When we were talking about 34 years ago, one of the things I remember most was about when the Germans took hammers to break the Berlin Wall. That's something I can't forget. It was just incredible, because to be part of one family, it's a crime to cross the border. If you're found on the other side, it's a big problem. I'm glad that it ended, and Germany is now one of the strongest economies in the EU and in the world. I've noted a number of issues raised by the people who spoke. First, I have noted the issue of the host ministry. I will take it up when we have an opportunity to discuss the work of the NGO board. I have also noted the amount of bureaucratic activities you have to get involved in to get registered. I didn't know there were so many. It reminds me about, I think, the Kampala City Council and trading licenses. The business people have also been complaining about the number of licenses they have to get, and from different bodies. I think it's a matter we need to really address and ensure that we are being relevant to the population. I've also noted the costs involved. I think when I return to Kampala, I'll be writing to the Minister of Finance to see what he can do about this. Equally, for the taxes on the e-bike, I'm a big promoter of the electronic bike and buses and cars and so on. But again, I did not know that we have made it impossible for ordinary people to own these bicycles. So fortunately, the executive director has given me the breakdown of the types of taxes. I'll include that in my letter to the Minister of Finance to see whether something can be done as we start the budget cycle. Because we are talking about a green environment, but if we can't make it possible for people to get the bikes, we shall be defeating our own purposes. Now, on sustainability, I saw when the DGF closed, many institutions actually closed. So this dependent syndrome I think is not good, because it means we did not develop our own capacity to raise funds. We were depending on everything DGF, until one day it wasn't there. Then suddenly we had no jobs, we had no programs, etc. So the issue of sustainability is something you, the leaders of the NGOs, need to look at. But as I was listening, I was again saying perhaps this is also a framework program, because either you are making profit or you are not making profit. So there's, I think, a dichotomy. How does one exist without doing either, or being able to do one without getting involved in profit making? So I think that's an area we also need to review. The policy, I will also inform the minister concerned that the policy is outdated and needs a review. And equally, the issue of the conducive environment. Yes, I've been sometimes reading on the internet complaints about what is happening to the NGOs, how they are being treated, registration and so on. So I think it's an area if we need to work together to ensure that it becomes more conducive and delivers for the population. Now, the other problem I've always had with the structure of government is having offices in Kampala. I've been complaining about the hospital, the health facilities. If you want to go for cancer treatment, you come to Kampala, all the way from Karamoja, all the way from Kisoro. If you want to go to the Heart Institute, you come to Kampala. In Cuba, every region has all the facilities. You don't need to go to a university in a different region. The university is in your region. The hospitals are in your region, all the facilities. You don't have to cross anywhere. You can get those out. So that's the kind of thing I would be happy to see in Uganda. And I've been campaigning hard to ensure that these services are decentralized and at least put at regional level so that our people do not have to travel long distances. Definitely, you come to Kampala, they'll tell you the officer is not in, he has gone for a funeral, your files are not visible, etc., etc. So all these are problems, and I hope that we can work together and ensure that they are handled properly and that the services go nearer to the people so that they are able to access them without too much inconvenience. What was the other issue? I addressed the issue of the host ministry. On teenage pregnancies. You know, it's an area which has also bothered me. I think 3 or 4 months back, I invited the CEO of Plan International, who has been our partner in my district for over 20 years. So I asked them, what is happening? Why is it that things are not changing? You are in all these villages, you have put the schools, you put the water. What is happening? I also called my colleagues in the NGO world and said, is there something we're not doing right? Is our message not coming out properly? We need to review. Why is it that things are not changing? And we've spent so much time and so much energy on this issue. So I hope that even as we sit here, you also review what is it that we need to do more. Maybe we are doing something which is now very stale. I think we need to be more innovative and create more avenues to tackle these issues. But I'm glad when you say that a number of fathers and young people, young men, are looking forward to engaging in this type of exercise to ensure that we have a better society. Now, I now come to my speech. Today it's distinguished guests, leaders of civil society, the media fraternity, and fellow Ugandans. It's a privilege to address you today as you come to the final 3 days of meaningful dialogue and strategic engagement. And I'm happy to see so many NGOs, especially, I'm not being selfish, from Busoga. I've even recognized a number of the people I work with, and I'm happy that they are all here. I just keep on working, and we shall continue supporting you. I want to thank you, NGOs, and the civil society, for your immense contribution to Uganda's development. Your dedication and impact are truly recognized, and your role is indispensable in advancing the socio-economic well-being of our citizens. This organization is instrumental in promoting a democratic governance, human rights, and service delivery, especially in regions where government sources and infrastructure may not fully reach. Your work aligns well with the vision set in the NDP 3 and 4, and it's clear that Uganda cannot achieve these aspirations without the critical role played by civil society. One of the areas I've noticed where civil society has always come in to rescue the population is around elections. I've never seen any government body conducting civil education. It's always civil society, and it's a very, very big role. Only that it happens every 5 years. I wish it could be continuous so that people are more knowledgeable and more aware about what they need. So please keep it up, and I hope that at some stage the government will take up the duty of educating the citizens, because it is actually in our constitution that we should educate our people about the law, about the constitution, about etc., etc. So that's one area where I think you've done a great job, among others. As we address the essential work of the NGOs, we must address the need for compliance with Uganda's regulatory framework. The NGO Act 2016 and other laws governing the sector were put in place to ensure that organizations operate transparently, responsibly, and with accountability. Compliance is not an option, it's a necessity for any organization that wishes to contribute meaningfully to the development of our nation. However, we know that some smaller organizations find it difficult to meet these requirements. And this is not due to lack of willingness, but often due to lack of resources, technical knowledge, and capacity. So in this context, I encourage all CSOs to fully comply with the legal requirements as you embark on your advocacy, streamline some aspects of the framework. Advocacy for adjustments to the regulatory framework is essential, but to be pursued from a foundation of compliance. We must ensure that all CSOs, regardless of size, can meet the required standards and operate within the legal framework. But of course, that will have to come also from the government side to reduce the regulations to a level where they're accessible by big and small. And that's now our duty on this side. As government, we are committed to engaging in dialogue with CSOs to explore ways of simplifying some of the more challenging compliance requirements, especially for small organizations. Our aim is not to weaken the framework, but to ensure it is accessible and manageable, enabling even the smallest CSOs to thrive while upholding standards of transparency and accountability. Now, that's another area where I think we have a problem, which you already admitted, about accountability by the NGOs. Quite frequently, you find that the reason for which the funds were given are not what the NGOs are doing. And this is a matter of concern, and I hope that you can address it. The post-COVID era has shifted geopolitical dynamics. It has affected funding landscape, and many organizations are struggling to sustain the operations. I've already talked about the DGF. I encourage NGOs, CSOs to explore innovative financing strategies, including partnerships with the private sector and local resource mobilization. I don't know whether any of your NGOs has a partnership with the Uganda breweries, or with the Coca-Cola, or with the Uganda Bati. I'm sure that if you made efforts, you might be able to link up with some of these to support the work you do. Government is committed to exploring collaborative funding mechanisms with CSOs, where you can co-invest in projects alongside government initiatives. This will not only diversify your funding sources, but also strengthen partnerships between government and civil society. And one of the problems of being entirely funded by donors is that they set the agenda. They set the agenda for you, and you must comply. If you don't comply, you don't get the funds. And sometimes the agenda is not necessarily the agenda of the country or the interests of the population. So that's another area we need to look at. One of the other crucial areas is a stronger collaboration within the sector itself, because fragmented efforts can lead to limited impact. CSOs must form robust networks, consortia, and partnerships to pool resources, share knowledge, and coordinate efforts for greater effectiveness. And I believe this is one of the networks which Fabio and the GIZ and the EU have put together to enable you start the coordination efforts. Collaboration must also extend beyond the CSO sector, involving government agencies, academia, and the private sector to achieve holistic solutions to our shared challenges. As we look to the future, I want to highlight that the path forward involves both compliance and advocacy. It is vital that CSOs comply with the framework. It is quite important to continue advocating for adjustments to the system that will make it more inclusive and accessible to small organizations. We must work together to ensure that the regulatory environment allows for flexibility and support while maintaining the integrity and accountability of the sector. In conclusion, I reaffirm the government's commitment partnering with civil society in achieving our shared development goals. CSOs are a critical ally in our fight to improve service delivery, promote good governance, and uplift the most vulnerable populations in Uganda. I encourage you to continue doing your important work with renewed energy and commitment, knowing that your efforts are valued and appreciated. And I want to thank the consortium of EU and GIZ and Fabio for giving you the capacity to move forward now with the new energy and new focus. I'm delighted to hear that there will be another one in the north. So soon the whole country will have been covered. This is a big consortium, which I think can make a big impact. For my part, I'll ensure that what you have told me is presented to the cabinet, and wherever necessary, I will amplify your voice to the whatever forum I will be. Thank you so much. and have a wonderful evening. Unfortunately, I'll not be able to have the cultural evening. I've got to commission laboratories in Butavika very early in the morning with the Minister of Health and a team of ambassadors. So I need to go back to Kampala to organize that. Otherwise, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation. And I now declare this conference closed. Thank you so much.
All protocol observed. I want us to, as Mama makes her way to the exhibition area, I want the rest of us to kindly walk out to the garden where we're going to have a photo session. So we get organized. As Mama finishes with the exhibition, she'll make her way to the photo area, and then she'll make her way to Kampala. Thank you very much. Madam Joy Kawanguzi and of course Tasilo, please take her to the marketplace. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, after the photo shoot, you can quickly go and change, refresh, and then come back and network during the dinner. They're so excited now. Let's quickly make it to the garden so that we can be organized. We're a big group, so we have more time to network later in the evening. So kindly make it a point so that by the time Mama Kadaga makes it to the garden, we are already in our places. Diana, Chris, please take Diana to the photo session. Team Karamoja, let's make our way to the garden so we can take our seat. Dorothy, thank you so much for your work. We appreciate you. Cox Studio, we appreciate your work. Thank you for being with us throughout the days and for the great work. And of course, thank you, Coatesview Hotel, for hosting us and for the wonderful time that we have had. Diana, put your shoes on and go to the photo shoot. +256. Are you going to the exhibition? The photo session is outside the garden. Tasilo, I thought you were buying things in the marketplace. Benson, please take the Madame DCDO to the grass for the photo. I'm going to start mentioning names so we can slow